Good evening, everyone, and Happy New Year. I now call to order the regular meeting of the City Council and successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency and Housing Authority meeting of Tuesday, January 16th, 2024. Now, please join me in standing for the national anthem. Tonight we have Kara Wondercheck. Great way to start the year to lead us in the national anthem. Please remain standing, and together we'll say the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, Cara. One more time for Cara. So, she's the daughter of, and Deborah's there, she's the daughter of our Arts Commissioner, Deborah Wondercheck, so it's great to have you here, too. Okay, now we have our first moment of solemn expression for the year, and we're happy to be led in that by Reverend Ian Stevenson from Trellis. Reverend Stevenson, you have the floor.
Let's pray. Let's come before God and let's thank Him for a new year and all that we have to look forward to. God, we humbly come before you tonight as this first meeting in the new year, and we are thankful. God, you tell us to come into your gates with thanksgiving. So we're thankful, God, for this city. We're thankful for our leaders. God, we're thankful for our schools, our businesses. We're thankful, God, for this incredible place we get to call home. And God, in the midst of our thanks, we're also aware that there's decisions that have to be made. So God, we're just asking tonight that as our council celebrates different people in our community, and then, Lord, as they move to making decisions, that God, you just give wisdom and discernment, that God, they'd make decisions that would be helpful to the whole community. And God, we know we can't make everyone happy, but God, we just pray for grace in the middle of all this decision making tonight as well. Lord, help us to listen and hear one another and understand in the midst of it all. Lord, we just ask for your wisdom and your guidance tonight as this meeting commences, Lord, in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Reverend. Okay, Madam Clerk, would you please do the roll call?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the record will reflect that all council is present except for Councilmember Harper.
Okay, wonderful. And Ms. City Attorney, do you have a report? A closed session report? Hold on. Can you? Do I have to do something with it? Discussion mode? How about that? There you go.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, no reportable action was taken in closed session this evening. Thank you.
All right, nice report. Okay, this evening we have two presentations. First one is recognition of police service dog Bodie's retirement. And so we're all here to celebrate that. And I just was informed by the police chief that we also have, in addition to people from our local community in Costa Mesa, canine officers from Irvine and Newport Beach. So thank you for being here, and you're very welcome here tonight as we celebrate the well-deserved retirement of Costa Mesa Police Department's police service dog, Bodie. Bodie is an observant Dutch Shepherd who was born in the Netherlands on February 20th, 2014, with a keen sense of smell and sharp hearing and vision. Bodie joined the Costa Mesa Police Department in December of 2018 as the first service dog with the police department in many years. And I remember when we were at the senior center, and I think it was council members Chavez, Mar, and Reynolds' first meeting. And so they joined at the same time. So it's been 5 years. So Bodie and his partner, Sergeant George Meridakis, joined forces and began patrolling the city of Costa Mesa in 2019. By 2020, Bodie became a full dual-purpose police service dog certified in narcotics detection. For 5 years, Bodie has served the Costa Mesa community with distinction and put his life on the line for his partner and fellow CMPD officers. Chief Lawrence and Bodie's handler, Sergeant George Meridakis, are here to talk to us more about Bodie's career achievements and his partnership with his fellow officers in the CMPD. So, Sergeant Meridakis, who wants to go first as between Sergeant Meridakis and the chief? Okay, Sergeant. And by the way, while you're coming to the podium, Sergeant, I just want to congratulate you. He was recently promoted to Sergeant, and it's very well deserved, and congratulations. Well, you can go to the podiums or whatever. Yeah, that's usually like by the microphones. Stand there if Bodie, if that's cool with Bodie. Yeah, it's his night.
Thank you very much for allowing me to be here. This has been an extremely fun journey for actually 5 long years. I'm blessed. Fortunate to have the support from my family, the administration, Chief Lawrence, Deputy Chief LaPointe. Thank you for having faith in us to continue the program. Last year was very, very difficult with certain legislation being passed or trying to be passed. These dogs are a tool, but this is a tool that has served the city of Costa Mesa and surrounding agency with honor, respect, and this dog has allowed me to come home at night. There have been very scary nights, but this dog does his job. He's a great de-escalation tool. He's my best friend. I couldn't ask for anything better. He's been honored to serve the city of Costa Mesa for 5 long years. Thank you.
And thank you. And the other thing too is on our consent calendar, I'm not sure if you're all aware, but we're going to approve an agreement whereby Bodie will have a home, a forever home. With
Yes, sir.
Sergeant. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
So what do you say, Chief?
Well, Mayor, I think Bodie took the words right out of my mouth, Mayor. But I want to thank City Council and the Mayor for supporting us, as you always do in public safety and the police department, providing us this type of resources invaluable to our efforts to keep our communities safe. And our K-9 is just one shining example of the many things that we do to partner with our community and make sure that we're protected. And I want to thank specifically Sergeant Maridakis. Congratulations on your promotion. Today is his first day. And your hard work with K-9 Officer Bodie. The fact that you have colleagues here from Irvine and Newport Beach and all of us from Costa Mesa here to support you tonight is really a testimony to your character and you and Bodie and all of your hard work that you have done over the years. So thank you for your commitment and dedication.
Okay. Now, if it'd be okay with Bodie, let's take a photo, and then I've got something for him.
Awesome.
My neighbor.
Yeah, you carry the basket.
I couldn't get Thanks again for being here. Yeah, appreciate it, sir. Yeah, appreciate it, sir. For sure. Yeah, I did. Thank you.
Okay, so our second presentation item tonight is employee recognition for our outgoing Director of Developmental Services, Jennifer Lee, and to highlight some of her achievements and recognize her and provide a commendation on behalf of the City Council for all the great work, and I'm going to read this too, and it's very impressive, all the things that she's done. Tonight we also recognize the city's Economic Development Services Director, Jennifer Lee. For the last 6 years, Jennifer has demonstrated her strong commitment, honorable service, and exemplary leadership to the city of Costa Mesa and its residents. Jennifer, who has accepted a role in the private sector, will serve the community until the end of this week. She's been instrumental in pioneering some of the city's largest and most complex projects. It is through her visionary thinking and creative problem-solving skills that the city has achieved major accomplishments. Now, Jennifer, if you could please step up to the podium. Where's Jennifer? Okay, step up there, and then while you're standing there in front of everybody, I'm going to read from your commendation excerpts. In recognition of exemplary leadership and dedicated service to the city of Costa Mesa as Economic and Development Services Director, the Costa Mesa City Council commends Jennifer Lee as follows. Economic and Development Services Director Jennifer Lee, a development services veteran with over 22 years of local government experience, served the city of Costa Mesa for 6 years. Jennifer, with expertise in developmental services, long-range planning, historic preservation, subdivision, CEQA, NEPA compliance, and community engagement, was named Economic and Development Services Director in December 2020. During her tenure, Jennifer has provided strong leadership, tackling many difficult issues while balancing a multitude of complex projects and leading a high-functioning department. Jennifer helped navigate the implementation of the city's landmark sober living ordinance and the planning and visioning for future housing opportunities in Costa Mesa through the city's housing element and leading the development of affordable housing opportunities in commercial and industrial corridors through the voter-approved Measure K. Jennifer was instrumental in assisting local businesses as they maneuvered through multiple challenges during the COVID-19 pandemic shutdowns, including the administration of $2 million in small business grants that provided a lifeline to small businesses in the community. Most recently, Jennifer led the city's planning and development staff through major initiatives and projects, including the development and implementation of the city's new land use management system, TESA, initiated the visioning and master plan process for the state-owned Fairview Developmental Center, and the implementation of the city's retail cannabis permit program. Now, therefore, I, John B. Stevens, Mayor of the City of Costa Mesa, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim this commendation to Jennifer Lee in recognition of her leadership, dedication, and contributions that have greatly impacted our city's growth and development. Thank you for your unwavering commitment to our community. This commendation is presented on behalf of the City of Costa Mesa, its employees, and our residents, business owners, property owners, as a token of appreciation and gratitude for all of your hard work and leadership and sacrifice on behalf of the City of Costa Mesa. Best wishes in your future endeavors, and please, Jennifer, come back and visit us. Come back and visit us often. Jennifer, you have the floor. You have the floor now, and later you'll have the floor. We're putting her to work later. She's not gone yet. Remember, I said it's the end of the week, so tonight's only Tuesday.
Mr. Mayor, do you want us to save our comments about her till our comments, or?
No, it's okay. Why don't we do? That's a good note. So I've read this. Why don't you hold your fire, Jennifer, and we'll hear from the other council members. So any council member we're on discussion mode. Councilmember Mar, why don't you go first?
Thank you. So I was trying to figure out exactly what I was going to say to you, and then Pastor Stevens said a really great line. I don't know how many of you caught it, but we can't always make everyone happy, but we pray for grace. And you have just embodied grace in the process of doing government. You're definitely not going to make everyone happy, especially in your role. You are somebody who, everyone from homeowners to developers to agencies, everyone comes to you looking for an answer. And you have just exhibited so much grace in how you have handled this very, very difficult position. As a leader in this organization, as a woman, as everything that you represent to so many people in this community, Jennifer, I admire the way in which you have conducted yourself, and I aspire to be as much like you as I can.
Okay, top that, Jeff. Mayor Pro Tem. Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, I was going to use Pastor Stevens' line later for something else, but Councilmember Mar always beats me to it. I remember, not vividly remember, but I definitely remember when you started here, Jennifer, when I was on the Planning Commission. And you came in at a great time, and you were definitely a very valuable resource for me, as well as the other commissioners. And you've continued that, especially since I've moved up here on the dais. You have been the consummate professional. And to echo Councilmember Mar's point about grace, you are, I think, unflappable. I think most people really appreciate your very calm and even-keeled demeanor. I know there's some passion there under the surface, but you keep things in check, which is important. This is a very difficult and stressful job. But I think what I'm going to miss most are our monthly coffees. So I'm going to invite you to come back. We still have a few more stops to find in Costa Mesa. And even if we need to go outside of Costa Mesa, that's quite all right too. But again, I just want to appreciate you for all the dedication. You've been a great example for staff, your staff, as well as others in the city, and we are certainly going to miss you.
Anything else from council? Councilmember Reynolds. Oh,
Yeah, thank you. There's a theme up here. I had grace written down in my notes as well. Huge congratulations to you in this new job. I think it's absolutely a testament to your knowledge and professionalism and experience. A huge loss for us, but I'm so thankful that we had you. You took over this department during probably one of the most challenging times the city has ever seen in the heat of COVID, and you set us up. And there was a long list of things there, but one of the things I'm most excited about is you've set us up for probably our most ambitious housing program ever in the city, which I think is one of the most important services that we can do to our community. So thank you for setting us up for that. I've always appreciated in our one-on-one discussions and briefings and on the floor the knowledge you bring. You can answer every question. You're on point in understanding, I think, what we're asking and what we need to understand. The consideration you bring in helping us find solutions for what we'd like to see happen, and then of course grace, which is hugely important. Also, one thing I've noted over time, which I appreciate, is your investment in your staff. You often have your staff lead presentations and give them the opportunity to answer questions, and I'm grateful for that, as we always need to plan for that succession as well. So thank you for that consideration. And then just on a note, sometimes I keep a sort of stack of stickies here of things I want to follow up with with the city manager after a meeting. I try not to email her during meetings too much. And in the last meeting, as you were answering questions, one of my stickies just said, "Jennifer is such a pro." And so thank you for that. You're a huge loss for us, huge gain for the Irvine Company. But thank you for your service for us.
okay, Councilmember Gameros.
Thank you. So I just wanted to also thank you for your service here. You did some things that not too many people can do, and you actually helped us develop ordinances from scratch, and it really says a lot and is a testimonial to your ability. I'm going to be very short, but in the future, if you ever get stuck and you don't know what to do, you can always Google it. Thank you.
Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Lee, for your devotion to our city for these past 4 years. So many of our priorities have gone through your department, and each time we face with a big challenge, you've always faced it head on, and with the understanding that you can build your team to grow the challenge. It's been a joy seeing your department grow. It's been a joy to see them take ownership of these big ordinances. And I, quite frankly, am going to miss you, but I know you're going to be in a good place in Irvine Company, and I know you bring a lot of expertise to them. So on my point of view, thank you so much for being a diligent public servant, and thank you.
So I had a script, but I'm going to go off script, Jennifer. So I'm not sure a lot of people know. We say the people like we have some students here. What exactly is entailed in being the director of the Economic Development Services Department? But all of the planning that we do, all the planning for housing, all of the code enforcement work that we do, and all of the building permits, everything soup to nuts. That's been a department that Jennifer has led. And one of the challenges when you provide a commendation is you only have the one page. You can't have 2-page commendations. But the stuff that I read there is definitely a non-exclusive list of your accomplishments. And the thing that I'm not sure that people appreciate is when you took over this job in December of 2020, we all know, I mean, that seems like a long time ago, but it seems like in a way it was yesterday. All hell was breaking loose, and we were afraid. I mean, we were afraid about not just housing, but homelessness, whether our businesses would be able to make it, what our budget was going to look like, and you were in the center of that. So thank you for that. Also, our outdoor dining ordinance, which we just passed, that was under your department. I remember this. This was maybe just slightly before you took over the director's position, but remember the design guidelines and everything for the small cell ordinance? That was an episode. And I know, but she got through it, and I remember her, working with me on that, and I was such a pill during that time. And you handled me with grace, so thank you. That's not always easy to do. And so the other thing, too, is the people should know is when you talk about the sober living home ordinances, we had a very high-stakes federal court case, the Ohio House case, and Jennifer was the face of the city and testified on behalf of the city in that case. And so all these things benefit the city so much, and you're going to leave a long legacy of achievement that's going to go on long after you're gone. And like I say, I hope you're never really gone, because your Costa Mesa is always welcome, and we want you back. Now you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mayor and Council. I'm overwhelmed. I didn't know that this was happening tonight, so thank you. Really, I just want to thank the council and the city manager's office for your support over the years and your leadership. I want to thank my colleagues, my fellow directors, and I want to thank the staff from my department. I saw many of them in the audience here tonight and was wondering what was going on. I really want to thank them. They bring a passion and for public service every day to their job, and I could not be more grateful to have led such an amazing group. So I'm very grateful, and thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mayor, may I make a few comments?
Of course, yes.
Thank you. So Jennifer, I just wanted to say what an absolute pleasure it has been working with you. And I'm not going to cry this time because I already got the tears out when we talked to the department. But I just wanted to share with the audience that's here, in your career as a public servant, you get to meet a lot of people. Some people you really enjoy, some people you get along with, some people make you better. You make us better. You have made us better as a team, as a city, as your department, and you have just led with such integrity, which is one of the things that's really important in government, intelligence. Yes, you have grace, but you have so many other attributes as well, and we've all just become better from having you here. You really dealt with the department in the worst possible time, smack in the middle of COVID. I remember in just a 2-week period, we worked with South Coast Plaza. You worked with them to convert a parking lot into a luxury shopping, retail, extravaganza experience. Never seen anything like that before. Many people in their career won't deal with even one of the things that you've dealt with as a director. You've done 2 ballot measures. Many directors will retire. They've never done a single ballot measure. You've worked on the outdoor dining permit program. You brought that to life. I remember Christmas Eve, Dan, our finance department, but under your leadership, where we were getting grants to small businesses that were going to shut down. 250 businesses benefited from $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 grants at the nth hour. I mean, the list is just so long. And of course, there's the visioning, all of the different ordinances that you've worked on. Your resume is just incredibly impressive. Many, many people in a 30-year career won't be able to achieve what you've done in just the 4 years that I've worked with you. And so we are eternally grateful for that. You've made us better, and we're very, very happy for you. Sorry for us, but we're happy for you. We hope that you have an extraordinary career with the Irvine Company, and I'm going to hold you to your promise of us staying close and seeing each other often, because I'm really, really going to miss you. And on behalf of all of the employees of the city and our executive team that just adores you, we're really going to miss you, and good luck.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
would you indulge me as well?
Of course.
Thank you. Jennifer Lee. I'm still mad, but you have impressed me from the moment I came back as city attorney. And the equanimity with which you do your job, the grace that many have said, worked with you on that ballot measure. I felt like you were my sister sometimes. And it's just been a real, true pleasure for me. And I'm really shocked that somebody didn't steal you from us a long time ago. And I'm never going to speak to anybody at the Irvine Company again, because they've stolen you. But it's just been a real joy and a pleasure. And you are, as I think several of the council members said, just a consummate professional. And just a super pleasure to work with. Thank you so much.
Okay, before we take our photo, for the benefit of some of the students, equanimity is mental calmness, composure, and evenness of temper, especially in a difficult situation. So, thank you to our city attorney for using that word in exactly the right context. Well done. All right, let's take a photo. Okay. All right. We're all in our places. Settle down, please. Settle down. Settle down, please.
Quiet down, please.
Okay. Public comments are next. So you can speak about any item that's not on an agenda, including you can speak on items on the consent calendar. Everybody will get 3 minutes. You will have a 1 minute warning. Once you get to 3 minutes, your mic is going to cut off. We'll go to the people in the chambers first. Please line up on either side to make it easier, and then we'll go to the folks on Zoom. So remember, though, you only speak on items that are not on the agenda or the consent, including you could talk about the consent calendar. So with that, let's open it up. Ma'am, you got the floor.
Thank you. I'm Ida Wolf. I've been up here before. You folks are great. That's why I'm back. But I'm here. I go to the senior center, and our ice machine is still not working in the kitchen. They tell me they're never going to fix it because they put that little ice machine out by the microwave. But 2 glasses of that little one, you don't have no more ice. And I don't know how they're getting by with not fixing it, because the state comes in and makes the kitchens, everything in the kitchens workable. And I told them that, and somebody must have called the state. I didn't. And the state did come in. But when they talked to them, then the state was lenient and gave them more time, to fix it. But they still haven't fixed it. So, and then the state don't come back unless you call them in again. They make their rounds. And that's really on top of the pile. Another thing is they don't have the blinds up. Those are all tore off. They just started, they wouldn't raise and lower. So we had no light in the pool room. So they just, I don't know, fell off, I guess. But we don't have light. It does look pretty trashy in there. Another thing, I'd like those 2 things fixed. And another thing I wanted to add real fast, I told them I'd put in a word form. They send me up here. And so anyway, over at the soup kitchen, everybody's familiar with that. I went there many years ago when John Ritter lived in Newport. He used to come up there all the time. I ate with him. And anyway, if you would put a fence up, they really do need a fence. So the homeless don't go back there. They do a really good job, and they do need a fence. So with those things, thank you.
Thank you. You're next. Remember I said line up on both sides? Whoever's next is fine, but please line up on both sides.
Happy New Year, City Council. Happy birthday, Mayor.
Happy New Year. Thank you.
And I am not here to sing or dance tonight, okay? But I do want to take you back in time just to last Wednesday and let you know what you as a community, Costa Mesa, missed. We had an art exhibit opening reception at the senior center, not unlike any other we've had. It was in the evening. It was at 6:30 at night. There was a rock band. There was dancing. If we opened up the doors, you could have heard it down Placentia. And we introduced this brand new artist, Costa Mesa resident. So I wanted to bring her here today to get a flavor of city council meetings, but also to let you know she's 21 years old. She celebrated her birthday at the senior center. And some of us were caught dancing, but Ellie Browse is new to Costa Mesa. She finished up at OCC. She's here for the long haul, and I want to have her tell you about her art exhibit.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ellie, and I'm honored to be here talking to you guys today. So this art show was in the works for about 9 months, and it totally wouldn't have been possible without the art department. So kudos to them, specifically Lorette Gardner. She made it all happen. And I actually brought some prints for you guys, for all the council members, if you want to take some. Yeah, so all the art is on view until April 30th in the second floor of the Senior Center. You guys are welcome to check it out. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Yes? Oh, no, it's okay. You,
I didn't want to take cuts.
oh, no, no, I got to go back. I got to go back and forth. So, Dr. Smith, go ahead.
Mayor Stevens, Mayor Pro Tem Harlan, honorable council members, amazing staff, community members, and the best students in the state of California. I work in the school district. It's an honor to be here tonight. During the holidays, I intended to be at one of your meetings. It would have made a lot more sense then. My family and I are intentional about recognizing our blessings. But I got blessed with COVID during your meeting, and so I had to skip. I felt like that was prudent, even masked up. And so I'm here tonight, at least now, to recognize a blessing that my family recognizes, which is your leadership. I've worked in 3 school districts serving 5 different cities. I've never seen the type of relationship there that I've seen here. You are top notch, not just the leadership at the dais, but staff-wide. Your city manager is fierce, but she's also compassionate, she's kind, she's innovative, and she's collaborative. She's always thinking about how do we get to a solution that benefits all of our community members. Chief Lawrence, Chief Stefano, Deputy Chief LaPointe, we talk all the time. Now you might think that's not a good thing, but it's necessary. And it's a measure of protection not found in many other places. During this tropical storm, the first one in 100 years in Southern California, people should travel. You ought to see the storms in other places. But in any event, it was a big deal here. And school districts all around closed, and they didn't show up. We communicated all weekend. Our city was safe. Our streets were clean. We opened every single classroom that day. We had an incident recently that was a hoax, but it was serious enough for us to take action. We moved 300 students and adults off of campus in under 3 minutes with both chiefs' involvement and their teams. That doesn't happen in every community. This is a special place, the work you're doing to create open space for community members that don't have the park space they might find in neighboring communities. You marshaled resources. You put your money where your values are, and you said, we're going to open up space, outdoor space for physical and emotional well-being. That doesn't happen in every community. I just wanted to come up during the holidays and thank you, but I couldn't. So I want to thank you tonight for everything you do and represent. Not just your leadership, but the way you lead and the values you represent. Our community is blessed to have you. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you. Flo, you have the floor.
This is a personal reflection on the United States Pledge of Allegiance. In 1949, I was a 7-year-old war refugee. We were displaced persons from Bulgaria in Germany. In 1949, we emigrated as farm workers on a big ship to Canada, where we were assigned to work as farm labor. In 1955, we moved to Pacific Grove, California. In 1961, I became a U.S. citizen, and I cited the Pledge of Allegiance. In 1984, I was an interpreter for the International Olympics, and my home base was the swim venue at USC. That was the year of Greg Louganis, who won 5 to 6 gold medals. I don't remember the count. But every time there was a medal ceremony, we pledged allegiance and we heard the national anthem. When I am in this council chamber and I recite the Pledge of Allegiance, I always reflect back to my thanks for the United States of America. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am, you have the floor.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Maite González y vengo a informar a la comunidad y a todos ustedes que acabo de abrir una fundación que se llama MG, Camina hacia el propósito de vida, donde vamos a ayudar a las víctimas de violencia doméstica. Yo soy sobreviviente de violencia doméstica por más de 25 años, estuve en la violencia doméstica. Hace 19 años que viví ese proceso. Hoy, sanado y restaurado ese proceso, he decidido abrir una fundación para víctimas de violencia doméstica. Esta fundación se abrió aquí en Costa Mesa. El sábado pasado fue la inauguración. Esta fundación tiene una misión y una visión. La misión es restaurar la dignidad del ser humano, darnos cuenta dónde estamos parados como seres humanos que estamos viviendo violencia doméstica. Número 2, ayudar a restaurar a las familias, ayudar a unir familias por el daño causado en la violencia doméstica. Y número 3, ayudar el emprendimiento, impulsar al emprendimiento a las víctimas de violencia doméstica. Esa es la misión. La visión es cortar cadenas generacionales de violencia doméstica que traemos de nuestras familias.
Let's do the translation.
Okay.
Why don't you just use the microphone? Yes.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Maite González, and I'm here to inform the community and everyone here that I have recently opened a foundation to help victims of domestic violence. I myself am a survivor of domestic violence over 25 years ago. 19 years ago, I lived through it, and now that I'm healed and I've been able to restore the process, I've opened a foundation for victims of domestic violence here in Costa Mesa. The inauguration took place last Saturday, and we do have a mission and vision. The mission is to restore the dignity in us as humans, as well as the dignity of domestic violence victims as humans. Second of all is to restore and unite families who have gone through domestic violence, as well as to help entrepreneurship for those people who have gone through domestic violence and domestic violence victims. We also have a vision, and one of the visions is to be able to cut the generational chain of domestic violence.
Otra parte de nuestra visión es ayudar a las familias a unirse y tener familias unidas. Yo nací y crecí en un hogar donde hubo violencia doméstica y alcohol. Cuando naces y creces en un hogar donde hay alcohol y violencia, creces siendo un joven con depresión, estrés, ansiedad, falta de amor propio y repite los mismos patrones en el hogar.
Another part of our vision is to help families unite and to become a united family. I was born into a home, and I also grew up in a home that had domestic violence as well as alcohol abuse. And when you're born into a home where there's alcohol abuse and domestic violence, you grow up being a young person who goes through depression, who has anxiety, who has stress, who has a lack of self-love. And you end up repeating these patterns in life.
Hoy yo me levanto a ayudar a todas las víctimas de violencia doméstica aquí en este condado, especialmente en la ciudad de Costa Mesa. para parar la violencia y hacer la diferencia en las familias. Hoy soy asesora de víctimas de violencia doméstica, soy asesora familiar y hay un equipo que se ha unido a trabajar conmigo y tenemos la fe de que vamos a ayudar a familias. Mi vida ha sido restaurada, mi familia ha sido restaurada y yo sé que si ha habido un cambio en mi vida, va a haber un cambio en más familias. Estoy aquí para promover esa fundación y ayudar a las víctimas de violencia doméstica. Gracias.
Okay, sorry, that's.
It's okay. Do you want me to?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So I'm here just to be able to help some domestic violence victims here in this county, especially in Costa Mesa, in order to be able to stop violence and make a difference in families' lives. I am also a family counselor for victims of domestic violence, and I've been thankful to have a team who has been working with me, and we have faith and hope that we'll be able to help families. If I was able to make a difference in my life and in my families and restore that, then I'm confident that we'll be able to make changes in others' lives.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
I have a presentation, so please don't start my time until it's up.
Yeah, so let's give back her 7 seconds, and yes, it is up.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Kim Hendricks, and I'm here to talk to you about Fairview Park. I'm with Fairview Park Alliance, and we have our 2024 Fairview Park calendar. And we have white-faced ibises that were there last year because of the heavy rains and also the glider planes not being there to kick them out. And this is beautiful southern tar plant, which is a rare and very endangered plant. We have two types in Fairview Park. We have a fascicled, and we also have the endangered, but both of them are rare. They only occur from Point Conception down to Baja, California. And this is information about southern tar plant. And this is a picture of the beautiful southern tar plant in Fairview Park. And this is right before the Harbor Soaring Society started destroying it, based on your May 2nd, 2023 motion to allow them to do this. So they have been destroying sensitive habitat, and they have no qualms about doing it, but we would really like it, the whole community, if you would stop allowing it. This is the endangered that was right near where they fly, and of course they wiped that out, even though there was markings for them not to wipe it out. And now look at it, it is devastated. This is the storage bin that shouldn't have never been there with some southern tar plant in front of it, and this is what it looks like now. So the constant degrading and destruction of the southern tar plant does have an effect on the ecosystem. It has highly nutritious seeds, which mice, songbirds, reptiles, and other mammals love. And the raptors love to get the mice. This is what the Harbor Soaring Society's been doing. This leads into the vernal pool. This is also, they have 2 launch sites instead of 1, and they have been trampling in between. And this is the Cooper's hawk wondering when they will leave. And the whole community wonders when they're going to leave. They have a handful of people as members. They have a declining membership annually. We have over as soon as you guys did this on May 2nd, we started a petition and over 365 people signed it immediately. 300 were Costa Mesa residents. Please go to our Facebook page. It's on there, change.org. And right now, it's being degraded, and it's really not okay what you guys did, because this is a sensitive habitat for a special interest group that is depriving the whole community from enjoying it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Council. Mark Fuxovich here. Yeah, Happy New Year, by the way. First and foremost, just like usual, I just wanted to celebrate the high schoolers in the back who are here for class. Yeah, this is where democracy happens. This is where choices are made. This is where your city looks and feels like it does because of the decisions made in this room. And while it can be boring and sometimes I'm sitting on my laptop in the back, there are really important decisions made here. And I want to appreciate the high schoolers who do come, even if it is just for class. I also wanted to make one more comment around housing. One of the previous speakers mentioned domestic violence, and I just wanted to also comment that like housing policy is really great, like domestic violence policy, prevention and making sure women have a place to go in their case of need, in moments of need. It's also homelessness prevention policy. It's also environmental policy, making sure you're building infill housing that reduces greenhouse gas emissions and VMT per capita. And so just wanted to shout that out. But the main purpose of my comment here is to talk about AB 413, it's Assembly Bill 413, which passed last year from Assemblymember Lee. This is a bill that I had a pleasure in working on this past year. What the bill does, and it went into effect on January 1st of this year, says that cars can no longer park within 20 feet of the crosswalk. And so what that means is if you're trying to cross at the crosswalk, you don't have to peek out in front of a parked car anymore and potentially get hit by a car. It's good policy. It's really good policy for pedestrians. It's really good policy for public health and public safety. The challenge of the law is right now it's a vehicle code violation. The way that works is it means that right now one could get cited for doing that. But there's nothing on the street actually telling someone not to do that. That's where the city has to come in. The city has two choices here based on the law. One is the city can say, 20 feet's a big area. We don't want 20 feet to be used for the daylighting zone. That's the term of the technique. Maybe we want it to be 15 feet based on vehicle speeds. And if the city does decide to modify that 20-foot standard, the city has to market that area with either red paint or signage or something that would be in compliance with the MUTCD, which is the engineering Bible. The city could also not necessarily deviate from the law and do the 20-foot standard, but they would have to go out of their way kind of voluntarily to make that adjustment. And I would encourage the city to kind of make its own policy and define where it wants to be daylighting crosswalks all across the city to save pedestrians' lives. Last thing I'll say is that one of the bad parts of this policy, the challenging parts, is that it creates a de facto right turn lane if you have people who can't park right in front of the crosswalk. And so one of the other things that the bill does let you do is use that area, the daylighted zone, for bicycle and scooter storage. And so the city has tons of bike racks that it's trying to put places on. Some of our sidewalks are way too thin to put a bike rack on there. I would encourage you to use that daylighted zone.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, members of the City Council. Good evening, city staff. First of all, Happy New Year. Also, happy birthday to Mayor Stevens. I want to echo the last speaker. It's great to see the students here. I know this can seem very abstract and boring at an occasion, but it's really where the action is. I know this is a really exciting year, if you want to call it that, in politics, but believe it or not, this is actually where everything gets done. It's where the concrete work that will affect your life is going to be decided here, more than just about any other level of government, so I'm really glad that you are here. I'm just going to touch on a few topics tonight. First of all, similar to the City Council, City Manager, and the City Attorney, I also want to extend my personal thanks to Jennifer Lee for always being such a class act up here. I've always been impressed by her clear explanations as a member of the public, as well as her total mastery of the facts and of the city's ordinances and policies. Her calm demeanor, even with difficult subjects and difficult people, including me, is definitely appreciated. So I wish her the best in her future endeavors. I wanted to thank the Public Works Department for the installation of the raised crosswalks at Pomona Avenue and Sterling Avenue, and also Meyer Place and Bay Street. I was also thrilled to see the Hawk signal and crosswalk get finished up at Wilson Park. I know that the public can seem impatient sometimes, but it's just so wonderful to see these things finished. I'm not sure you can blame us. These installs are great. Thank you so much to the Public Works Department. I also want to thank the city manager and the Parks Department for beginning to open up the west side fields at schools such as Rhea, Pomona, Wilson, and Whittier. I know that was piloted over the winter break, but as Superintendent Smith said, I'm just thrilled to see that the city is doing what it can to open more park space to residents where it's needed the most on the west side. So more of this, please, in 2024. And finally, I want to thank the Finance Department, the Police Department for their quick work in securing a new shelter contract for our shelter animals. Some of you may be aware that our shelter provider, our medical provider for our shelters, quit its contract suddenly in December. That left us scrambling, and as a member of the Animal Services Committee, I was certainly concerned about that in December, but thanks to the Finance Department and the PD working together, they were able to secure a new shelter contract with Priceless Pets and Newport Mesa Animal Hospital. Newport Mesa is my personal vet, so I am thrilled to hear that they were selected. I think they're wonderful. So I am just really excited, especially with the PD in its new role, housing animal services. I think they did a great job. So thank you, and that's all I have for tonight.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening, City Council. How are you this evening? Happy New Year's. Welcome to 2024. It's going to be a quick one. It's don't blink or we're going to miss it. My name is Urson Russell, and I'm a reporter with the Costa Mesa Brief. We're a local YouTube channel and community news service. We specialize in local issues and things around Costa Mesa. In 2016, we did an in-depth investigative report on Measure AA and Measure BB that affected the future for Fairview Park and its management. We're now working on a follow-up report. We've made several attempts over the past few weeks to speak with someone with city staff and come to the realization that it has to really go through some sort of an approval process. And so tonight, I was wondering if I could request of a couple of you. One would be City Manager Farrell Harrison. We would like to either sit and speak with you about just the Fairview Park and some of the future plans, or possibly even Kelly Dalton, the Fairview Park Administrator. If that's something that could be granted, we would really appreciate it. We've kind of been asking different city staff and things, and everything seems to kind of be leading back to you, ma'am. And then in addition, Councilwoman Reynolds, you were very outspoken on Measure AA when that was up, and you strongly supported that. Our organization's been trying a few times to reach out to you and connect to see if we can get to sit down with you and get your thoughts on the future of Fairview Park and some of those plans, but we haven't quite got a response yet. So we're here tonight to just try and request from both of you if that's something that we can try and work on for the future, and we'd greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Leticia Ortiz y quería saber qué es lo que está pasando con la sección 10 de lo del Parque de la Chalimar, que ya no hemos tenido respuestas. Hemos recibido un flyer donde se especifica lo que va a ser en el parque, pero la verdad no se le entiende nada, qué es de lo que van a poner allí. Y queremos que de los eventos que hay para allá nunca nos llegan los flyers. A última hora es que sabemos que ya nomás se están poniendo y ya vamos a mirar y a correr la voz. Y también tengo otra cosa, de que yo tengo mi carro parqueado en la calle, y el miércoles que pasa la barredora siempre estamos nosotros allí esperando que pase. Y se me hace injusto que en la Chalimar ya están todos los carros parqueados, pasa la barredora y nos salen a menear los carros.
Let's do the translation.
Pasa la barredora y nosotros quitamos todos los que se parquean en la Chalimar, no se menean.
Okay, no se mueven.
Y la piquetera no entra para adentro.
Okay. So good evening, City Council. My name is Leticia Ortiz, and I just want to know what's happening with Section 10 at Charman Park. We haven't gotten any answers. We've gotten some flyers about what's going to be happening at the park, but we haven't really been understanding. It's hard to understand what's happening there. And as far as the events, we never get any word of it. We don't get any of the flyers or anything. So if we can get them, we can take a look at them, and we can spread the word with that. And then the other thing is that I have my car parked in the street on Wednesdays, and when the street sweepers come through, we're waiting there for them to come through so we can move our cars. But we don't think it's fair that on Charlman, the cars are just there and they don't move. There's no movement there. They don't go in.
Okay, muchas gracias.
And that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see anybody else that wishes to speak in the chamber. Do we have anybody on Zoom, Madam Clerk?
Yes, the first speaker is Priscilla, please.
Priscilla, you have the floor.
California has more species of plants and animals than any other state, about 1/3 of all species in the nation. Our soils hold more than 1/4 of the world's biodiversity, boasting more than 2,500 different types of soil. So in 2020, Governor Newsom issued an executive order to restore 30% of land and water by 2030. Restoration is being done in collaboration with Native American tribes, federal, state, and local governments, and local communities. In 2021, President Biden issued his own 30 by 30 plan that cede power to local communities and tribal nations and provides disadvantaged communities with more access to parks. Also in 2021, Governor Newsom signed a law replacing a statue of Father Junipero Serra in Sacramento with a Native American elder. Legislative leaders also removed the statue of Columbus, saying it was out of place, quote, given the deadly impact his arrival in this hemisphere had on indigenous populations, unquote. Which brings me to Fairview Park, where your kids can walk in the footsteps of the Ashaman and Tonga tribes, seeing the same birds, butterflies, lizards, amphibians, snakes, and berry shrimp, hundreds of species, thousands of plants and animals, and multiple ecosystems. The archaeological sites constitute a spiritual home for these tribes, but they've been covered by builders' rubble, as have some fertile pools that are home to endangered berry shrimp. The paths are being torn up by teenagers on e-bikes, and the watershed to the vernal pools is being trampled by men flying planes, allowed by a unanimous vote of the City Council. Why are you encouraging vandalism in Fairview Park when it's not allowed in any other park in the city? What would motivate you to destroy the ancestral home of Native Americans, ignore the orders of the president and governor, and reject the findings of the state and U.S. Departments of Fish and Wildlife, scientists you hired, committees you've appointed, your own park administrator, and the 800 residents and experts in the local community? You're on the wrong side of this issue. There are more important things in life than competitive sports and golf courses. You would have learned this if you had attended the last meeting updating the Fairview Park Master Plan. Soon this update will be completed, documenting the damages with a plan for restoration. It's time to listen to the scientists and fund the restoration of this outdoor classroom. Model good behavior. Help get our kids into nature and off their devices. Show them how to be good stewards of nature. Thank you.
Next speaker is Cynthia McDonald.
Cynthia, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. Happy New Year to you and to staff. Today I read the final EIR for the Emergency Ops Center. It's dated December 2023. Mayor Stevens told us in December that the bad news is the EOC will be built in Costa Mesa. The good news is that the helipad would not be included. In the Notice of Determination released by the Office of Planning and Research on December 19, it says that the OES is taking no action on the proposed helipad. Taking no action does not mean it is removing the helipad from the project. Taking no action means that the OES isn't recommending further action on the helipad at this time. That's fine, but it's the Department of General Services that has the final say-so on projects like this. This does not stop the state from building the helipad in the future. In fact, throughout the final EIR, there's language about the helipad, including new language that has been added to clarify the type and size of helicopters that would land and take off using the helipad, and how lighting on the communications tower would be made more visible for the helicopters flying to and from the helipad. There is no statement in any part of the final EIR saying the helipad has been removed from the project. Why? The language about the helipad has been retained in the EIR, so the state can add it back to the project at some point in the future if it wants, and the city will have no say in it. The only thing that was taken out was the city's ability to review and approve the plans for the helipad. See page 3-4. If you think I'm wrong, then get the state to issue a letter stating the helipad has been removed from the project and request that they amend the EIR to remove the language about the helipad. Even if the helipad does not get built, there still remains the issues of the huge orange and white communication tower with its blinking red lights, the fact that the pollution levels during a full-blown operation will be unhealthy to the surrounding neighborhoods, and we still don't know what the plan is for dealing with ESHA and critters like the burrowing owl on the property. Please do better for Costa Mesa. Fight to get this project moved to Tustin. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Alexander Haberbush.
Alexander, you have the floor. Alexander, can you hear us?
I'm sorry, I didn't manage to press unmute. Can you hear me now?
It's okay, we got you. Okay,
Perfect, thank you.
So yeah, proceed, please.
Good evening. My name is Alexander Haberbush, and I'm an attorney speaking on behalf of concerned citizens and business owners east side of Costa Mesa. Today, I wish to address recent developments concerning the proposed conditional use permit for a cannabis retail store at 1858 Newport Boulevard, known as PA 2222. Let me begin by acknowledging the Planning Commission's decision to reject this permit. This decision reflects a deep understanding of our community's concerns and the guiding principles of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code and California's land use and zoning laws. This rejection was a crucial step in upholding the integrity of our neighborhood's development and welfare. However, it has also come to our attention that despite the Planning Commission's decision, the mayor has initiated a review of this matter. This action is both unusual and concerning, particularly given that the applicant themselves did not appeal the decision. Such a step by the mayor raises questions about the impartiality of the process and consistency of the governance in our city. This is particularly striking when contrasted with similar recent situations, such as another cannabis retailer who, after facing rejection of their permit, has now filed a lawsuit against the city. Notably, in this instance, the mayor did not intervene. Our objections to the proposed development remain grounded in three fundamental concerns: incompatibility with the general area developments. The establishment of an additional cannabis retail store contributes to overconcentration, disrupting the diverse character of our neighborhood and the economic balance we strive to maintain. Impact on health, safety, and general welfare. The proliferation of cannabis stores in a concentrated area poses risks to public safety, increases potential for crime, and degrades the quality of life for our residents. And inconsistency with the general plan designation. This development directly conflicts with the city's general plan and specific plans for the area, particularly in terms of land use and community development. The Planning Commission's decision to reject the conditional use permit was a testament to their commitment to these principles and to the well-being of our community. As such, we respectfully urge the City Council to not only consider the gravity of the mayor's unusual intervention, but also uphold the Planning Commission's decision. It is imperative that the Council recognizes the broader impact of this issue on our community's trust in fair governance and the procedure it sets for future developments. We trust that you will act in the best interest of Costa Mesa community and maintain the integrity of the decision-making process. Thank you for allowing me the time to express my concerns.
Next speaker is call-in user 1, please.
Call-in user 1, you have the floor.
Yes, I'd like to congratulate Bodie for retiring and for the officer that is going to be caring for him. Although Costa Mesa usually takes care of our own, I want to make sure that Bodie has some kind of coverage with insurance that's not put the burden on the handler. He served like every other officer who has served. When they retire, they have some type of insurance or some type of offset for their insurance. I mean, we're so innovative in our city that we should maintain some type of fund for our retired canines. I see online from other cities throughout the United States begging for money for medical issues. Medical bills and vets are very expensive. So I'm hoping that the city could enter into some type of program where there would be a fund. So if Bodie or those that are going to follow him will have some aid in their vet bills. I had a retired canine, and in 1985 spent $14,000 on a surgery. And that was a long time ago. So you can imagine what that surgery would cost today on top of medications. He's done his service to our city, and I think now our city needs to extend a little more service to he and his handler. And I have to agree with the caller that called in regarding the heliport. Honestly, all of the meetings that transpired, we wound up with just what we started off with the residents having no voice or input, and that's really disappointing. But please, don't forget Bodie and do something about his medical and future medical for all of our canines.
Thank you.
No further speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, then we'll close public comment and we'll move on to council member committee reports, comments, and suggestions. This is time for council members to provide comments and committee reports. The first up is from District 2. Councilmember Lauren Gameros.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to wish everybody a Happy New Year, and I look forward to a very prosperous one for everyone. I want to thank all of the students that are here tonight. I know it's challenging to sit through this and try and pay attention and understand what's going on, but it's very important, and local politics really do affect how you live and where you live. So I just want to take a moment and thank all of you. Other than that, that's all I have.
Thank you. Next up is from District 3, Councilmember Andrea Marr.
Thanks. I'll just follow up on Councilmember Gameros' comments. It's a new year. We're through the holidays. I have my work schedule kind of sort of figured out for the next quarter. So if you need to meet with me about anything that's going on, issues in your neighborhood, issues, not just District 3, if there's something else you want me to get involved in, please just email me at my city council email address and we'll get something set up. I'm available. I'd rather hear about it like one-on-one when I can do something about it than at city council when you've been frustrated because you haven't either gotten an answer or you've kind of don't feel like you've been heard. So please just reach out. I'm available for coffees and phone calls if necessary. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next up from District 5 is Councilmember Arliss Reynolds.
Thank you. Happy New Year, everyone. I just want to share huge optimism for this year. I think we ended last year on a great note, talking through our housing program. I'm really just excited about what we have planned this year and the values that this council has set. So I'm starting the year with a huge amount of optimism, and I intend to see that through the year. A few examples of that, we're starting to see sort of the physical projects get built for things that we had been working on years before. Many of you have probably noticed the new lighted crosswalk on Wilson Street. Absolutely thrilled about that. I've used it personally, seen a lot of people using that, and pretty soon we'll have new lighted crosswalks on 19th and Wallace and on 18th as well. So a few examples of the sort of proliferation of projects that we're going to start to see over the next couple of years. I also last week attended our first workshop on our new tenant protections ordinance. I thought it was fantastic. It was very well attended, which I think demonstrates the interest. And I thought our staff did a fantastic job. I don't see Nate out here, but Nate, Eva, Sergio set up a really well organized meeting. Nate did a really excellent job sharing his personal story, managing questions from both renters and landlords and property managers. And I was just really, really, really proud of our city, proud of that ordinance, and I'm excited about future workshops like that. My plea to the students out there, as well as anyone in the audience, is to hear from you. So I'm an Estancia grad. I grew up in this neighborhood, Pomona, Victoria, Tewinkle, Estancia. It is an incredible position to be in to make the decisions that create changes that I think are improving our neighborhood. A lot of the work that we're doing here is in direct response to what we hear from you all. So we're at the start of our budget season. We have about 4 or 5 months or so where we really shape what are going to be our priorities and what projects we want to put in our budget for the upcoming year. So we need to hear from you. What do you guys want to see? What do you need? What do your families need? What do your little siblings need? What do you want to see in the community? What amenities? Where do we need parks? One of the things we're doing is adding a skate park. That's in response to a lot of feedback we've got. So I want to encourage you to, while you're here, even just write down on a note some ideas you have and share that with us. This is your city, and you have a chance to really shape it. So I hope you guys get involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up from District 4 is Councilmember Manuel Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. For students that are here, welcome to your first meeting. 4 quick things I want to go through today. First, I want to thank staff for the raised sidewalks on Meyer and on Pomona. They not only serve as a great way to ensure little ones can go to grade school safely, but are organic speed humps that slow down traffic. I know in Meyer we tried a few different iterations, one involving a traffic circle that wasn't as popular, but as always, we're looking for feedback and looking to see what works. And I know from talking to parents, people are happy to have those raised sidewalks, and I'm happy to see those go out to Costa Mesa, particularly close to our grade schools, as folks walk to those often. For staff, I have received another couple complaints about street vendors that are either blocking sidewalks and or on private property. This is primarily on the shopping plazas between Pomona and Wallace on 19th Street. We welcome all street vendors. The city council was very generous when we passed an ordinance to allow street vendors. I know I enjoy my weekly corn when it comes to the neighborhood, but it's important to remember that they have to be moving and they can't be blocking the sidewalk. Last thing I want to see is have someone who may have disabilities not able to navigate because they're encroaching. So if staff can just highlight the need for maybe more patrol in the evenings between Wallace and Pomona on 19th Street, that would be awesome. Second, or third, a resident just mentioned the lack of ticketing on Charlie Street. Again, I know it's a hard job to do ticketing when we have street sweeping. If we can just make sure we're being equitable when we are giving out tickets, that everyone is, not everyone, some folks don't feel targeted. Everyone has their share. And finally, this is for all the audience members who have cell phones. As you may know, we have an app in Costa Mesa called Costa Mesa 311, which you can use to report graffiti, mattresses, couches on the side of the road, even vehicles that have been, in a spot for more than a week. So I ask everyone in the audience, especially the high schoolers are here today, to download Costa Mesa 311. You're able to anonymously report things you see. And I ask you, of all the people in this room, because you're the ones that walk the most and bike the most, and yes, see most of our city. So if you see anything wrong, like graffiti, someone left a couch on the street, just report it in, make sure it looks beautiful and safe. But with that, I look forward to hearing everyone's comments today for our items, and have a great rest of your day.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next up is Mayor Pro Tem Harlan from District 6.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Happy New Year, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed the holiday season. I just have a few housekeeping items. First, I wanted to thank and congratulate Costa Mesa United on yet another very successful charity golf tournament yesterday, hosted at Mesa Verde Country Club. It's always a great event. I was there with the mayor, Chief Lawrence, and some of our police officers. The tournament has historically been named the Mesa Verde Classic. It's been renamed in honor and memory of Gordon Boley. It's the Gordon Boley Charity Classic. Gordon was the longtime leader of the organization, which supports youth sports. So I'm really thankful for that. It's a good way to start off the year. Second, I received in my mailbox a few weeks ago this great flyer about Fairview Development Center workshops that are coming up. The first one, actually it's the second one in our series, but it is, let's see here, starting next week, Tuesday at the Senior Center. There'll be another one on Thursday and Monday. Those are Spanish and virtual meetings, so everybody has opportunities to participate. There will be a follow-up meeting, the 3rd, which will be at the end of February, first week in March as well. So I want to make sure everybody's aware of that. Third, Miss Lee is not off the hook quite yet. I just want to get an update on the noise study for the 12 gym. I don't think anything has happened yet, but I want to start off the year with moving forward on that and trying to resolve that. And then lastly, to the city manager, or if we need to agendize this, I would like the council to consider removing the plexiglass that we have up here. It seems like there's not much of a need for it anymore. And I'd like to have literally more transparency with the public. So if that can be just resolved administratively, great. If we need to agendize and vote on it, then I'm happy to do that as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I just have a few comments in no particular order. Councilmember Chavez and I had a fun night last Wednesday. Our first stop was we went to the Apartment Association of Orange County, and they recognized us as really an extension of the entire council. They were very impressed by how the council handled the tenant protection ordinances and how we considered everything and listened, and so we were compared favorably to some other council members that, sorry, not council members, councils that don't provide that level of access and thought. And so it was nice to go there and hear their point of view and meet them. So then we went to another event for the Orange County Youth Sports Foundation, and our own Costa Mesa's April Ross was recognized as the sports person of the year, along with Ann Myers Drysdale and Janet Evans. So that was a fun event, hosted by Bob Costas, who's you guys might remember Bob Costas. And so then on Saturday, remember when we started this, it may seem like it was yesterday, but remember the national anthem. Cara Wondercheck and I introduced her mother, Deborah, who's one of our arts commissioners. So she is the founder and executive director, president of the Arts and Learning Conservatory, and they put on a really wonderful show at the Irvine Barclay. It was called Music of the March, and it was very interesting. It talked about Martin Luther King's life and how Martin Luther King's life intersected with Berry Gordy and Motown. So it was a fun show. It was fun to play with Mayor Pro Tem Harlan and his brother and Chief Lawrence. We didn't score particularly well, but it was fun to be there at the Gordon Bowley Charity Classic. It's always a great event. Costa Mesa United does a wonderful job. And Brett Eccles, who was emceeing, was very complimentary of city staff and how they work with Costa Mesa United during his remarks at the after party. The other thing, too, speaking of Gordon Bowley, I just want to give a little update. Jake Knapp, Costa Mesa's Estancia grad, just got on the PGA Tour, played his first event on last weekend and made the cut. So let's hear it for Jake Knapp. And then best of luck to you, Jake, and the rest of the golf season. And then finally and sadly, Sean Davidson, who's a very important part of our community addressing the homeless services. He died on December 30th, 2023. So we're going to end the meeting. We're going to adjourn it in his honor and memory. He was very instrumental in the Life on the Streets or Lots program, including the check-in center at the Crossings Church, and so he will be missed. He gave a lot to the community and the people in most need. So that's all I've got. City Manager Farrell Harrison, it's time for your report.
Thank you, Mayor. In the interest of time, I'll refrain from making any remarks. Thanks.
All right. How about you, City Attorney Barlow?
Very quickly, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to report that we have reached a mediated settlement of a case, civil rights case, entitled Lehman and Freeman versus City of Costa Mesa. that will involve no damages paid by the city and a waiver of costs only. And that'll be documented in the next weeks, and I'll send you more detail via email. Just wanted to report on that.
Thank you. Good result. Thank you. Okay, now we're moving on to the consent calendar. All matters under the consent calendar are to be considered routine and will be acted upon in one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless members of the city council, staff, or the public request specific items to be discussed and or removed from the consent calendar for discussion. Madam Clerk, has anyone from the public, staff, or the council asked for any item to be pulled?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes. Oh, let me just direct it to first to the clerk, and then I'll give you the floor.
Yes, a member of the public has requested item 10.
10. Now, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'd like to pull item number 12.
12. Okay. Can I get a motion on the balance other than 10 and 12?
Move to approve consent calendar, except for items 10 and 12.
Second.
Okay. Second. Okay. A motion on the balance by Councilmember Chavez, seconded by Councilmember Marr. Let's call for the question.
Councilmember Marr, can you hit the second? There we go. Thank you. Motion carries 6-0.
Wonderful. Okay, item 10 was pulled by the public. Madam Clerk, can you please read the title?
This is authorization for the procurement of data analytics. Oh, I'm sorry, wrong one. Professional architectural and engineering services for the Shalimar Park expansion project.
Okay. Well, unless there are comments, let's just open up the public comment on this one. Anybody from the chambers wish to speak? How about anybody on Zoom?
I think there's somebody in the chambers that wanted to speak on this.
Okay. Now's the time.
If you'd like to speak on consent calendar item number 10.
It's the Shalimar Park item.
Okay. I don't see anybody.
Nope. Okay.
Okay, so anybody on Zoom?
No.
Close public comment. All right. We'll entertain a motion on this one. Unless you want to make a motion?
Yeah, approve staff recommendation.
Okay. So Councilmember Chavez. Second by Councilmember Reynolds. Councilmember Chavez, do you wish to be heard on your motion?
Yeah, thank you. Not sure who pulled the item, but thank you for pulling it. One of the first things I campaigned on when I ran for council 2018 was expanding the access to green space. For folks that don't know, I live in Westside Costa Mesa. That's one of the most park poor areas in the city. And I had an idea of expanding both pocket parks in that community, Kitchen Libel and Shalimar Park. Shalimar Park was dear to my heart because that community, for the longest time, had, in my eyes, been forgotten by the city. And one of my goals was to help support that community in however I could. That's appeared through doing, yearly back to school fresh events, meeting with residents, talking about, the importance of communicating when you see something wrong in the community. And the goal for the council and for me through the Shalimar Park was to kind of create an opportunity for folks in the community to engage with the city and create more partnerships. So I'm really proud of this project. Like in any project, there could always be more outreach and more engagement, but we did our best with this project to make sure we heard as much folks in the community as possible. So for that, I'm proud to move this item.
Great. Good motion. So Councilmember Reynolds, you seconded the motion. Would you like to be heard?
Yeah, I'll second the comments. Just put an exclamation point on the outreach approach. When I became a council member, one of the first meetings I had was to get almost fully formed plans for a park project. And we stopped and took a few steps back and said, we need to get the community involved to make sure the design really reflects their goals. And we did that here with Shalimar Park, and we're doing that with many of our projects going forward. And I just want to say I really appreciate that approach, that the scope of work here incorporates designs that have come directly from the community. So I'm thrilled to see this project moving forward. When I opened my agenda packet this week, I was just so excited to see these and other projects on. So thank you.
Any other council members? Okay, so yeah, congratulations to Councilmember Chavez for moving this forward, and thank you for staff to all your hard work. And let's, it's a great project. Thank you. Let's call for the question.
Motion carries 6-0.
Excellent. Now, Madam Clerk, our next item that was pulled was consent calendar item 12. Would you
Yes.
please read the title?
Yes, this is award of the LED lighting installation at City Parks and Athletic Facilities Project, City Project 23-09.
Okay, this was pulled by Mayor Pro Tem Harlan. So Mayor Pro Tem, you have the floor.
Thank you. So I support staff's recommendation. The reason I pulled this is because as we're talking about lighting for parks, and we've been very fortunate to get a significant amount of grant funding last year to do a number of these projects, I want to revisit in the coming months another project that was on the books but seemed to have fallen off, and this was for field lights at Kaiser Elementary. There was a feasibility study that was done in 2016, and there was support both from the surrounding community as well as some of our partners to provide supplemental funding. So I want to explore that in the coming months, especially as Councilmember Reynolds pointed out, we're going to be talking about budget. So I just want to at least put it on the city's radar right now.
Okay, thanks. Let's open it up for public comment. Okay, nobody from the, would you like to come and speak to this item on the? No, you need to come and get on the microphone. And then that way you can be heard, not just in the chambers, but for the folks that are watching us. And let me turn your mic on. Give me a second. Your mic is on. Yes.
Hi. My name is Anthony Agoni, and this is spontaneous. It's just a question. When you approve sports lightings at parks and elementary schools, do you consider the impact on the neighbors having these bright lights on? For instance, at Kaiser School, when they installed the lighting in the parking lot there, it was blinding in my backyard, and I was never contacted, and I had to grow a tree, much larger to finally block it out. Is that part of the process?
When you make comments, we're not permitted to dialogue with the public about this. So, but you can give me a call.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay, anybody else wish to speak here? Okay, anybody on Zoom?
Cynthia McDonald, please.
Okay, Ms. McDonald, you have the floor.
I'm going to talk about the tennis center. Thank you for finally getting lighting on the tennis center. It's probably been about 10 years ago. I was on one of the back courts when the lights went out at night with no moonlight, and it was kind of creepy. So long time coming, but thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you for your comment. Anybody else on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Close public comment. And we got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Harlan, seconded by Councilmember Reynolds. Mayor Pro Tem, do you wish to be heard?
No, nothing more.
Okay. I just want to say, do you have anything to say, Councilmember Reynolds? Nope. Okay. Just that I do support the comment about Kaiser. Let's look into that and what was happening in 2016 and whether it makes sense to move it forward. Okay. So let's call for the question.
Motion carries 6-0.
Okay, good. So we're done with the consent calendar, and just for the benefit of our students, that was 14 different items we did there, and a lot of important stuff. It just doesn't get a lot of airtime. We have 2 public hearing items. It's 7:38. You want to go forward with this, or you want to take a break? Okay. Councilmember Chavez wants to go forward, then we're going to go forward. So let's please read the title, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. This is review of the Planning Commission's decision to deny planning application 22-45 for a new public charter high school, Vista Meridian Global Academy, and a minor conditional use permit for small car parking located at 1620 Sunflower Avenue. Staff presentation by Mr. Villalobos, Assistant Planner.
Thank you very much. Mr. Villalobos, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Gabriel Villalobos, and I'm an Assistant Planner with the Development Services Department, and tonight I'm presenting Planning Application 22-45 for the Vista Meridian Global Academy. Planning Application 22-45 is a request for a proposed change in use from the previous use of the site as an office building into a new public charter high school. Pursuant to Costa Mesa Municipal Code Section 13-30, new schools within the industrial park zone must be approved through a conditional use permit. The proposed charter school, Vista Meridian Global Academy, proposes a maximum enrollment of 500 students with up to 125 students per grade.
Excuse me, Mr. Villalobos. Oh, I guess it's on the screen. Yeah, it's not displaying on our council screen, but we can look up with everybody else, I suppose.
We've got it right.
And we've got the printout. Yeah, good. All right, thank you. Go ahead.
The proposed charter high school includes grades 9 through 12 and will require a total of 51 employees to operate, including 36 full-time and 15 part-time staff members. The proposed hours of operation for a typical school day are from 8:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. with early dismissals on Friday at 2 p.m. Pickup and drop-off hours are designated to start no sooner than 7 a.m. up until school time at 8:30 a.m. for student drop-off and from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. for student pickup. Site circulation will be monitored and coordinated per the queuing plan provided by Vista Meridian, with staff positioned throughout the site to ensure efficiency for vehicle circulation through the parking lot. Vista Meridian also proposes to offer free transportation to and from the school via the charter's own fleet of vehicles for transporting students to and from predetermined locations. All school activities will take place under roof, and there are no recreational or lunch facilities proposed outside of the building. There are no major tenant improvements to the existing building proposed. The existing square footage and height of the building shall remain as is, and there will be no major changes to the interior of the building other than seismic structural upgrades to meet California Building Code requirements for a public school. The project site has been restriped and will add a pedestrian pathway for accessibility purposes leading from Highland Avenue to the front entrance of the building. A total of 14 small car parking spaces have been included in the proposal, which is within the 10% maximum limit for small car parking as specified in Costa Mesa Municipal Code Section 13-94. In addition, multiple bicycle racks will also be installed near the entrance of the school to help promote a bike-to-school program. The project site is composed of 2 parcels, each containing existing buildings. 1620 Sunflower, which is the northern portion of the project site, is currently developed with a 37,455 square foot, 2-story industrial office building and 177 surface parking spaces. 1600 Sunflower Avenue, which is not included in the scope of work of this project, includes an existing 35,621 square foot, 2-story industrial office building and 85 surface parking spaces. The project site is accessed via 2 driveway approaches, with one on Sunflower Avenue and the other along Highland Avenue. The proposal includes a reduction in parking spaces to accommodate pedestrian accessibility for an overall total of 237 parking spaces on site for both parcels, and a shared parking and reciprocal access agreement between the 2 parcels that is currently existing. The project site is located at 1620 Sunflower Avenue, which is located northwest of the intersection of Sunflower Avenue and Highland Avenue. The project site is surrounded by a mix of industrial and office land uses to the north, east, and west, including a FedEx distribution center and several commercial offices, along with the SoCo Commercial Center to the south. The subject property is Zone MP or Industrial Park and is surrounded by similarly zoned parcels to the north and west, with some planned development industrial properties located to the east and south. In addition, the project is not located within any designated specific plan area. Vista Meridian Global Academy differs from other schools within the city as it is considered a charter school. A charter school is defined as a public school that may provide instruction in any combination of grades from kindergarten through through grade 12. Education Code Section 47605-6 grants chartering authority to county boards of education, and Vista Meridian Global Academy was specifically approved through resolution by the Orange County Board of Education for a countywide charter on June 1st, 2022, excuse me. Planning application 22-45 was originally heard by the Planning Commission on November 27, 2023. The Planning Commission voted to deny the approval of the CUP by a vote of 6-1 and made the following denial findings, citing an incompatibility with adjacent land uses, specifically with Measure X cannabis businesses, which are only allowed in this specific section of the city, traffic circulation and queuing concerns during peak traffic demand hours, specifically along Highland Avenue and within the parking lot of the project site, safety concerns regarding the mix of pedestrian, bicyclist, and vehicular traffic in and around the project site, and concerns regarding the health and well-being of students due to indoor-only school operations. The project site is within the Measure X green zone, which allows for cannabis manufacturing, distribution, research and development, testing, and home delivery with city approval of a conditional use permit and issuance of a cannabis business permit and business license. There are up to 25 cannabis non-storefront businesses currently operating in the green zone area, with the nearest cannabis business operating approximately 500 feet from the subject site, measured from property line to property line. There are no state or local requirements that prohibit a school from locating in close proximity to non-storefront cannabis uses. However, once a school is established, new cannabis non-storefront uses are required to locate 600 feet away from the school per state law, business and professional code section 26054. Currently, there is one cannabis non-storefront use located within 600 feet of the proposed school, and another 4 cannabis non-storefront uses located within 1,000 feet from the proposed school. The majority of the other operating cannabis non-storefront uses in the green zone are located westerly of the site on Cadillac Avenue. Cannabis retail storefronts are prohibited in the green zone. Staff recommends that the City Council review the Planning Commission's decision to deny planning application 22-45. This concludes staff's presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Okay.
I have questions.
Why don't we do this? Could you hold your question?
Yep.
And let's hear from the applicant. And then we'll do questions, and we can ask questions of both staff and the applicant. And then we'll do public comment. And then after the public comment, we'll hear any rebuttal from the applicant. So let's go to the applicant. Do you wish to make a presentation?
Good evening, Mayor Stevens, honorable council members. My name is Dr. Don Wilson. I'm the superintendent for Vista Charter Public Schools. I am a lifelong educator. I started my career in 1988 with LAUSD. And since that time, I've been a teacher, a principal, assistant superintendent, and superintendent. Over the last 36 years, most of my work has actually been with traditional school districts. But in the last 8 years, I've worked in the charter world with Vista Charter Public Schools. Our mission at Vista Meridian Global Academy is to create a transformative high school learning experience that is engaging, globally oriented, and builds a strong STEAM foundation for college and career. But at the same time, we are focused that we take that learning into action that makes our communities a better place to live. Well, there has been some tension between the regular school districts and the charter world. I've been a part of both those worlds for many, many years, and I have deep respect for everyone who is working to better the lives of children, whether it's in private, public, or the charter world. We're all working towards the same goal of helping our students reach their potential and access the American dream. We have always strived to work really well with our neighboring school and districts. Most districts are very appreciative of our efforts to seek a private location for our school sites, as that keeps us from having to ask for Prop 39, which is a California law that allows us to use local district school sites upon request. There seems to be some misunderstanding at the Planning Commission meeting on the purpose of our project and the impact of a no vote. A no vote does not stop our charter from existing. That was set, and it'll be set for years to come. However, not getting our building will actually force us to use Prop 39 and request to locate in the Newport Mesa district, a situation that will not be in the best interest of Newport Mesa or for Vista. We're here today to seek your approval for the CUP to house our school at Sunflower. As you know, this is a land use issue, and the work done by the city planner's office was thorough, and their staff recommendation was to move forward, and it was positive and very clear. We also have great support from the local community and the business community, from Rose Equities, Segerstrom, Harbor Gateway, SoCo, and the Chamber of Commerce. This building is an incredible opportunity to bring pedagogy and architecture together. The building was built to accommodate a modern working environment in a very fast-changing working world. Our students will be learning, creating, collaborating in the same kind of work environment that they will be encountering for years. This building, quite frankly, is a model for all future schools, and I believe Costa Mesa will be the place that educators come to see how we might re-envision the future of education. Mr. Wynn, the property owner, created an amazing building, and he created an amazing building, and with great foresight, he saw how this might be repurposed to bless the lives of children. And on the behalf of our students, on behalf of their families, I respectfully ask for your support. I'd like to pass the time over now to Mr. Joseph Smith, our land use consultant.
Thank you. Mr. Smith.
Yeah, hi. Good evening. My name is Joseph Smith with California Coastal Works. I'm land use consultant for the proposed school that's before you this evening. Mayor and council, thank you for this rehearing, and thank you to staff for all the effort that you've given us over the last year to get this project to hearing. As Mr. Wilson discussed, this request is a land use matter, nothing more, nothing less. A conditional use permit for a new high school near the corner of Highland and Sunflower. The requested permit is supported by thorough analysis conducted by the city and evidence in the record prepared by our team and by the city. For example, at the city's request nearly 1 year ago, we spent $32,000 for a comprehensive traffic study that was prepared by the city's traffic consultant, Michael Baker International. The study vetted the school's on-site drop-off and pickup program. It vetted the on-site vehicle queuing and circulation program, potential impacts for any city streets and intersections, and an analysis of vehicle miles traveled, or VMT. The report concluded that even with the school at full capacity of 500 students, the city's streets and intersections would continue to operate at an acceptable level of service, and no off-site improvements were needed to any city street or intersection. This is because the site is the right kind of site for a new school, but it's also because this school doesn't allow students to drive to campus. That's one of its fundamental rules. And it also offers a robust transportation program each day with up to 40% of the student body anticipated to come on the school-provided transportation. Nonetheless, we are supportive of the city's desire to add a condition of approval where in the event there were an operational problem related to circulation or whatnot, the school would recruit a qualified traffic engineer to work with the city's public works department to remedy the situation to their satisfaction, and that's included in the resolution for approval. We are aware of the council's policy on private outdoor play areas, and we also acknowledge the policy's goal to create outside space for kids. We wish to note that this is a public high school. This is not a private elementary or a private high school. If it were, the policy would call for about 91,000 square feet of outdoor play space, just under 2 acres in size. We're a fully built out site that's at 2 acres in size. The current layout of the existing office building is ideal for conversion into a high school. One of the building's highlights, as was noted, is an existing full-size indoor basketball court. It has a sports court. It has a recreation room on the first floor. As part of the planned remodel, these spaces would be improved into a large gymnasium, a small gymnasium, and a weight room. Due to the ability to provide indoor recreations, students will have access to physical education and sporting electives in a safe environment. Regarding the city's Measure X green zone, We are aware that cannabis manufacturing is occurring behind closed doors within 1,000 feet of the site, along with many other types of manufacturing also behind closed doors in this industrial park zone. We're aware of that. As far as cannabis is concerned, this is a non-retail situation, and we were aware of this when we chose this building. As noted during the Planning Commission's deliberations, the city does not have a specific vision for the area near Highland and Sunflower. Since the start of COVID, the site has been vacant, and this school provides an opportunity for the property owner, who you'll hear from next, to repurpose a vacant large commercial office building for a use that provides a service to Costa Mesa's residents and families. We desire to be part of the Costa Mesa community, and while we recognize that this type of school may not be for every family, there are several families seeking options for the type of education that we do provide. But the matter before you is a question of findings for a conditional use permit. The proposed school use complies fully with the city's general plan and zoning designation for the site. As demonstrated in the city's documents, locating a new educational use in a vacant office building on Sunflower was determined already not to result in negative impacts to transportation, circulation, public safety, and so forth. The site is 2 acres in size. It's located in an urban environment. It's adequately served by all utilities and public services. Drop-off and pickup times were intentionally staggered across a 1.5-hour duration in the morning from 7 to 8:30 a.m. and a 2-hour duration in the evening from 4 to 6 p.m. During drop-off and pickup activities, the site allows for up to 23 vehicles at one time to be queued on site. The site has ample parking. It has more parking than is required by the city's code. And all drive aisles, all parking spaces, the layout of all outdoor spaces is sized per city codes, which also means that emergency vehicle access would be sufficiently maintained throughout the site, even during a full vehicle queuing capacity. Again, we thank the City Council for rehearing this permit request and look forward to serving the city's residents for many years to come. I'd like to call up the property owner, Eric Wynn.
Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Eric Wynn. My name's Eric Wynn. I have been a business owner for over 30 years in Costa Mesa. I own multiple businesses in the city. As you can see, I'm not only running my business in Costa Mesa, but also actively seeking local investment opportunities to contribute to a cyclical economy concept. And opening Vista Meridian at my Sunflower property would fit that model perfectly. This building has been vacant for over 3 years. Due to COVID, and opening a school here would help us pivot and efficiently reuse existing resources in a very in a way that greatly benefits the community. The reinvestment into this building of over $2 million will enhance the area by adding to the amenities offered to the residents of the city, further contributing to the economic development occurring throughout Costa Mesa. As a long-time Costa Mesa constituent, I would like to respectfully request your support and approval of the CUP before you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Mr. Wilson, would you mind stepping up one more time to the podium? I just have a question for you. So we've included in our staff report attachment 1, it's got the conditions of approval, and that's Exhibit B. Have you read those conditions of approval?
We have.
And do you agree with them?
We do.
Okay, thank you. Now we're going to open it up to the council for questions. You may ask questions to staff or the applicant. And Councilmember Gameros, you said you had some questions.
So I did, but they've been answered. Thank you.
Oh, wonderful. Any other council member have any questions? Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. I have 2 questions, one for the applicant, one for staff. I'll start with staff. For clarification, can you once again share what the distance is from the cannabis uses to the site?
So the closest Measure X cannabis facility to the proposed project site location is approximately 500 feet away, measured from property line to property line.
Okay, and is that a retail front? Is that like a delivery? Is that manufacturing?
No, it's currently a manufacturer, and they also do home deliveries.
Okay, so it's home deliveries is 500 feet from the site.
Correct.
Okay.
Home deliveries are allowed in the Measure X area.
Okay, thank you. And then for the applicant, just for, if you want to come up, or maybe. Just for clarification for the public and for maybe council, could you elaborate on what Prop 39 is?
Absolutely. So I won't go into the entire history of it, but it was a collaborative proposition with the local districts, the unions, and the charter school movement many years ago that allows for charter schools to apply for space in a school district at their school site. So we have a legal right to do so. We don't want to do that. We have multiple private sites right now. We have our private site in LA, our private site in Santa Ana. And by looking for private sites, it's one of the ways that we try to be a good neighbor with our local district, really going in there and saying, look, we don't want to be on your campus. We don't want to take up the space. What we would like to do is to have our own building, and we really would love to be a collaborative community member with the local districts. I've reached out and spoken to Dr. Wesley Smith multiple times. We both highly respect each other, and this, again, one way to use Prop 39, we try not to do that. So this would force us to then apply to Newport Mesa, and then they would have to look and see what their locations are, where their site, and there's a list, you can find it online, where they have extra space, and then they would be required to offer us that space.
Okay, and I guess my final question for you, which I think you've already said, but so should this item not be approved, does Vista intend to use Prop 39 to find another site in City of Costa Mesa?
We would have to while we're looking for another site, exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Any other council members have questions? Yeah, Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, thank you. I have a couple of questions. And I do want to note that I had a meeting with, I thought I saw him come. Thank you. Mr. Colin
Felch,
Mr.
Dr.
Colin,
Felch, yeah.
yes.
He's my deputy superintendent.
And so I did get a number of my questions answered, but in one of the presentations, this public outdoor space requirement was mentioned, and I want to understand what you shared. So I understand that there was a comment about if you were not a public school, there would be an open space requirement, but can you just elaborate on that and confirm? My understanding with the application is that there would be zero outdoor space for students attending this school. So if you can just elaborate on your comment and then share kind of what the school's plans would be to provide outdoor, any kind of outdoor recreation.
Yeah, and I'll touch on the beginning, and maybe Dr. Felch, he can speak to the programming. So the council has a policy for private outdoor play space. And in reading that policy, it does cover elementary schools and high schools. My interpretation, my read of it feels like it's slated more for playground space, but it does cover high schools as well. So the council policy has a ratio, square footage per student of outdoor play space. We are a public high school, so you could say technically the policy doesn't apply, but for the sake of what we submitted, we did an analysis with that council policy, full transparency. At 182 square feet per student is about 91,000 square feet that would be called for by the council's policy of outdoor space. The site is just over 2 acres, 94,000 square feet.
Right, I understood the math piece. I was interested in, you had said the outdoor space requirement doesn't count for your site, and I want to understand why that is.
Yeah, that was just specifically based on what the policy language reads with private outdoor space, and this is a public school. And as far as the amenities go, so one thing that I mentioned in the presentation is the site has fairly large indoor recreational facilities. We did look to an outdoor location just above the school in just north of the site in the parking lot area. There's a reciprocal parking agreement that staff noted. There's restrictions on what we can do outside, so there was limitations on using that space that we were bound to just let it be. But as far as the programming goes, I'd like to have Dr. Felch explain.
Yeah, so similar to what Joseph said, the plan is that we would use the two gymnasiums, the larger gym and the smaller gymnasium, the weight room, for regular recreational PE activities. But at the same time, because of our partners for dual enrollment at the college campuses, our students are able to get outside, go on the bus on a daily basis, and go to these local community colleges. So they do get fresh air at the same time.
Okay. Councilmember Reynolds, do you have any other questions?
I did, but it's escaping me. So if you have some, it might come back.
You know, if you think of it, we'll come back to you.
Thank
Just
Yeah.
whatever you need. Mayor Pro Tem.
I just have one question. It's actually for Mr. Wynn, the property owner, and you can just nod your head. You don't have to get up. My question is, do you own both parcels or just the one that the proposed school site is on? Both parcels. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, Councilmember Marr.
Yeah, a question for staff. As we think about this part of the city that's been specifically designated for industrial uses, including cannabis, how should we be thinking about alternative land use options in that same zone? In other words, at some point, this council decided to specifically set aside part of the city for specific use. In your opinion, how should we reconcile the current request with that previous decision?
Councilmember Marr, I think there are a couple ways of really looking and digesting your question, and specifically with regards to, what is the future of that area, or how we should look into that future. There is obviously the green zone out there. It allows for the cannabis distribution, manufacturing, testing, et cetera, and delivery. However, it doesn't require any separation requirements for schools, which this is being proposed, obviously, as Gabriel mentioned. One thing that I do think is worth mentioning is that institutional uses like schools are allowed in that zone with a conditional use permit. And that was one of the reasons that staff supported the application initially based on the conditions. The Planning Commission disagreed with some of the concerns that they had with that proposal. Like many other proposals that might be allowed in that zone, there are a lot of institutional uses that are permitted. I can go over a few if you like, but basically I think what we would be looking at is most of the uses outside of the institutional uses that would be allowed in that zone, which our zoning standards for that area are flexible, would be required to be approved by a conditional use permit to where we could look at them on an individual basis. So to sort of summarize it, I think that is a good way of looking at it from the perspective of individual uses and allowing where they seem fit.
Right. So the conditional use permit effectively allows us to decide. You're making a staff recommendation on whether something could go there. The policy decision in the CUP is whether it should go there. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then for the applicant, I'm sorry, I have to come back to this. So the comment about open space and or fresh air and buses, you're suggesting once they get to the community college, then there's more fresh air they can access, not on the bus, right?
They roll down the
Correct.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, I forgot to also mention that we have athletics. We're already a CIF school, so we also have athletics that our students play soccer and basketball and so on. So there's plenty of opportunities to get the recreation that students need.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Reynolds, you remembered?
I remembered my questions. Yes. Okay. So another question, because I thought I had sorted through this, but Mr. Felch, in our conversation, you had described kind of the interest in this building because of how it had already been renovated. And now, Mr. Wilson, you're describing that if it's not this building, like we will come to Newport Mesa, we're going to find a building in Newport Mesa. So I want to kind of understand that difference. It feels like a little bit of a different story. My understanding is that, this location was both outfitted, in a way that you find beneficial for your programs, and is also close in proximity to your existing student body, right? So, and then there's this letter that I think you acknowledge where the school had previous stated, we're not coming to Newport Mesa, we know. So I want to understand kind of what you see as the ideal location. Yeah, so if you can just expand on that.
I can start.
Yeah, and let me just sort of tee up the second question, which is a follow-up there, because I do think it's helpful. And we had talked about this. You mentioned, I had asked about sports teams and an opportunity for students to play sports. We've acknowledged there's no outdoor recreation space. So for a soccer team, for example, can you describe what your plan would be in terms of finding places for those students to play?
Sure. So starting with your first question, this is our ideal facility. And so that's why we have really focused on this. And as Dr. Wilson has mentioned, or for the reasons that Dr. Wilson mentioned, if we don't have this site, we don't have a site. We have an operating school that is currently serving grades 9 through 11 in Santa Ana. We have our first graduating class next year. We don't have the space. And so not only is this the ideal site for our program, but we don't have another location. And so in essence, we'd be without a site without this. So that is why we were talking about Prop 39, because while it's far from an ideal circumstance for Vista, and I'm sure for Newport Mesa, it might be our only option at that point. And so that's why we really want this site for a number of reasons. But the fact of the matter is we also need this site for our kids and for our first graduating class next year. And then remind me your second question. Oh, soccer.
Where, yeah.
So,
what's your plan?
yes, so we currently, because our current site is in Santa Ana, we're currently hosting soccer games at Centennial Park in Santa Ana, but we'd be definitely interested in, and we didn't want to get too far without the entitlements, but we would be looking at hosting home games at one of the amazing parks here in Costa Mesa.
And I'll just add, I just want to address the email, the letter to Dr. Smith as well. That was very, very sincere. When at the time when we first started this, we actually had a site in Garden Grove. And we reached out to Garden Grove School District. I spoke to the superintendent at the time. I told her, what was happening, what we were doing, and we thought that was going to be great. That site fell through. Finding a site for a school is not for the faint of heart, I will tell you. We are at a Prop 39 site in Los Angeles currently, but we are actively working on a weekly basis to find a site for that elementary school so that we can then be out of their hair, so to speak, because we know that is appreciated on both sides. So I really did believe at the time that we had a site in Garden Grove and that we would not be moving to Costa Mesa. We looked at multiple sites along the way, and when this site came up, I will be honest, we walked in and we had seen another site before, which was, it was okay. We're like, all right, well, we can make this work, a little paint, a little this. And then they brought me to this site, and the wow factor was like, I said, this is the future of education. Our schools, the schools that I've worked in for 36 years, they were built for an economy of 120 years ago, 100 years ago. They were built for factory workers. We literally put our children in rows so that they could sit for 6 to 8 hours a day and then graduate in 6th to 8th grade and go out and become a factory worker. Believe it or not, that's the true history of the architecture of our schools. And today, our students are not going to factories. Our students are working in the gig economy. They're working in technology. And this is an amazing opportunity for our students, like I said, to match architecture with pedagogy, to actually be working and learning in the kind of environments that they're going to be in for years to come. So, yeah, we love the site. We think it's an incredible opportunity. We feel that it's permitted. The owner has been so generous and working with us and along the way. So again, I hope that answered the question. And if you have any other questions, we'd be happy to help.
Mayor Pro Tem, your lights are...
It is, yes. I do have a question. So following up on the outdoor space, I believe it was Mr. Smith who had mentioned, or maybe Dr. Felch, there was an idea to do some outdoor space, but because of the reciprocal parking easement, that was abandoned. Where would that have been, and what did that look like?
Yeah, if staff, could you put the site plan and just point to it? The reciprocal parking agreement, back in the day, the property was one property, and there was a parcel map that split the properties, and the city required that the two properties share parking under reciprocal easement. So at the very top of the screen, behind the building at the very top, that section of parking there, some of those spaces are designated on this exhibit in the agreement as reciprocal shared parking spaces that must be in perpetuity. So what we had considered is up in that area there, sorry, let me do a little sidetrack. We have 44 surplus spaces. We're overparked by 44 for the site. And so we thought, well, let's use some of that space as an outdoor. It's right next to the gym. Kids could be out there. And it could be one of those that maybe is gated off. Cars could pass through during the day for the drop-off pickup, and then we can close them and have some space outdoors. So that was the idea at the very beginning. But when we started getting into the documents, it got complicated.
Well,
so that's the history of it.
Okay. Well, I don't have the benefit of looking at the documents, but as a matter of practice, if the property owner owns both parcels, that easement agreement could be modified, amended, rescinded in some way. So I'm just going to throw that out there.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I just have a few pretty simple questions. So for staff, this application was recommended for approval at the Planning Commission level by staff, correct?
Yes.
And you've talked about some of this to Councilmember Marr, but can you just briefly summarize the basis of that approval recommendation?
Yes, Mayor. When staff reviewed the project, we found that there was an allowance for institutional uses in the industrial park district, conditionally to be approved. And we felt that based on conditionally approval that the use could work there. We also found it in compliance with parking, and a traffic study determined that there was adequate level of service in the local street circulation areas based on different factors, including a transportation program with an estimated 40% student use of buses and other vehicles.
Okay. Thank you. So should I direct I have a question about traffic, the traffic study. Should I direct that to Mr. Setharaman? So you heard Mr. Smith summarize the findings of the traffic study. Did he accurately summarize those?
Mr. Mayor, let me have Jennifer Rosales, our transportation manager, give a brief overview of that.
Oh, sure.
And then we can go from there.
Yeah, that's fine. You can, why don't you just go to the podium, Jennifer? That's fine. Thank you. Okay, did you hear my question? I just wanted to know, I mean, you may have something to add, but the consultant, Mr. Smith, summarized the findings of the traffic study, and I just wanted to make sure it was accurate. And if you have something else to add, I would welcome that too.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Stevens. I do have just a few other points to add. In addition, to address any potential traffic concerns, the driveway at Highland, staff's recommending that it's restricted to, it would be right in, right out only. This would require a median or raised delineators at the driveway to be installed to be able to restrict it to right in, right out. Also, access for the school would be limited to the Highland driveway only. And then the last point I wanted to make is that school personnel, in the proposed operations plan, they have a minimum of 5 school personnel to monitor the queuing during pickup and drop-off times. And we'd recommend that one of the school personnel monitor the vehicle circulation to make sure to just monitor for any potential vehicle, pedestrian, or bicycle conflicts during the pickup and drop-off periods.
Okay. And are those requirements, both in terms of the hardscape infrastructure and the supervision, part of the conditions of approval?
Mayor Stevens, I don't believe so, so we would need to make sure that they'd be part of those conditions.
Okay. And can we have and don't go, can we have Mr. Smith? I just have a question for you. Can we put up slide number 3, please? Okay, so you heard what Ms. Rosales said about the in and out. Can you just briefly explain, I think you're the right person to do it, briefly explain the ingress and egress of the pickup and drop off, and also where the kids would be, students would be picked up, and also the timing of it?
Yes. Yeah, and thank you, Ms. Rosales, for clarifying that. Those are the on-site improvements, and we are in agreement with those on-site improvements, and we would welcome the condition. So users would be, parents would be coming in on Highland, taking a right into the driveway there, mid-screen, and the way the circulation runs is it runs up to the top of the screen, around the top of the building at the top of the screen, and then down. Where it says proposed school, the P sits right about where there is a large gymnasium door. That is an excellent staging point for drop-off and pickup. So that's the valet zone. And the way the school does their operations is as parents are coming into the site or whoever's driving, it's flagged and we understand which parents are coming. So the kids are in the gymnasium or in the space there, and then they come out based on who's there to pick them up. So it's all happening there by the P. That area is restricted during our drop-off and pickup times. And so just to reiterate that again, that's an hour and a half in the morning from 7 to 8:30 a.m. Over that course of period, folks can come in at any time and drop off their kids. Pickup is a 2-hour window from 4 to 6 p.m. And it's the same circulation. After a car drops off, it would then wrap around the bottom of the school and head back out to Highland for that right in, right out that Ms. Rosales spoke about.
Got it. Okay. And then the other part of the question is about timing. So there's I think it was in an earlier slide, if I'm not mistaken, it said there's a period of time, like about an hour and a half, or maybe it's not in here. Maybe I got it someplace else. There's a period of time of pickup and drop off, and I think is it staggered?
Yes.
In other words, I mean, I've heard from some people, there's going to be 250 people in line, and so is that true, or is it going to be something other than that?
Yeah, and this may be a good question also for the school. They have other schools that operate in a similar capacity, if you want to explain based on their experience. But it's over a 1.5 hour period in the morning and over a 2-hour period in the evening after school. And you want to explain?
Mr. Finch, yeah.
Yes, so one of the main reasons, the primary reason why we do offer that large period of time in the morning and after school is to accommodate parent work schedules. A lot of parents, myself included, would have to drop off their kids early at 7 a.m. to get to work. And many parents might not get off of work until 5 p.m. and can't pick up their students until 5:30. And so as a result, we want to accommodate parent schedules, but at the same time, a byproduct of that is also to reduce the number of cars queuing at any one time. We start off by having 40% of our students taking the school-based transportation. We also expect at least a few students, hopefully more than a few, would bike to school, and we would promote a bike to school program. But in addition to that, we will be providing the remaining families the opportunity anytime during that hour-and-a-half period in the morning and 2-hour period in the afternoon to pick up and drop off their kids. And as a result, that combined with the fact that we will have 5 staff members helping facilitate the pickup and drop off process, being extremely efficient, that will make it, and I say this from experience because we do this at all of our other schools, and having been the former principal of one of our other schools that now has 850 students at the site, we do it in a matter where we don't ever have more than really 10 cars queued at any one time. Many of our parents so if school starts at 8:30, it's not like all of the parents are coming at 8:20 or 8:25 to drop off their kids. Some might, but some might also be dropping off at 7, 7:15, 7:30. And same thing in the afternoon. We don't necessarily have a long line right at 4 o'clock. We'll have some at 4 o'clock, 4:15, 4:30, all the way until 6 o'clock. So that's why I'm very confident that traffic will not be an issue at any one time because of our pickup and drop-off procedures. And I speak from experience.
Okay. And so then, just to orient us on number 3, if they drop off by the P, right across from the P, across over that fence, that's the FedEx
that is correct.
Distribution. And then the office complex, we got some correspondence from them. They're at the top of the, that's 3525?
Correct.
Okay. All right, I just maybe have a couple more. For staff, is this site on our a housing opportunity site on the housing element?
Mayor, it is not a housing opportunity site.
Thanks. Okay, I have one question, if I could, from the property owner, and then I have another question for the staff, and then I'm done, I promise. Okay? Why has it been vacant for so long?
We're picky.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, that's fine. If that's your answer, stick to it. Okay. Now for the staff, Mr. Wilson and Mr. Felch, if you could come back. Oh, first of all, while you're coming up, for staff, I was there. I've visited the place numerous times, and I drove from the site, the project site, to Nature's Market, which is on Toronto. That's the Measure X, and the path of travel was about 0.4 of a mile. Does that sound about right to you? Have you ever done that?
That's correct. So measuring it from Google, it's approximately half a mile away. There's no direct line of access to the Measure X facility. They would have to go down Sunflower Avenue onto Cadillac and then onto Toronto.
Okay. And then the Nature's Market, you mentioned what they do. They'll do all that inside, correct?
That's correct. There's no outdoor activity whatsoever. No signage indicating that it's a Measure X or cannabis related as well.
I was going to ask you about that. And then in between the project site and Nature's Market is the FedEx distribution center, correct?
Correct, yes, and it's completely fenced off, so there's no accessibility from the project site.
Got it. Okay, Yes, sir. Do you wish to expand on your eloquently brief answer?
Because when I was reading, did my presentation, I did say it was partly because of COVID.
Yeah.
But also, it was, we knew it's a special site, and that's where I meant why we were being picky. I designed the building actually, and putting all the amenities in it. I was hoping that we could get something. I just felt that it was a well-built and well-designed building, worth waiting for somebody that would utilize the amenities and the design and the finance that we put into it.
What was the last tenant?
It was that building we bought from a medical manufacturer. I think it's called
It doesn't matter.
Medtronics.
Oh, Medtronics.
Yes.
Okay. Interesting. All right. Gentlemen, can you come up for the final question? I promise, Mr. Wilson and Mr. Felch. So there was I think it was one of the findings in the Planning Commission where they addressed the issue of the Measure X, being in the Measure X zone. And, you guys have known that going in with your eyes wide open. Can you explain to us why you do not consider that to be a constraint on your ability to provide, a good education for your students?
Go ahead, and then I can follow up. So first of all, when we're talking about 500 feet, that's 500 feet as the crow flies. But if you were to walk or drive, I believe it's almost a half a mile away. So it really is not close. It's not labeled. So we're confident that our students, our families would not have any interaction or exposure to that facility.
Got it. Yep. Anything else to add, sir?
I think that, when all of our schools are, there's manufacturing going on everywhere. And as long as the manufacturers are following the law, whether it's marijuana or anything else, our kids are not exposed to it. They don't see it. It's not near us. They don't know about it. It's not a storefront. So it's the same as any other kind of manufacturing that might be going on in an industrial park. But we do an incredible job at keeping our kids safe. Safety is number one. And so, as Dr. Felch said, it would be it's not impossible in this day and age for our kids to have access. We do everything in our power to make sure that we prevent that as much as we possibly can.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, and if there's no other question, let's open it up for public comment. Again, start on both sides, please. Use both podiums. Yes, sir.
Timer?
Yeah, you get 3 minutes.
Yep. Is it posted somewhere?
Yeah, you gotta. It's should be someplace there, but you'll hear a ding at 1 minute, just like you did in the.
If we could put it on the monitor, that would be helpful. Once again, Mayor, City Council members, grateful to be here today. I have spoken with Dr. Wilson. He's been very, very kind. His heart is in the right place. It's been a pleasure chatting with him. I know that the issue is being narrowly discussed as a land use. However, the PowerPoint presentation mentioned other things. The presenters mentioned a couple of other things, so I believe I'm justified in addressing several of those things. The Prop 39 commentary I think is interesting. The word obligated was used. I would say that there's another legal interpretation. If that authorization wasn't appropriately given, then we're not obligated. And we welcome that conversation with them and look forward, if you deny this appeal, to having that conversation with them. It's important that this charter doesn't meet the requirements of the statute 4706, 605.6 rather. It did not identify what student population in our school district was going to be served specifically. It did not mention an innovative program. In fact, one would argue that none of what they're doing, while great, is different than what we're doing or as good as what we're doing. Career technical education you visited, we have a Blue Ribbon Lighthouse School, the highest designation you can get for concurrent enrollment. We have dual enrollment. We do those things, project-based learning. They also have an obligation under that statute to notify us that they intend to come here. They rescinded that notification when they sent that email, and I can appreciate they forgot they sent it, and then within months decided that this was the only location. That being said, legally they rescinded that notice to our school district. Therefore, we would have interesting conversations about that Prop 39 demand. I think it's interesting, too, in that note that they sent me, they said, and I quote, "We have no plans, current or future, to expand into Newport Mesa Unified School District." You have excellent schools, the best in the state. This will have zero impact on your school district. I would say 2 million and counting is more than zero. I've heard about permissibility. This could happen. We have the ability to do this. It sounds like the city is looking for a big enough hammer to hammer a square peg into a round hole. Is it permissible isn't the question. Is it appropriate for our kids? Single ingress and egress. 300 cars if their estimates are right. Again, estimates, their experience in other places. I know when our parents drop off, and they're going to drop off around the same time. It's based on when they work. 300 cars, single ingress and egress. Yeah, you can put it on paper that it works. Go to a school site and watch that. The city also, counterintuitively, is working hard on open air access for physical and mental well-being, and we're going to approve a school where they have none of that and say we'll bus them to that opportunity. Again, this might be permissible. It's inappropriate for our students, and I hope you deny the appeal.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Jasmine Aguilera, and I'm here to speak in favor of support for Vista Charter High School. As a parent who has 3 children enrolled in Vista Charter schools, I believe Vista's educational module fits best with what I want for my children, given it has been proved effective with my own experience. Prior to attending Vista Charter schools, my oldest child was in 8th grade and reading at a 4th grade level. Yes. With the previous school's grading system, modules, and practices, my son was just giving enough to push him through the next grade with no help from the school or any other tutoring, despite myself asking for more help. Fast forward to 2 amazing years at Vista Meridian. My now 10th grader is now in honors ELA and AP history. My child's growth would not have been possible without the dedicated staff, the educational module provided by Vista Global Academy. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Wilson versus State Board of Education, 1999, and the Charter School Act state that a public school district, in this case, Newport Mesa Unified, must receive notice. I quote, "No county-wide charter school may locate in a district that was not notified of the charter school's intention to locate in the district's boundaries," unquote. Newport Mesa Unified was not notified. So the law precludes Vista Meridian from locating in the Newport Mesa boundaries. The Newport Mesa Unified will have to give Vista Meridian $2.3 million to operate. A Newport Mesa Unified District trustee told me that those monies fund science camps and field trips, etc. As a local taxpayer, I object. I served as a public school and university educator for a total of 42 years, 9 of them with Newport Mesa. I also served as a union leader with the Garden Grove Education Association. As a former teacher and as a former union leader, I object. Data from 2023 indicate that charter school teachers' annual salaries range from $45.9K to $62.7K, less than half of current teacher salaries in the Newport Mesa Unified, and I did all this research online. I find the charter schools' teachers' salaries pathetic. As a former teacher and as a former union leader, I object. I have heard nothing in tonight's discussion of exchange between teachers and students. All I hear is parking, egress, blah, blah, blah. Can you imagine a rainy day schedule 5 days a week. I remember at Sonora Elementary. I remember at Corona Del Mar High. I remember at Pacifica High School. Rainy day schedules drove our kids nuts. This is not a good situation for the educational process that is strictly between teachers and students. Consider that. I admire Adam Areth's comment at the Planning Commission. I watched that and I said, yes, the students and the teachers need outdoor space. This facility is not compatible. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and staff. My name is Jeff Trader. It's my honor to serve as the Assistant Superintendent for the Newport Mesa Unified School District. And I'd like to clarify my comments that I made on November 27th at the Planning Commission meeting. Vista Meridian Global Academy is a county-wide charter. And as such, any resident of the Newport Mesa Unified School District who attends the academy will be attributed to the academy's average daily attendance. And what that means is Costa Mesa property tax dollars attributed to those students will no longer flow to the community that Newport Mesa Unified supports. So you may ask, how much money is at stake? If you assume 40% of their students reside in Costa Mesa, that would be $2.3 million. But Dr. Felch, the Deputy Superintendent of Vista Meridian, stated in the November 27th Planning Commission meeting that he expects 1/2 to 2/3 of the charter's 500 students to come from Costa Mesa. Doing the math on that transfer rate of $12,327 per ADA, that equates to $2.9 million to $3.9 million every year. So over a 10-year period, that is equivalent to the hard cost of the new Estancia Theater. So it's substantial. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. Today, I would like to present Vista Meridian Global Academy's appeal to occupy the building located at 1620 Sunflower Avenue. Hello, everyone. My name is Nisreen Malhis, serving on the board of United Nations Association of Orange County. We, as United Nations Association chapter, we have been working with Vista Meridian as partners, and our partnership has flourished, aligning with our shared goals to serve Orange County community. I have to say that we are very impressed with the focus that Vista Meridian has on developing global citizens who will be the future leaders in addressing and resolving issues that are important to all of us here in this community. We are so excited to see Vista Meridian move into the new building where their staff and students can take their global focus and other program to the next level. Let me share with you this particular experiment the students experienced. Last year, 8th grade students did a project about climate change in their area. There, they planned on a clean-up event on the Santa Ana River. In that process, they found that the homeless encampments are contributing to the pollution of the river. Doing all that and exploring all that, it was something so interesting. Last spring, they presented their project at Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore at the Global Education Conference and to a state representative at the Capitol in Washington. So these students are really experiencing unique, exciting things, and we would love to see that these students, they have these unique opportunities. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Honorable City Council, and staff. My name is Sue Ann Evans. I'm legal counsel for the Newport Mesa School District. We're here to urge the council to consider the numerous legal violations as well as the serious health and safety violations and concerns that have been raised. And they've been articulated well in the Planning Commission's statements. It does violate the Education Code 47605.6 to locate the charter within Newport Mesa's boundaries. I heard Mr. Wilson, or Dr. Wilson, forgive me, state that he intended that at the time that they would locate somewhere else. That letter has consequences, legal consequences, and that is that they cannot locate in the district's boundaries. It violates Business and Professions Code Section 26054 to locate a school within 600 feet of a cannabis facility, and that is one regardless of its retail or not. I didn't see it in the staff report, but I did hear it in the comments from your staff. We've heard a lot tonight about the outdoor space. There is no outdoor space for the students. There's no outdoor space for the staff. There's no green space. And the notion that they're going to be busing in students to come to school, busing them out to go to the local colleges, then they're going to bus them again. It really doesn't take into consideration the reality of busing right now. There is a shortage of busing and bus drivers, and you've probably all experienced that yourself. So it's not practical, frankly, to suggest that that's going to work here. With 500 students, 45 staff members inside all day at the site, the health and safety almost needs no explanation. There is no, the PE mandates for the state of California require 400 minutes every 10 days of physical education for high school students. How do they do that inside? And how do they meet the requirements for aquatics? These are just some of the requirements. Aquatics, team sports, when they don't have any of that laid out for you, or with the green space that they need to accomplish that. So with that, we ask that you take this into serious consideration. Health and safety matters, these students matter, and they need to be in a safe environment away from green space, green zone. And with that, we'll submit.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Greetings, Council. My name is Victor Jimenez, and I have been a resident of Costa Mesa my entire life, as well as a part of Newport Mesa Unified School District my entire life as well. I am currently a junior at Early College High School, where I am the vice president of ASB, and I am also one of the 6 student representatives on the district's school board. I am here today to speak against the implementation of the new charter school, Vista Meridian. My school, Early College, is a well-established school that has been seeing outstanding academic success in the past few years. Over time, it has garnered many awards, including a National Blue Ribbon Lighthouse School Award. My school is meant to serve around 200 students, which is similar to the small size the new charter school is trying to achieve. The new charter school also mentions having a dual enrollment program that they want to implement. However, this is something that Early College also offers. And our dual enrollment program is very robust and allows for the great portion of our school to finish their general education and even earn associate's degrees before they finish high school, which begs the question, with a school like Early College, I personally do not see the need for another school like Vista Meridian, which is so similar in such a small, I guess, it's in the same area. It's only about 2 miles away from Early College High School. And also, Newport Mesa's chief financial officer that also spoke today, Mr. Trader, mentioned in an article that the implementation of Vista Meridian would also take away funding from the Newport Mesa Unified School District, which would hurt the schools here in Costa Mesa. And before I go, I would also like to mention some things I thought about the school. As a student, I would really be dismayed if my school did not have a outside space, which is where sometimes you just need to take a breath of fresh air. It's good for public health. And also, I have concerns about biking in the area. I'm big on biking, and it's personally not my favorite place to bike. And additionally, about the cannabis comment about the students not knowing, I'm pretty sure they would know, and that also raises some concerns. I think they would know, but thank you very much for listening to me, and I hope that you vote against this new charter school. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Christina Flores, PTO President for Vistas Meridian. I am here to urge your approval for the new campus. I am a parent, and first and foremost, thank you so much for bringing up your concerns about the green zone. As a parent, of course, it is our concern as well for the well-being of our children. But just like they're exposed at every local store, liquor store, 7-Eleven, to any of those things, we are aware of the green area, and it doesn't affect the opportunity for the students to be able to come to Costa Mesa to study. We're looking and seeking an opportunity at this building that is amazing space for these children to take on global classes, to be able to see a better future. I understand the concern of not having an outdoor space. Ever since COVID, unfortunately, we were locked in. Our children are thriving where they are. We definitely would love a green space, outdoor space, but they are working on other facilities. They're working at a local college. I have a freshman in high school. She's currently at Santa Ana College right now, taking a political science class. She has 9 units under her. She started during her summer of 8th grade, taking a college class. She was one of the participants that went to Baltimore over the summer as well, took on a paid internship as well before she even became a freshman. She is now taking 9 units this semester, which Vista Meridian has provided. At your last meeting, you declined and denied this project. It took me really well under my belt because I am looking for the best opportunity for my daughter. I pulled her out. We were back the next day to Vista Meridian. The other schools do not offer what this school does, which is loving teachers, caring teachers. My daughter came back for those opportunities that Meridian was to offer. Meridian is here to stay. We're not putting any threats on Costa Mesa and Newport, but we're bringing on an opportunity and students who might not be able to have this anywhere else. The opportunity to be able to get into this magnificent building is an opportunity for our students to see a better future out there, to be sure that not just them are gonna be close at this time, but that all of us are gonna have some carrying into our climate change, that we're not all gonna have to be inside in the future. So this is why I urge you tonight to please approve this. Our staff cares, our parents care. We will comply with the rules of the parking that's designated and the driving directions as well. So thank you tonight for listening to us, and I hope you really take this into consideration.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Honorable Council. My name is Toby Lin. I'm a Costa Mesa resident, and I'm in 11th grade, currently attending Early College High School. As a student, I'm here to voice my concerns regarding the new charter school. I am opposed to the introduction of this charter school to the district. As a student through and through, I did some research, and according to the LA Times article I looked into, the NMUSD Assistant Superintendent, Jeff Trader, stated that the district would have to forfeit money for each NMUSD student that attended the proposed charter. And to my understanding, This charter school will pull monetary resources from all schools in our district, which means less funding for each student, and in conjunction, less funding for our school programs. There are numerous academic and extracurricular programs offered at Early College High, the school I attend and do love. ECHS offers dual enrollment with Orange Coast College, and I've been inspired by the seniors at ECHS graduating this year with several associate's degrees, and I'm on track to graduate high school with at least an AA in arts and humanities. Early College has provided a place for me not only academically, but artistically as well. From a college-level guitar ensemble class to a digital arts college class that has allowed my peers to express themselves and their boundless creativity. And when I say boundless, I really do mean it. ECHS is a small school with a student population around 220, and I have grown really close connections with not only my peers, but also my college professors and my high school teachers. And I've made memories and learned lessons in these programs from which I will reap a lifetime of benefits. And the thought of how decreased funding will affect the quality of these programs for future students as a result of the implementation of this charter school is very disheartening. And I would be truly defeated at the thought that future generations of high school students, such as my friend Emily, who is in attendance behind me, set to attend ECHS next year, will be left with programs of a lesser quality than those that I have the opportunity to partake in every single day. And one of my teachers that I've gotten to know very well at ECHS gave me some college advice, which is to do less to do more. And this is to focus one's efforts on small number of objects in order to achieve greatness in these. And in the same way, I hope funds are focused on our public schools and not a new charter in order to maintain the level of and quality of our beloved programs. And I strongly urge the council to vote against the implementation of this charter school. And I thank you, Honorable Council, for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Yes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Trent Spire, and I'm the principal of Vista Meridian Global Academy. We want to thank you for the opportunity to share our vision with you tonight. We believe that we truly offer a unique education for our students, and we would be delighted to offer this option to Costa Mesa. At Vista, we pride ourselves on serving the surrounding community by creating partnerships with local nonprofits. We've partnered with Project Food Box, who helps us provide fresh produce to any families in need. We are proud of our partnership with the Raya Foundation, who provides after-school and weekend sports programs to teenagers at no cost. Our partnership with the Turning Point Counseling has helped us provide mental health resources for dozens of students on a weekly basis. We also partner with the Corbin Family Resource Center to provide further support and family resources to those in need. Our passion for serving each other and our community is what unites us, and we look forward to continuing to pursue our passion in Costa Mesa. While Vista hasn't started any official partnerships with Costa Mesa nonprofits, as we did not want to put the cart in front of the horse, we have identified a number of organizations that are in complete alignment with our mission and vision. These organizations include Stand Up for Kids, Share Ourselves, Helping Hand of Southern California, Project Hope Alliance, and Save Our Youth. Our goal at Vista is to create strong partnerships with charitable organizations, and I personally guarantee that I will build relationships with multiple Costa Mesa nonprofits to maximize our positive impact on the community. By allowing us to join the Costa Mesa community, you will have an addition to the already long list of Costa Mesa organizations who are dedicated to giving back to the community. Our Vista family will do everything we can as a school community to make Costa Mesa an even better place. Our passion for serving our community brings us joy every day, and we ask that you allow us to bring our joy in serving the community to Costa Mesa. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
My name is Emily Aguilera, and I've been a resident in Costa Mesa for 13 years. I would like to talk about the charter school. I'm an 8th grader at Tewinkle Middle School, and on October 20th, I learned I was accepted to go to Early College High School for the next school year. I was extremely excited to learn that I would be able to attend the same school my sister Zaira Aguilera went to. Early College was an amazing experience and had many opportunities that helped her go to UC Berkeley. I was about 6 to 7 years old when my only goal in life was to get into Early College High School, and how I would be so lucky to have all these amazing experiences. But upon learning about the charter school that was trying to take money from the other high schools in our district to fund themselves, I started thinking about how this could potentially cut programs. This would mean that other students wouldn't be able to have the same learning experience. I realized that this doesn't just affect me, but the future students that will come after me. I want them to have the same experiences my sister had because of where early college took her. My sister just graduated a semester early from UC Berkeley because of all the extra units she had from early college. She got her AA at early college before she got to Berkeley, and I would like to do the same. And the charter school would be almost the same thing as early college already is, but early college already has amazing programs, and if the charter school came, the charter school and early college would basically be the same thing. That is why I strongly urge the council to vote against the charter school and keep opportunities open for the coming generations that decide to go to early college.
Yes, you have the floor.
Hi, good evening. My name is Brianna Williams, and I'm here to speak in support of Vista Meridian. I grew up here in Costa Mesa, and I'm very excited for Vista Meridian to bring their teaching model and their values to the Costa Mesa community. Vista Meridian highly cares for its students, and they really do have a unique opportunity and experience for their students in the Costa Mesa community. So I am looking forward to seeing that here in Costa Mesa, and I hope that you approve them today. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Robert Sterling, and I think I'm one of the only high school teachers in the room. I've also taught at T. Winkle Middle School. I'm an employee of the Newport Mesa Unified School District for 25 years, the Avid College Preparatory Coordinator. I'm also a board member of SOI. I heard the name SOI mentioned, and so we do need to, we have no agreement. So I want to clarify a couple of, neighborly things. And I'm also the retired vice president of RE/MAX Real Estate. So I have a unique opinion based on living here, teaching here as a nonprofit and private sector. I'd like to send my respect to the entire council, the staff, and also our friends in the Santa Ana City Council and the Santa Ana School Board and the Santa Ana parents who are here. So we do appreciate that. Our charter school, Santa Ana charter members, we also want to acknowledge your good work. And so I'd like to lower it gentle with the phrase best practices. This is what we're taught. And I have the president of our school board here, Carol Crane, and of course, Dr. Wesley Smith and Mr. Trader, who I've known for his family for years. And I just have to say, there's a lot of respect to go around. With best practices, there might be a few thoughts. Now, I have been here before the 405 freeway was built. In 1966, it stopped at Bristol. Santa Ana City Council didn't want South Coast Plaza. It was that side of the Segerstrom farm and Costa Mesa. So back during Mayor Jordan, Willard Jordan, and that's Governor Reagan and Governor Pat Brown. We're going way back. Calvary Chapel met in a tent. There were no signals on Fairview. And I think we have to listen to the phrase, measure twice, cut once. And like our good neighbors in Irvine, I think they measure 3 times and cut once. They have 500,000 trees in their city, 277 parks. So when I hear our council talking about expanding parks, the real estate footprint that we have is a majority outdoors. So we have an AP environmental class. And of course, we go next door to the park, off our grass property onto our neighboring property. Our medical academy. We have so many things. In fact, the theater that was mentioned by Mr. Trader was moved. The voter-approved improvements was moved to preserve the senior lawn and less than a dozen trees. So outdoor spaces, when we talk to kids, and there are hundreds of kids who belong to our after-school program, SOI, that has been in business for 30 years with millions of dollars in scholarships. And when we hear mental health after school, and in my AVID program, mental health, we, of course, are very keen on.
Thank you. Excuse me, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor and council people. I'm Diane Russell. I'm a resident of Costa Mesa and a taxpayer. I have a couple of concerns about this. First of all, supporting from the policy perspective, the Planning Commission. I think they laid out the policy reasons why this is not an acceptable place for a school. But I would just like to speak from the perspective of $2 million leaving our Newport Mesa School District and going someplace else. I was recently at a presentation on the Sepulveda Adobe, and we were asking about the kids that get to go visit the Sepulveda Adobe, and they said, well, they can't come because there's not enough money for the school district to provide trips. And that just seems absurd to me, that we would be giving these folks money, especially if they're not going to be a majority of people that are coming from Costa Mesa. Secondly, I live near Waldorf School, and I can tell you it's backed up for at least 2 blocks, morning and night, people dropping off their kids. So I'm questioning the flow of traffic. And thirdly, just this sense of, if you don't give us what we want, we're going to go into the school district. To me, that does not indicate a good neighbor policy. And if, they were throwing around nonprofits that they work out, and apparently they don't necessarily do that. I don't know. It's just, I think the Planning Commission got it right, and I would just encourage you to support their rejection of the program. Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
Hi, my name is Jason Will. I've lived here since I was 9 years old. I've went to school in California, elementary, T. Winkle, and Estancia. This is my first council meeting. Also, thank you and respect the work you do. I moved away for 3 years and came back. It's a beautiful place to live. I have a few concerns that come up in this bill. One personally is a lot of the, we know about the money getting sent from the districts that are already doing these jobs into something that seems a little half-baked. This school barely meets the requirement for outdoor space, which the notion made by the party trying to implement this plan is that there are CIF teams. There are sports that you can get sent to at other schools. When I was going to school, there was a requirement for getting into sports. If you did not keep your grades up, you were not allowed to compete in the sport, which deters people who are maybe struggling in the school system to continue to try and actively seek that support because it becomes harder. And if they lack these spaces, not only are we affecting the kids who might or might not want to go into sports, but also those who might just like to read a book in a park. Another thing is if we don't give these spaces to people, they're going to find these spaces. I want to get off the space issue. The other concerns were in the marijuana areas dedicated for distribution or growth or things like that. Right now, marijuana is still not federally legal, which makes it a huge point of interest for these companies to up their security. I have seen trucks carrying marijuana with people who looked like armed guards. If they need to get their product off of their property, this level of concern for safety and their security of their product seems like a concern.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Dr. Liz Dorn-Parker, and I want to make sure I'm talking about land use. I myself serve on a charter school board. I'm a treasurer in the Santa Ana area with over 800 children. So if you want to talk about logistics, come find me. I also really understand the facilities freak out that happens and the cost that goes into for a charter school. The less you can worry about your facilities, the better education you can have. But I want to drill down on what our Planning Commission did. And let me tell you a 30-second story about what happened in my neighborhood in the East Side that I've lived in since I was a young married person. When I moved in, we had lots of 1 and 2 acre lands with one house. The city council, one up here, one up there, one up there, said, well, if we let these 12 homes go into this 1 acre site, it's really not disruptive. If we let this 7-unit building go in and not worry about the overall planning, it won't have a big impact. The problem is today, it's a huge impact. There was never an oversee. Everybody was saying, well, you can do it, so we should. The problem is you shouldn't until you really evaluate what that space should do. Right now, we have a mess on the East Side. No one really thought about walkability, bikeability. We now have people cutting through Santa Ana Avenue at 40 miles an hour because they don't want to go on Newport Boulevard because it's backed up, because no one thought about how all of those homes that were being built in a smaller space with lots of cars and parking. Try to get out of my street at 8 in the morning. Just try it. Or come park after 6 o'clock at night. There is none, and it's been possible. So let me talk about Measure K, and let me talk about Measure X. As you know, we're very involved in Measure K. We needed to open up for development. We needed to understand that we need higher density building, and we need to bring families into this community. We need to make sure that we have space for them. But this area hasn't been overseen. I urge you to go back. I know they have an immediate need, and I'm really sorry that they're pushing this without us taking an evaluation standpoint. Where are the bikes going? How are the e-bikes working? What is the egress, ingress? How are we going to take all these 10,000 homeowners or property owners and condo owners and apartment building? This is where they're going to be. And don't tell me those of us that voted for Measure X aren't concerned about school districts and schools being immediate area. Please, what are you talking about? So come on. This needs to take a look of, is this a spot for a school within Costa Mesa? Is this the right school? We don't know because you haven't done the evaluation. You did an awesome job. The mayor already brought up you were given an award by the apartment builders because when you realized there was a renter issue, you took it off the table, you took 6 months, you have great staff to evaluate how best to deal.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Good evening, Council. I roughly have no interest in this item, except I'd like to know if this would trigger this area to become a school zone. I don't really understand charter schools well enough to know that, and I'd love that to be part of the conversation and to be understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, yes, ma'am.
Buenas noches, mi nombre.
Hold on one second. Let's make sure we get your, and we get you 5 minutes. Are we ready? Good. You proceed, sure.
Buenas noches, gracias por escucharme. Mi nombre es Lucina Sandra Cruz y soy mamá de una niña que actualmente va a Vista Meridian. Estoy feliz con el desempeño de mi niña porque ella era muy tímida y la escuela la ha ayudado, la ha empoderado. Y me gustaría que ustedes tomaran en cuenta y dieran su permiso para que la escuela empezara a funcionar aquí en Costa Mesa. Yo pienso que sí, hay muchas escuelas, pero pienso que todos tenemos oportunidades y tenemos derecho a educación que pido para mis niños. Gracias.
Hi, good evening, everyone, and thank you for listening to me. My name is Lucia Sandra Cruz, and I am a mother of a girl that goes to Vista Meridian, and I'm very happy with her performance. Right now, she used to be very, very shy, but the school really encouraged her to get out of her shell. So I just want you all to take into consideration the schools. I know that there's a lot of families here in Costa Mesa, and I know there's also a lot of schools that we have, but we have an opportunity here for education. So I just wanted you all to take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Ricardo Vasquez. Thank you for listening to me. My second language is
Excuse me for one moment, because we'll get you more time. I just want to put you on a 3-minute clock. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Ricardo Vasquez. I am going to speak a little bit English because it's my second language, and I hope you you understand what I want to say.
Yes.
But I have a daughter in the Vista Meridian School, and I am so glad that how the teachers, the staff are with my daughter because she's so happy to be there. She doesn't want to go to the home. She wants to stay in the school all day, every day, because she likes how is the environment, all the teaching there. So the staff in the school are great teachers. So, and I am here just to say, consider to approve open that place for our students, because everyone needs a school. Like me, I went to the school to learn English, and I was, maybe it's not good my English, but but I can see how important it is to open schools in everywhere. It's not just in Costa Mesa. Everywhere needs schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Emma Saturnino y bueno, yo quisiera pedirles que consideraran que la escuela estuviera en Costa Mesa. Realmente es una muy buena escuela, estoy un poco nerviosa. Tengo 2 hijos, uno está en Meridian y el otro está en Heritage. Y la verdad los ha ayudado mucho desde que yo los cambié de la escuela de Santana a una charter school. Los ha ayudado bastante con su... Antes, como decía la mamá anterior, eran un poco tímidos, pero ahora están siendo creativos, les gustan las clases selectivas, música y todas las clases que les están dando. Y bueno, muchas gracias.
¿Cuál es su nombre, perdón? Hi, good evening. My name is Emma Saturni, and I just wanted you all to consider having the school open here in Costa Mesa. Excuse me, I'm a little nervous being up here, but I have 2 kids. One of them goes to Meridian, and the other one goes to Henry V. And just as somebody else mentioned here, it really helped to switch my kids from schools in Santa Ana to go over to a charter school because, like they mentioned, my children were a little bit shy, and now they're really creative. They really like their elective classes, their music, and everything they can get. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. My name is Oliver Alvarado, and I am also a 3rd year at Early College High School. Unlike my peers, I do not have a speech prepared because as soon as I got a call a few hours prior to this that our funding might have been in danger, I literally ran over here from where I was at just so I would have a chance to speak up here. I don't know a lot about a lot, but I do know that I love my community at Early College High School. I love all the lifelong bonds that I've made with my friends, with my teachers, and all of that has been through my school and all the events that we have there that wouldn't be the same if our funding went down. And additionally, somebody touched upon the dual enrollment that we have here. Because of that, I will be graduating high school with both my general education done and an associate's degree in both humanities and social and behavioral sciences, and that would not have happened any other way were it not for Early College High School. So thank you for hearing me, and I hope you consider what I've said.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for your time. I'm a student in Vista Meridian, and I say you vote yes to this because this school has really helped me a lot. give me interest in a lot of topics I never knew I would like math, ELA, and my electives like music and art. These teachers really helped me get out of my comfort zone. I'm not shy how I used to be. This school has really helped me a lot. Yeah. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak in the council? No? How about on Zoom? Do we have anybody on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. So now what we're going to do is call the applicant up. The applicant has an opportunity now to provide a rebuttal to anything that came up during the public comments that you haven't already addressed.
Yes, I have a few items. I'll go ahead and start. And as I address these items, I also want to make sure that this isn't turning into a school board meeting. This is not a school board here. We're a city council focused on a land issue here at hand. So I want to start with one of the land issue items that came up, questions about traffic. Well, there was a professional traffic engineer who did a 6-month thorough study on this and came back with no measurable findings. I would listen to the expert in terms of the traffic impact in that land use item. A few other items, there were a few comments about the funding that goes from Newport Mesa, or that would come from Newport Mesa. That is not specific to this site, that we are voting on today. And I say that, for example, whether if we did apply for Prop 39, it would have the same financial impact. Those same students who reside in Newport Mesa, the funding would have the same financial impact to the district. Likewise, if we were to find, and this is hypothetical, if we were to find a property a few blocks north or a few blocks east that would be in the city of Santa Ana, and those same students were to attend the school, it would have the same financial impact. So it's not specific to this site that we are voting on today in terms of the financial impact. Also, there were some questions about, for example, transportation. We have our own transportation fleet already with our own vehicles, with our own drivers, so we're not concerned. Yes, generally speaking, there is a shortage of drivers right now, but we're not concerned about that because we have our own in-house fleet. And then I do want to comment on the notification to Newport Mesa. So there were 2 letters that were sent to Newport Mesa in the spring of 2022. The initial letter, as part of the chartering process, was a very short letter that said we are including Newport Mesa in our countywide charter petition, as we did a few other districts. The second letter, the follow-up letter, was the letter that Dr. Wilson and I believe Dr. Smith spoke about. So I wanted to touch on those items and make sure that was clear. And I also want to reiterate the first thing that I said is that this is a land use item. This is not a school board meeting. We can talk about school board items at the Orange County Board of Education, but I really want to refocus us on the land use here today. Thank you. And I believe Joseph.
Thank you for all the time tonight, truly. You've been patient listening to us, and I just want to reiterate what Dr. Felch just explained. The city has 3 findings to make for a conditional use permit. First has to do with substantial compatibility. We truly believe, as staff's recommendation as well, that the school improvements in the operating plan are truly compatible with the allowed office, commercial, industrial park, and institutional research uses within this vicinity. Second finding has to do with material detrimental impacts to health, safety, general welfare, injurious to property, and improvements within the immediate neighborhood. We've gone through our proposal. We've talked through how the site will comply with all city codes and all state codes, especially for seismic retrofits and so forth. We've talked about ingress, egress, no impacts to city streets, and the like. The third one has to do with compatibility with the city's general plan and zoning ordinance. We fully comply with your general plan. This school would provide a local educational opportunity that supports the city's goal of providing high quality and diverse services to residents. And also, there are no specific plans within this vicinity or on this site as well. Just in closing, based on the existing conditions today as it sits, the location of the proposed charter school, public charter school, and the proposed scope of this project, we believe that the proposed findings for this CUP can be made and would request that be done tonight. Just in terms of the site sitting vacant, I did want to just add one more comment for Mr. Nguyen, the property owner. You know, this is the nature of entitlements. We've been in for over a year with the city. Mr. Nguyen has had the building vacant during this entire time. He's engaged with the school, I believe 5 or so months even before that. I'm guessing on that, but it's a few months before. I came on board last November just to help out this process, and we've been working very diligently with your staff. It's been a long process, but during that time, the building sits vacant. And so while it's been 3 years, just about a third of that has been just undergoing this process. So with that, thank you for your time. Do we have any other comments? No? Okay, appreciate it.
So before we do anything else, Madam Clerk, I've got a problem with my screen. I'm not able to vote, to make a motion. I can vote, but I can't make a motion. So if you look at my screen where it says make motion, second motion, I don't have those buttons. And I think I'm going to need them. So what are we going to do about that? Let's take a moment and look at that. Okay, let's take a break. on the video record. Give me a second. Okay, now we're back on the record. During the break, I understand that the applicant has a request for counsel.
First of all, I want to thank you for being very patient for a very long hearing. We're very grateful for that. The council member that represents the area that the school is in is not here tonight. And he's very familiar with the area and represents that area. And because of that, we would like to very respectfully ask for a continuance until that he can be here.
Okay. The way that works is we have to, council has to vote on it. There's no discussion on it. It's just you get a motion, you get a second, you do a vote, okay? If you get a majority, you get a continuance. If you don't, you don't, okay? So I'll accept that. I'll make the motion. What's that? No, Lauren has made the motion a long time ago. Are you moving for the continuance? No. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
I can clear
It's all right. You could just do it by voice, right?
I cleared it.
Okay. I'll make a motion. I'll respect the request, make a motion for continuance. Second. Okay, call for the question.
Mayor, can you vote?
Oh, I thought I voted. Sorry.
Okay. Motion fails 2-4.
Okay. So, so we're going to clear that one.
Yeah, let me go ahead and put it on something else. Okay.
Okay. Okay, before we do a motion, I just have one question. If other council members have questions, then, that's fine. But the process that Vista Meridian is going through, would they have to go through this same CUP process if they were a private school? Trying to locate on that site?
Mayor, yes.
That was my only question. Okay. Now we got a Councilmember Gameros wants to make a motion. We'll see if we get a second. We don't know what the motion is. Gameros. Yeah. You're on the board.
Okay, thank you. So I would like to make a motion that we uphold the Planning Commission's decision to deny the appeal.
Okay. Second by Councilmember Chavez. Would you wish to be heard on your motion?
Yes, I do. Thank you. So what I find my motion on is based on a couple of things. So let me have it written down here so I don't mess this up. So a couple of things. If you look at the conditional use permit findings on page 3 of 7, one of the things says it's substantially compatible with development in the same area. I don't agree with that, and that it will not be materially detrimental to the health and safety and the general welfare of the public. I disagree with that too. So that's what I'm basing my findings on. And in closing, I would like to say the fact that you're planning on putting this school in a location that we've already designated for I think it's a type 1 federally controlled substance, the manufacturer of that. I also would say is the third reason that I don't think that it's compatible. And those are my findings. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Chavez, do you wish to be heard?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Similar comments to Councilmember Gameros. I think for me, it comes down to two things fundamentally. The first is the zone it's in. It's next to the Measure X zone. While I understand it's not retail use, we're going to be reviewing our ordinance anyways. So to me, it seems a little interesting to put a school there in a spot zone when we're reviewing our entire ordinance in general. Second piece is the potential to public health. This council did action against the school district to preserve a senior lawn at EHS. I find it to be very contradictory that we would pursue such actions against the school district about open space, and yet here we would ignore that plea. So for those two reasons, I don't think I will approve this project. I uphold planning's denial. And furthermore, while it's not currently an opportunity zone site, I know there's a lot of discussion about looking at the corridors, mainly Fairview and FDC. But over the 405 is our biggest opportunity to build housing in a new community in Costa Mesa. And I think we should look at that holistically and not move quickly just because we can.
All right. Does any other council member wish to be heard?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, of course, Councilmember Mar.
Yeah, I concur with Council Members Gamaros and Chavez. I think this decision is not about pedagogy or architecture or any of the nonprofit affiliations cited. I think this is about the appropriateness and the compatibility with adjacent land uses, and I concur with their findings. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Councilmember Reynolds.
Thank you. I'm going to support the motion as well. I agree with the comments of Councilmembers Gamaros, Chavez, and Dr. Councilmember Mar. But I want to add to it related to really what I've been thinking about as I've studied this project very carefully and had a number of conversations. We talked about land use here, and one of the kind of key sort of learning arcs that I've been on since being a council member here for 5 years is how not just important, but how significant a driver is in terms of the decisions we make on land use, in terms of the health and safety and resilience of our community. That sort of concept drives so much of the decisions that I make. And so I'm really thinking about the students and families in our community when I look at this location and just can't find that compatibility for a high school in the middle of an office park with zero outdoor space, a requirement to be transported. You can't even transport yourself as a student, to be transported somewhere else for college courses or for outdoor space or for sports. So I can't see this as compatible or a really good thing for students, the right location for students. So I'll just leave it there.
Thanks. Mayor Pro Tem?
This, as a former planning commissioner and certainly in my occupation as a land use attorney, this is a very difficult decision because I like to think of things very narrowly when we talk about land use. And I should say I appreciate where everybody came from. I think it was from an earnest position. I generally and genuinely appreciated all the comments from the students. And I respect the arguments. I would probably make a lot of those arguments myself if I was standing at the lectern. And quite honestly, I'm still a little bit undecided at the moment. I can see arguments for allowing a CUP here because a CUP is intended to provide special conditions to ensure compatibility with surrounding land uses. And I think findings could be made to that effect. On the other hand, I do have some reservations about the actual design and the open space that's not provided. And if I look broadly at what a school site should provide, especially in this area, I think there's some deficiencies. So I am going to just leave it at that. I think this has been a tough one for some of my colleagues here as well. We want to do the right thing, and it's never an easy decision. Obviously, we've heard for 2 hours of testimony here, but I am probably will not know until I put my finger on the button in a moment.
Mm-hmm. All right. So I'm not going to support the motion, and I do respect, as Mayor Pro Tem said, everybody's point of view here, certainly my colleagues. The way it works is this is pretty much over because, you know, the applicant would have to get 4 votes, and they're obviously not going to get that. And so I don't often, in this circumstance, vote against the motion. I mean, what's the point? But let me just articulate why I'm doing so. When I look at a land use decision, I look at it, my view on it, and you know, you can disagree with this approach, is it compatible with the neighbors? Does the use that is being proposed create an undue burden on the neighboring properties, the properties of the area? And I can't find that it does. There's been some correspondence that we received from the office park. I took that very seriously under consideration. I went to the office park. I talked to people from the office park that's above. We didn't hear from any of them at the hearing today, but that's 3525 Highland. I drove through their facility. I drove many times through the facility, the proposed facility, this proposed site, and I didn't think in all conscience that they would be adversely impacted, the office park occupants. FedEx, we haven't heard anything from them. Presumably they're not going to be impacted. So from my perspective, that took care of the land use issue. And then I went into kind of another way of thinking, and I'm like, you know, as a parent, I mean, I love the Newport Mesa School District. I support the Newport Mesa School District. I want everything possible from them. But as a parent, you know, I made the choice to send my kids to private schools. I made that choice. My kids didn't go to the Newport Mesa School District. I was able to make that choice because I have money. And so I look at the other issues with land use and I say, those are parental choices. If I wanted to send my kid to a school that didn't have a playground, I could do that. That's my choice. There's no bait and switch. It's not like you're saying your kid's going to play on a field and they're going to have to be in a gym. The parent knows what they're deciding. And maybe they would do that because there's something like some of the other students and the parents said, you know, they want to bring my kid out of my shell. My kid's learning at a 4th grade level. You know, through no fault, and who knows what school district that kid even went to. That kid could go to any school district, not necessarily the Newport Mesa. But that's the parental choice that they make as it pertains to the green zone. Same thing. If I have a kid that's reading at a third grade or 4th grade level and they're in 8th grade, and I honestly think in my heart that child could be benefited by going to this school, Vista Meridian, and I'm their parent, I don't care that 500 feet away as the crow flies or half a mile away, there's some place that indoors is brewing cannabis. I don't care because it's my kid and I want the best for my kid, okay? I made that choice. I was able to make that choice because I have money. The difference between my choices to send my kids to St. John the Baptist and Mater Dei is a lot of the parents that would send their kids to Vista Meridian don't have my financial resources. So now what we've done here is for reasons, oh, and by the way, I will say this because in good faith, these arguments were made by the school district, the CFO, and my choice had a consequence to the Newport Mesa School District. According to the analysis that was presented by Dr. Smith, each year I sent my child to St. John the Baptist, the Newport Mesa School District lost $12,000. That's the calculation that we're talking about. And by the way, I did a little research. And I'm sorry I have to share this with you guys. There are 17 private schools in Costa Mesa. Approximately 3,200 students go to private schools, just like I sent my kids to. Based on the analysis that was done by the school district, that costs the school district every year $38 million. Now, that's, and do we think that that's bad? Do we think all those private schools should go away? I couldn't have sent my kids to the school that I chose to send them to. Okay? So anyway, it's not about private school, charter school, public school. It's about parents making choices about where to send their kids, not the city council. So I can't vote for the motion. With that, let's call for the question.
Motion carries 6-0.
Oh, sorry, I meant to vote no.
Okay,
Sorry.
motion
Yeah.
carries 5-1.
5-1, got it. I know, I'm so used to voting yes, I always agree with you guys.
Okay,
6-1,
so it's 5-1.
5-1,
5-1.
5-1.
Maybe subconsciously that's what you want.
Okay, let's go to the next item.
The next item is introduction and first reading of an ordinance entitled, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Costa Mesa.
Let's wait.
Yeah.
Folks,
Guys, we're trying to get to the next item. If you could leave quietly and quickly, please, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
all right, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. This is introduction and first reading of an ordinance entitled, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Costa Mesa, California, amending Title 13, Planning, Zoning, and Development of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code to establish affordable housing requirements for new residential projects. Presentation by Ms. Nguyen, Principal Planner.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Nancy Nguyen, Principal Planner with the Economic and Development Services Department. The item before you is a proposed ordinance that would establish the city's affordable housing program to facilitate the development and availability of affordable housing for all households of different income levels. So according to the community profile described in the recently adopted housing element, about half of the Costa Mesa community earns a lower income, but yet spends more than 30 to 50% of their gross income on housing costs. This means that lower income households are overpaying for housing costs. All the while, housing costs, including rent prices in the city of Costa Mesa, have continued to rise. The lack of affordable housing options has also contributed to the housing issues and increased costs for residents. To that end, City Council has identified their goals and priorities as it relates to housing. In fall 2021, the City Council attended a full-day retreat and determined that one of their strategic objectives is to achieve their one of their objectives to achieve their housing goals was to present to the Planning Commission a draft inclusionary housing ordinance. In addition, the city's recently adopted housing element contained many housing goals and policies with programs identified to implement said goals. Program 2A, for example, is one such program that calls for the city to also consider adopting an inclusionary housing ordinance, which is also sometimes referred to as, or in this case, I am referring to it as an affordable housing ordinance. So in order to assist the city with our efforts of developing an affordable housing ordinance, staff retained a consultant with expertise on evaluating affordable housing programs for many other cities throughout California. That's Kaiser Marson Associates, or KMA. KMA prepared a financial evaluation to assist the city with understanding the financial impacts of requiring an affordable housing, requiring affordable housing on new developments, as well as provided policy recommendations for a potential ordinance. So to further study this topic, City Council, as well as Planning Commission, held two joint study sessions one in May and one in July 2023. So the first session included a general overview of an affordable housing program, which was presented by both staff and KMA. And then the follow-up study session focused more on the findings of KMA's draft financial evaluation. Also, during the course of developing the Affordable Housing Ordinance, staff met numerous of times with local housing advocates and developers with expertise and experience in housing developments in the city of Costa Mesa. These stakeholder meetings were to discuss our proposed affordable housing program and the requirements. And furthermore, the purpose of the meetings were to ensure the city develops a program that continues to support the development of market rate housing while providing affordable housing options to meet the needs of the community. And these meetings were both in person as well as via Zoom, and they were held with focus groups as well as individually one-on-one. The city's proposed affordable housing program is an incentive-based program because it incentivizes landowners to sell their property and also incentivizes developers to build housing by A, rezoning non-residential properties in the corridor areas map to allow residential uses, and B, increase the allowable densities on these properties once rezoned. So the coupling of the rezone and the increased densities create enhanced land value that does not exist with the current zone, and it would allow for more future development than would have been allowed at the moment. So this added land value is then used to provide the affordable housing units required in the Affordable Housing Ordinance. So the program includes the following major components, and I'll quickly go through each one, just a reminder for everyone. So the project threshold size, which is the minimum number of units in a new housing project that would be subject to the Affordable Housing Ordinance. It also requires the required percentages of affordable units, which is the minimum percentage of units that must be provided as affordable. And then there's the required income levels, which is the required income level that the affordable units must be provided at. So it would be low or very low. The covenant period, which is the minimum number of years the units must remain affordable. For rental projects, staff is proposing 55 years in the ordinance. And then also the program also includes alternative options for compliance. For example, in LUFI would be a potential option. So the Planning Commission has reviewed the draft Affordable Housing Ordinance and recommended that the City Council give first reading of the ordinance with their recommended changes. The Planning Commission made changes specifically to 3 of the program components: the project threshold size, the required percentages of affordable units, and exempting ownership housing projects altogether from the ordinance. So we have this handy-dandy table which outlines what Planning Commission recommended. Again, it's those 3 program components specifically, and as well as the column to the right, which shows what staff's recommendation is, and the staff's recommendation is also based on KMA's financial evaluation. So for the threshold size, Planning Commission did recommend a higher threshold at 60 plus dwelling units per acre and a minimum of 2 acre site size. A much easier way of thinking about that is 120 unit threshold size, and that is compared to what staff recommended, which is 10 units. For the required percentage of affordable units, Planning Commission recommended lower percentages, which is 10% at low income or 5% at very low income, versus what staff has recommended, along with KMA's recommendation, is 11% at low income and 7% at very low. And then in terms of ownership projects, Planning Commission recommended exempting ownership projects altogether, not including them in the ordinance, and therefore they wouldn't be subject to the Affordable Housing Ordinance requirements. Only rental projects would be, if City Council goes with this recommendation. Under staff's and KMA's recommendations, we would include ownership projects. The financial evaluation did support also applying the requirement to ownership projects, and ownership projects would have the ability to pay an in lieu fee by right instead of on-site construction. So as mentioned in the study sessions and as well as the Planning Commission meetings, an affordable housing ordinance is not a new concept, and they have existed in the country since the 1970s. In fact, many of our neighboring cities like Santa Ana and Huntington Beach have adopted these programs to help achieve their housing goals and meet the needs of their community. And while the affordable housing ordinance is just one tool to address housing affordability, it's not anticipated to produce all 11,760 units that is required under RENA. The affordable housing ordinance, however, would complement existing housing programs in the city, such as the rental assistance program, the eviction protection program, accessory dwelling units, and the city's bridge shelter. It would also help to produce new affordable units and build a housing trust fund that could also support other housing programs in the city. And lastly, it would maintain the city's compliance with state housing laws. So should the City Council give first reading of the ordinance tonight, the next steps would include finalizing the ordinance to schedule for a second reading at the next City Council meeting. And if adopted at the second reading, KMA and staff would complete an in lieu fee study, and staff would then present the fee resolution at a future City Council meeting for their adoption. So staff recommends that the City Council, one, find that the adoption of the ordinance is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, and two, give first reading of ordinance number 2024-XX. So this does conclude staff's presentation, and both staff and KMA are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Any questions, Council? Yes, Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm just gonna, I have no rhyme or reason here, so we're just gonna go and see where this takes us. First, I wanna start with the planning recommendation versus the financial evaluation. I want to start with the financial evaluation. So, just generally for the public, do the numbers reflected on that evaluation, is that the limit that we should go? Is that the limit where you found developers have profitability? Like, is there room to move that number?
I'll start, Councilmember Chavez, and then I'll turn it over to Kathy Head to speak more directly to the financial evaluation. I think that these numbers are conservative, and at the end of the day, there's always a little bit of room. What we're doing here is essentially giving you our best professional estimate as to what would be a successful policy program. I think I'll leave it there and ask Kathy to add anything that she'd like to.
I thought that was pretty good, actually. I'm happy to answer any specific questions you have, but yeah, what we're trying to do is we're trying to create a program that works throughout the overlay zones on a variety of different properties. So every property is different. Every property is going to have unique characteristics, which is part of the reason for being conservative, is you want to be able to get as many properties developed with housing and with affordable housing within it. And so if you lose a few here and there because you could have gone more on a couple, you've made up for it by having a broader perspective on it.
Okay. So, okay. Thank you for that answer. Sure. I guess in that kind of vein, like looking at the plan recommendation for the 60+ units, really being at 10 low income versus 11 is, splitting hairs a little bit, right? You would argue?
I would argue that it's splitting hairs a little bit, yes.
Okay. Can you talk to me how you guys got to that 10 unit threshold on the financial valuation side?
Sure. So I'll ask Nancy to weigh in here as well. Essentially what we did, we started with an evaluation of successful programs in other cities, and then we did a deep dive a little more specifically into data from past development projects and what those project sizes tended to be based on their locations. Nancy, do you want to add on a little about your findings?
Yeah, so the process was pretty much as Ms. Lee described. It was a lot of researching to see what do other cities do? What are other, like for Orange County locally, the eight, maybe 9 programs that exists in Orange County, and taking a look at what they do. And it's actually a range. It was anywhere from 0 to 20. And then I was like, okay, it seems like it's much more a policy decision when it comes to the threshold. So then using some more real development data, looking at past development pattern in the last decade, I want to say it was between 2014 and 2021 was what I had available. And just taking a look at, okay, what are the areas that have development, and what tends to be the threshold range, or excuse me, not threshold range, what tends to be kind of at the average number of units proposed. And it was interesting to see that a lot in the urban master plan areas, for example, was where the higher number of units were. And interestingly enough, the urban master plans are also the some of the similar, if not same areas that is intended to be rezoned as identifying the housing element. So I don't know if that kind of helps explain the madness of the method, if that's.
A little bit. It's a lot of madness, but no worries. You just mentioned this was compared to other cities. Let's start there. So is 10 units, like where are we compared to other cities? Are we more aggressive, less aggressive?
Yes, I think we are right in the middle. Okay. Right in the middle. KMA also did a kind of a study too, and did find that 5 tends to be 5 unit tends to be kind of the typical that other cities, not just Orange County, have adopted, and that's because 5 units is the at the opportunity when state density bonus kicks in, or you can take advantage of that.
So essentially, the way this is written by the financial evaluation side, if someone takes advantage of density bonus, we then want to basically say, okay, now you need to do inclusionary, correct? Essentially, because at 10 units is where it usually kicks in.
So 10 units, so the number that I recommended, 10, is based on our development pattern in the last decade.
Okay.
Yeah, so a lot more projects were at the 10 than they were under. So at 10, it captured projects that staff believed could financially, trying to think of the right word, financially absorb an affordable housing requirement. Under 10 smaller projects, it's understandable that it may not be as feasible and may hurt, for lack of a better word, the smaller projects.
Okay. And then looking over to the next side of the other column next to it, the Planning Commission recommendations, they go with 60 plus dwelling units per acre with minimum of 2 acre threshold. Do we, like, how many 2 acre sites do we have in Costa Mesa? Because that seems like it's just saying does not have an IHO.
Your question was how many?
2 acre sites we have in Costa Mesa.
I can give you an idea based off the corridor areas map, which I believe is attachment 5 to the City Council agenda report. And so based off that corridors area map that you have, it's properties that are 2 or more acres is 11%.
Wow, okay, so at that point, I even passed one. Got it. Cool. Moving along the threshold, the ideas I came up, I know some lands has development agreements attached to them. Do they have to also comply with IHO if they have an existing development agreement?
Councilmember Chavez, existing development agreements, one of the purposes of the development agreement is to lock in standards that are applicable at the time of adoption of the development agreement. So it's true that a landowner could choose to develop whatever project was approved, subject to whatever affordability requirements were approved as part of that development agreement. But if they wanted to take advantage of the rezoning and the additional opportunities to build residential at higher densities, then what comes with that is compliance with the affordable housing ordinance. So it would really be an either or for the landowner.
Okay. And along that vein, let's say there's a property owner that wants to enter a development agreement down the road after we've passed an IHO. Would the IHO prohibit them from creating a new development agreement, or do they now have to follow the IHO we passed?
For new projects that wanted to propose a development agreement, at that point the project would be subject to the affordable housing ordinance. But they could still propose a development agreement. It would just be, the affordable housing ordinance would be one of the many requirements in the code that the project would comply with.
Got it, thank you. Okay, and the last question I have is regarding the fund. So obviously there's an in lieu fee component to this. what do we anticipate we want to use that funding for? Does staff have a recommendation for that or not yet?
So what we've described in the staff report is essentially high level. What an in lieu fee fund would be used for is essentially any program that the council approves that would support affordable housing. So typical use of in lieu fees are providing funding to support 100% affordable housing projects or to get deeper affordability in projects that are already providing affordable units, or to put to programs like, for example, the first-time homebuyers program that has been discussed at council in the past. All of those things are eligible uses, and essentially the council would decide what programs meet the definition of supporting affordable housing.
Okay, and thank you, because you actually mentioned my question I was going to ask you next, which is we can use this funding for a first-time homebuyer program, correct?
Yes.
Okay. These are my questions for now. Some more might come up. We've discussed this on the floor, but for now, thank you.
Okay, other questions by council members? Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, I'll just elaborate. I had a similar comment to or question as Councilmember Chavez in terms of what what gets exempt between the original staff recommendation and the Planning Commission recommendation. So that 11% of the housing opportunity sites, and then my understanding is nothing below the 405 would fall under the ordinance anymore. The ordinance would really only apply to properties above the 405, unless there was some, what do you call it, kind of combining of lots, which I know is very difficult. Is that right?
Right, and really the reason for that is that in terms of areas of the city that the housing element anticipated would be rezoned, or I should say housing opportunity sites located north of the 405 were anticipated to be rezoned at 60 dwelling units per acre, but there are no housing opportunity sites that were anticipated to be rezoned to 60 dwelling units per acre south of the 405. So because of that, it ends up being a geographic difference.
Got it. Okay, so it's not just lot size, it's the change in threshold as well.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to try to form a question out of this. One of the comments that we got was it would be helpful if there's more flexibility in the ordinance, which makes sense. And so I'm going to ask you to sort of maybe talk a little bit about where it makes sense to provide some flexibility beyond what's already provided. And I'm really thinking about the original staff recommendation on which is based on the analysis that you did. And so I understand, one area is the staff recommendation had proposed sort of fixed percentages of low income or very low income. And so are there workable mechanisms in trying to provide some flexibility and, I don't know, the sort of combination of those? My understanding is that the low income, very low income focus is based on responding to council direction that we focus on low income, very low income. Is that right?
Yes,
so we asked
correct.
you to do? Okay. So I'm throwing some ideas out there to just kind of hear back from you, your perspective on that flexibility. And then I guess another potential point of flexibility is, of course, the requirement for on-site production versus the various alternatives. In the original recommendation, I think there are, I forget the number, but they're above a certain threshold, we would really want to require on-site production. And again, I think that's in response to council direction that we want to see these things built. But sort of given that kind of messy foundation, can you just talk a little bit about sort of the thoughts on where your considerations, maybe even in crafting the ordinance, on where it makes sense to put in some flexibility or not?
Yeah, I think I'll start and then ask Kathy to weigh in on anything that I've missed. We've certainly done a deep dive on this policy recommendation in terms of research and analysis and making our recommendations. Ultimately, at the study sessions, for example, we did talk about the idea of providing an option to do low income, very low income, and then some sort of blended combination of very low and low. Mm-hmm. In speaking with the development community as part of our stakeholders meetings, many gave us feedback that
they probably wouldn't use the blended rates. So just for simplicity, we drop them out of the ordinance moving forward. But that is an option that provides flexibility for those developers who might want to use it. I think that's the main place where we could add flexibility in the ordinance that was previously discussed that just didn't get carried forward for simplicity's sake.
I think the one thing I would add, when you blend the two, say very low and low, it adds another level of administration and monitoring. So it creates a situation where, say, for example, you have a 5-unit requirement. How do you decide which ones are which? And so if you have just a static requirement, it's just an easier to monitor and administer. I actually liked the idea when we put it forth the first time, but then when we got the developer response to that they wouldn't likely use it, and then adding that extra burden, that's when we eliminated it.
Okay, makes sense. And then the sort of the bar to get from on-site production versus alternatives, I'm assuming that's really just a policy decision on how hard we want to lean into on-site production?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. And I just want to acknowledge, I'm looking at you two since you're right in front of me, but Nancy, thank you for, I did want to just comment, when I was reading the staff report, I was really excited about the level of outreach and engagement with the advocate and builder community. I thought that was really great to see all of that sort of discussion engagement, and thank you to everyone in the community who's participated in that. I also thought that was happy to see the articulation of the council priorities that you heard from us through those study sessions, and in my mind they were spot on to what I remember that we were asking for. And I really appreciated the comparison, the research that you did. You all, I don't know who gets credit, but the comparison to other jurisdictions, and just being able to see kind of that comparison of parameters, that was really helpful. And I'll maybe just an additional question there. Excuse me. So there was a handful of other cities that have had these ordinances. You show the parameters. The staff recommendation is kind of, it shows that it's similar to some of those other ordinances. What can you share about successes or not in some of those other cities in terms of housing production and affordable housing production?
Yeah, so I did take a look at, I took a gander at Santa Ana's and Huntington Beach's housing element just to pull some information as it relates to their affordable housing, affordable unit production. And they, as stated in the staff report, I think it was like 3,500 in one city and 2,500 in another one. So they've had these programs for a while, and admittedly did also have redevelopment funds, but nonetheless, they were able to produce a lot of rental and ownership units, both in the respective cities, and being able to also support first-time homebuyer programs like the down payment assistance, for example. And then just my own experience in working previously at the city of Irvine, it's obviously a very affluent city, as a lot of people know. Interestingly, there are 100% affordable ownership and rental projects in the city. So and I know a lot of the council members have discussed Irvine before and their success in a robust housing program. So hoping that something we can do here.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Councilmember Marr.
It looks like Emma's ready to go.
Go ahead.
Oh, you can go. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so I want to go back to the project threshold questions that Councilmember Chavez started with. So it sounds like we came up with the 10 units sort of based on an analysis of what other cities were doing, but I know that KMA was also looking at sort of the financial minimum project threshold, and I was trying to find it in your report just now. But where did that land from a financial analysis in terms of what is feasible as a minimum project threshold?
No, that's a really good question. I think what I typically recommend in inclusionary housing programs is setting a threshold, but then acknowledging that small projects get hit very hard by the affordable housing requirement. And so that's the genesis of allowing an in lieu fee to be paid by right. So typically, so if you look at the survey in the report, you'll see that the typical threshold for an in lieu fee being allowed is around 20 units per acre. And so that's by right. So in Irvine, for example, it's 50, but it starts at 1.
Right.
So, and then that in lieu fee is discounted between the 1 and the 50. And so that's what's fairly typical, is rather than saying, oh, a 10-unit project has to have one affordable unit, which can be a real hindrance on that project. It's to say, you can pay an in lieu fee, and rather than it being the whole affordability gap of 1 unit, it's then a discounted rate to make that feasible. And so that's where you get into whether the threshold works or not. I would say a 5-unit threshold where you have to produce a unit is not feasible.
Right.
And a 10-unit project probably isn't. But if you're allowing in lieu fee by right, then you make it feasible. That's how you do it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really challenged by the 60 dwelling units per acre because to Councilmember Reynolds' point, I think it essentially makes this a north of the 405 ordinance and not a City of Costa Mesa ordinance. And so as I think through alternatives, the notion of separating out a project threshold size for an in lieu fee versus production makes the most sense to me. I just don't, I'm just trying to find where in the report I can produce those numbers so that I'm just not making them up from the dais, right? And so if that's, I think I heard you say sort of 5, this should be the minimum if it relates to in lieu fees specifically, but something higher than that should be a project threshold for production. Without reverting back to the 60 dwelling units per acre, would you still say 10 is the project threshold for production, or a higher number than that?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say 10 you'd have to produce. There's no story where I'd say 10 you have to produce.
Right.
So, I mean, I think the minimum I would say you have to produce is 20.
Okay.
Okay? And then what we've recommended in the ordinance is that up to 100 in a rental project be allowed. And the reason for that isn't a feasibility issue, it's more of an administrative issue, where once you get into the larger project sizes, you tend to get more experienced developers who that's what their business is building apartments, and then being able to administer 10, 10 affordable units.
Right.
Is something in their ballpark. Whereas if you have a 30-unit requirement and somebody has a 10% requirement, they've got 3 affordable units. They're doing it as a sideline as their business, and it's just tougher. It's also a little bit harder on the city from a monitoring administration to have all these, 2 and 3 unit affordable units scattered all over town.
So let me just recap to make sure I'm getting this correct, right? So between 5 and 20 units, you'd be comfortable with an in lieu fee. That pencils. Between 20 and 100 units, you'd be comfortable with the alternative of either production or in lieu, and then above 100 mandating production. Is that right?
Well, that was my recommendation, yes.
Okay. Well, I mean, you did the financial analysis. That's why I'm looking to you, right?
Right.
I guess I'm trying to, I'll save some of this for my comments, but I'm trying to not, this is a policy decision, but it is fundamentally rooted in the economics of what makes the most sense in this moment of time. And we've had this conversation with Dias during our study sessions and other things, but it is the cost of money, it is the ability to obtain construction loans, it is the current land value and the future land value after any kind of an upzoning. And you have done the math, right? And so that's why I don't want these decisions that I'm making up here to just be sort of purely motivated by what feels good. It needs to be rooted in your analysis. So this is why, sorry, most of my questions are probably going to be directed to you, Kathy.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay, so switching gears a little bit, can we talk about actually, not switching gears, focusing in on the math I just talked about, right? There's some variability there as things change, as economic conditions hopefully improve. Can you talk about like your confidence factor that you're willing to put on these numbers? Is this like a plus or minus 0.5%, and God forbid we go over 10, or no project is going to pencil, right? Or how should we be thinking about the numbers that you've presented?
Well, I'll start with I am confident with my numbers.
I'm sure you are.
But then having said that, none of these numbers will be exact because, again, every single project will be different.
Right.
And so what I do build in is a buffer and what I consider a reasonability test, because you have to keep in mind that you have 2 tests you have to meet. It can't be confiscatory, and it can't deprive a property owner of a fair and reasonable return. Now, nobody's defined that at the courts, so you're left to make those decisions, or in this case, I was left to make my decisions on what I felt was supportable. but not only being supportable legally, but as I mentioned to Councilmember Chavez, I want to get as many affordable housing units as in many locations as possible. So recognizing the variabilities that you identified. This program as set up is an incentive-based program. And so it's different from your surrounding communities, which were planning-based programs based on saying this is a public good, and that public good is worth asking the development community to share some of the burden. In this case, what we're saying is, hey, we're going to give you this benefit of rezoning the property and increasing the density, and we believe it has this much value. Now, instead of that, 100% of that value inuring to the property owner, we're saying, but as one of the requirements of this rezoning and this benefit, we're going to ask you to provide affordable housing. So when I did my analysis, the assumption I made was that it would be fair to split it. And so to say 50% of that value enhancement would go to affordable housing, 50% of that value would go to the property owner. In order to, because one of the, as Jennifer mentioned, one of the things, or Nancy, I'm sorry, Nancy mentioned, is the notion that, I lost my train of thought when I decided who had said it. But the notion is, well,
Splitting the value enhancement.
it is splitting the value enhancement, but was to say, how would we get the biggest bang for our buck?
Right.
By doing that, and providing property owners an incentive to sell. So because this question has come up a number of times and because there a lot of percentages have been thrown around, I ran a bunch of more numbers to figure out. And so if you like, I'll share them with you.
Very much, thank you.
I thought you might. Okay, so what I did, so the first thing I did, and again, as I mentioned, the recommendation from staff represents sharing 50% of the value enhancement for affordable housing. So then the Planning Commission suggestion or recommendation was to go to 10% low income and 5% very low income. So instead of taking 50% of the value enhancement, on the low income scenario, the affordable housing would represent 43% of the value enhancement. Okay? And on the 5% very low income requirement, it would represent 37% of the value enhancement, again, compared to 50, right? Okay, so then another number came up. I think it may have come from you. It was in the questions that came out, was what would happen with a 12% low income requirement. Okay, so a 12% low income requirement, you'd have to take 57% of the value enhancement.
Did you receive any feedback from all of your surveys with developers about the difference in their minds between a 50% value enhancement and a 57% value enhancement?
I did not. What we did receive was we received comments on what they thought about the percentages.
Okay.
And so when they commented on the percentages, then I worked backwards to figure out how that worked as a percentage of value enhancement.
Got it.
Okay. So then, so that 12% is 50%, 57%. So then, because this has come up a lot from the housing advocacy groups who've been speaking at the meetings, I also did it at 15% low or 10% very low. So the 15% low income requirement takes 68% of the value enhancement. And the 10% very low income requirement takes 78% of the value enhancement. Now again, every property is unique. So this was just done on my prototype that I've been running for the analysis. So it just gives you a consistent comparison. Some properties will be more, some properties will be less. But this gives you at least order of magnitude how changing these percentages impacts.
Yep. Did you design the 10%, the low and the very low with any kind of a policy bent towards creating more very low because that's a need, or was it just based on kind of giving options either way?
It was math and options.
Okay. I want to come back to, you talked about an incentive-based program. We got a letter from the BIA. I see Mr. Wood is here. This notion that it's not actually an incentive. This is one part of our kind of overall plan aligning with Measure K. But how should we think about that value enhancement? How can we speak better to the fact that we believe it's an incentive program?
Yeah, I think
To put it into context, you need to think about how other cities have adopted affordable housing programs, and essentially it's an adoption of a required percentage of affordable housing on top of existing zoning. At that point, it's a requirement. So from our perspective, we're rezoning property. We've committed to rezoning property to allow for increased opportunities for housing. And in doing that, we're asking for, to recoup some of the benefits of providing that rezoning. And that's a unique approach to tie those two things together and to tie them together at the same time. So that's my perspective.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I think that's all I have for right now.
Thank you.
Yeah. Nope. I have one more.
Go
Sorry.
ahead. Sure.
I got all these notes. So if we were to kind of back to my first question about this notion of at what point does production versus in lieu make sense? If we were to, this is for Nancy. As if we were to tinker with that language, it looks like the language of the ordinance itself would also have to change slightly, because we wouldn't be allowing an in lieu fee because of a hardship. We would be allowing an in lieu fee because of it was below a certain threshold, right? A project number threshold. Was there any other? Did you have any other thoughts about the requirement for the economic hardship requirement in particular, or would it make sense? If I were to propose an alternative motion, for example, would it make sense to strike that language completely?
So Councilmember, as I understand it, you're thinking of essentially two different thresholds. A threshold for when on-site production would be required.
Correct.
And a threshold for when the in lieu fee is
Correct.
an option.
Yeah.
There would be some, yes, there would have to be some sort of add or modification to the, I think it's the section that, kind of the intro paragraph, if you will,
Yeah.
to the alternative section. And
Okay.
so it's not going to absolutely think about that.
Yeah.
If that is something that, Councilmember, you are considering as part of your motion.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Without editorializing too much at this point, I understand the perspective of this being an incentive program, but here's a question to start. It seems to suggest that we are voluntarily upzoning properties to the benefit of the development community. My question is this: aren't we required to do that under our housing element?
So Mayor Pro Tem, my perspective on that is that the housing element described a combination of housing programs. One of them was a rezoning program, but another was an affordable housing ordinance. So really, I think that we've been thinking about these two things together the whole way. So although, yes, we're required to plan and zone for 11,760 units under the RENA, that discussion of allowing for that number of units was coupled with a discussion of affordable housing.
Right, but at its heart, we have to do a rezoning with increased densities in order to get ultimately that affordable housing production.
That's the way we've described it, yes, that those two things go together. Yeah.
Right, but if we had to say on balance, you can't have one without the other, and I think the precedent one would be the upzoning.
Right, you can have one without the other. You can rezone property and provide for additional land value, and essentially you'll get all market rate units and no affordable units. And 40% or so of our RENA allocation does fall within affordable housing categories. So the reason that they were coupled together in the housing element and talked about together was because there's both an 11,760 unit RENA allocation, but also a requirement, or I should say a goal that a portion of that are affordable units.
Right. So, we've had virtually no density bonus projects in this city as long as I've lived here. Part of the reason for that, I believe, is that we just have such low base densities. So in order for anybody to capitalize on it, we need to increase our base densities, which is pretty much the object of the rezoning. But let me put that aside for a second. On comparison to cities, how many other cities in Orange County with inclusionary housing also have something similar to what we had as Measure Y?
Probably not a lot. I can think of the city of Encinitas. I can think of a few more in Orange County that had something similar to Measure Y, but not precisely. So Yorba Linda, for example. I don't know if Kathy knows a few others, but those are the ones that come to mind. Not a lot.
Dana Point did.
Okay. And what was the impact of that on their housing production since that was in place?
It was actually done the same year as Measure Y, but I don't actually know what's happened. Not much housing production has happened in Dana Point generally.
Okay.
But there's a big development agreement project about to go forward.
Well, the reason I bring it up is, again, I don't want to get too much into the comments, but, you know, when we say looking at other cities, that assumes that there's a even playing field here. And things have not been that way in Costa Mesa since 2016. In fact, I think in Santa Ana, they've had about 2,500 units of housing built from 2016 to the present. Actually from 2020 to the present, which probably was entitled after 2016. So we've lost out a lot on some of that production. On the financial analysis, so Kathy, you did analysis of basically a pro forma for the developers. Is there any financial analysis on what would incentivize a property owner to sell and what the residual land values would be?
Right, well, that was incorporated into our financial analysis. So we looked at a variety of different property types with a variety of different improvements. So we looked at business park, we looked at office, we looked at auto repair, et cetera, on what then the underlying land values were. And so then we pulled what the comps were for those types of land use and then compared them with, so those were comped.
Right.
As opposed to financial analysis. Then we compared them to the pro forma analysis that I did of the residential developments at the varying density levels.
Okay, so I guess my question is, at what point, if any, were any of the property owners consulted on that analysis? Not the developers, but property owners.
Right, no, we only talked to the developers and they told us what the property owners said.
Okay.
No, so I mean, that's just the truth.
Right.
So.
Okay, that's all I have for now.
Okay. So I just have a few questions. So if we wanted to do, like, just kind of expanding on what Councilmember Chavez was speaking about, if we wanted to say that a development agreement would be exempt from the inclusionary housing ordinance, could we do that?
You could do that. If you wanted to go that direction, I would have some recommendations for you, but yes, you can do that.
What would be your recommendations?
I would just want to ensure that we have language that would point to an equivalent value provision, so it's not a wholesale exemption.
Right, of course.
It's essentially a recognition that through a development agreement, normally those are larger projects that are phased, that may be master planned, that the council might want to provide for flexibility in how the affordable housing requirements are met, but not if the affordable housing requirements are met, or at least of equivalent value. If it's not affordable housing, then it's some other community benefit. All of those are options that the council could consider.
Yeah, I think that that's reasonable. Of course, that's reasonable. Now, I think Councilmember Marr was addressing this earlier. The idea that to allow for, in lieu fees, these alternatives, in lieu fees, off-site construction, and land dedication, you have to meet a threshold of economic infeasibility and extreme hardship. I mean, is that, just wondering about that. I mean, is that necessary? And it seems like a really high standard because it's got two items. So economic feasibility and infeasibility and extreme hardship. The decisions made by the director, somebody who would be sitting in your position when you're off into the private sector. I mean, do we need that language? And if we do need that language, I mean, what if the applicant wants to appeal? I mean, I don't see any appellate rights or anything like that. It just seems like the decision is final. Just seems a little bit draconian to me.
Mr. Mayor, I can weigh in on that. All of the decisions of the planning director, unless specifically spelled out in the ordinance, would be appealable.
Okay.
There's a process in our code.
And that's the process for everything. Okay,
Correct.
good. That's good. That answers it. But why do we have that? Why is it important? Why that standard? Where do we get that standard?
So I just want to make one clarification. The in lieu fee is paid, at least as recommended, by right. So it doesn't require an economic hardship determination. So that may just be a wording issue, because we've been discussing projects up to a certain size being able to pay the in lieu fee, and then any ownership project being able to pay the in lieu fee.
Right, but presumably the way I read it, I mean, maybe I'm reading it wrong, is, there's certain things by right. And I'm doing my best to read through this.
Understood.
There's certain things that are by right, but then if there are other things like dedication of land
Correct.
or off-site production, and they're not by right, then they're discretionary. And the discretionary standard is economic infeasibility and extreme hardship.
Correct.
So it's like, where did we come up with that standard? I mean, is that the standard in every city? Do we need to adopt that standard, or can we just eliminate it and just give the discretion and the discretion to the director?
Right. Well, I think that normally, at least in the programs I've worked in, it's been at the discretion of the city council as opposed to the director. And I think what we're speaking out of turn, perhaps, what I think what we're trying for was to give you objective criteria for when you would approve it. And so instead of just saying, oh, you can approve it or not approve it. So that's your decision. Again, if you want to have full discretion to say that the offsite or the dedication is available, then that's certainly your prerogative to do that. But as the city attorney said, there's always an appeal right. And just as an adjunct comment, there does need to be in the ordinance, just separate from everything we're saying, an extreme hardship provision that just says if somebody can demonstrate it's an extreme hardship, hence a taking, that there has to be a way for that to be resolved. And so then it all becomes the devil's in the detail of how you define extreme hardship and who gets to decide.
Mm-hmm.
I have a really long definition that I like to use.
Did I hear you say that the terms confiscatory, and then what's the other one?
Providing a fair and reasonable return to a property.
Fair and reasonable return. There's no case law?
San Jose. It's the BIA versus San Jose.
There's the one case?
Yeah.
Is that a recent case?
It's the California Supreme Court case from, I want to say, 2017, somewhere. Yeah, I think it is 2017.
Okay. So, see if I have anything else. So it seems to me like we're all here because we want to develop more affordable housing. That's what we're talking about, develop affordable housing. That's the objective. And there's this kind of gas clutch that we're trying to deal with, right? And you say, if we we received some letters from people that said, you need to be more aggressive, right? So you need that number needs to be higher. So put on the gas, right? But now you got to say, well, let's put a little clutch in there and understand that as we get more aggressive with that number, that percentage number, there are going to be fewer people. You reduce the value of the property, and then you reduce the likelihood that there's going to be development. And so then you might say 15%, but it's 15% of a lower number because you have fewer developments. And then, as you get to a lower number, you increase the number of production, but a lower percentage is that. So when you look at this, then I think at your comments, and you say, well, we just want to do a fair split. okay? And it's 50-50, right? And that seems to me like, kind of like what's fair, what's, I think you might have said what's just or something like that. But have we done the analysis, the economic analysis to say, what's the number where we create the most affordable units?
I mean, I think that, again, I have to come back to every property is different. And so to make a blanket assumption about what that exact, precise, which gets you the most number of units question is basically unanswerable. I don't disagree with you that just saying splitting it is, yeah, it's that.
It's kind of like,
It's a
kind of
little-
right in the middle,
it's a
kind of sort of a little arbitrary.
It's a little, I know it definitely is a little arbitrary. I think what you see is like, for example, when you're looking at residual receipts notes on affordable housing projects, you typically see a 50-50 split. I mean, and believe me, I've been doing these for a long time. So you can look at the types of analysis people do, and everybody just looks at everybody else's analysis, which is what, how we keep coming back to Irvine, et cetera. Yours is different, again, because it's incentive-based, so there's not that whole body of evidence to look at like we look at it at more traditional just planning.
Mm-hmm.
Now, so I can tell you that in Culver City, they, in 2007, and then readopted it with more, we did it as a demonstration project in 2007, it became the inclusionary policy in the teens, is we did a 50-50 split from 2007. Now, what I can also tell you is I did that analysis, so there's some consistency in my logic, but that's all there is. It's not like somebody else did it and came up with a 50%. I'm comfortable with 50%. If you were to say to me, would 60% work? I would say 60% would work, but you'll get fewer units.
Why am I going to get fewer units?
You're taking 60%
Oh, I'm
of the
taking
value. You're
60%.
taking 60%, you're going to get fewer units because fewer people are going to sell their property. If you take 40% of the value enhancement.
Well,
for
remember
affordable
gas
housing.
clutch, right? Because
Your
if I
gas
take
clutch.
60%, then I have a higher percentage. But you're saying that you think that there would be less production overall of.
I think there would.
Okay.
I do. I think if you go to 60%, there will be less production. If you take 60% of the value enhancement, there'll be less production of housing because fewer people will sell.
Okay. So what I hear you saying then is that you think that the 11.7, what's in the staff recommendation that you devised, is the sweet spot.
I do.
That will create the most affordable housing units.
On balance, yes.
Okay. But you're not, and that you think that creates the right equilibrium. But if we went to 10 and 5, you'd be like, okay, you can do that, but in your judgment, you'll end up with fewer units.
You'll end up with more total units, fewer affordable units.
Right. I'm only talking about affordable units.
Right.
For now. And you say by the same token, if you go up, to 12.
Right.
You would also have fewer affordable units because you would be reducing the value of the property and disincentivizing development.
Correct. So you'd have fewer market rate units as well.
Okay. So you're saying sweet spot. That's cool. That's cool. I like that. Okay. The question I have is this, and I think this might be my last one. You said something that was interesting, and I want to make sure I took it literally, but maybe I shouldn't have. You said that this approach of doing the incentive-based program where you provide a density bonus through rezoning, upzoning, and then you kind of claw back some of the benefit by providing affordability. You called it a unique approach. My question is it really a unique approach? Are we doing something that no city has ever done? And if it's not a unique approach, are there other cities that have done this approach, and how have they done?
Well, Culver City.
Other than Culver City. And how's it gone in Culver City? My daughter
Great.
lives in Culver City.
Oh, no, it's gone
Yeah.
great because what they did it on the boulevards. So again, it's like an
Yeah.
overlay zone, right? So it's like what they said is and they, very similar to Costa Mesa when this was done, starting in 2007, had very low density and improved boulevards.
Right.
And so there was no incentive for anyone to recycle on the boulevards. And so when they put this program together, it created enough density incentives to mitigate and make it advantageous to go ahead and do the community benefit.
Right. And I can testify, because I've been to Culver City many times, that the new developments that are there are the nicest developments in town, and they're replacing some places that were barely habitable.
We called it underutilized, but yes.
Yes, I'm talking in ugly-looking places.
Yeah, I've been working in Culver City my entire career, and that's
Yeah.
40 years, so I've seen it.
So
through
you're right.
The evolution. But
That's just what I saw with my eyes.
So what I will say is, so the city of Chino, in the last year, adopted an inclusionary policy that was also incentive-based and had overlay zones. And the overlay zones then, if you provided X amount of affordable, you got X amount of density on top of it. So that was done in the last year and improved.
Got it. I don't have any more questions. Anybody else? Let's go. You have questions?
I think they were answered. So
Okay.
I'm going to hold off. I want to hear from the developers.
Okay. Let's go with, you want to ask your questions, then we'll go to Jeff. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I keep jumping in front of you.
Fine. No, it's all right. It's no big deal.
I'm trying to find the page, but in your original analysis, there was also a suggestion that part of the math that we've spent a lot of time talking about is predicated on the fact that there's existing buildings on most of the corridor sites, certainly. And so I think in your report there had been mention of if it was truly an empty lot or a greenfield site, potentially we could push the affordability higher than the recommendation. Potentially, would that still be your recommendation? Should we think about this as two-tiered, one for existing development sites that have already have some sort of development on them, and then those that have nothing on them, as opposed to a single number?
I guess what my response would be, and I'll turn it back over to Jennifer on this, is, I'm talking to Mike, is how many of those sites exist? So do you want to make a policy for something that is kind of a unicorn?
Yep, okay, thank you.
Yeah, the only thing I would add to that is that the analysis is in the financial evaluation. Kathy did evaluate that scenario, and there were recommendations for percentages based on vacant land. It comes down to sort of what condition that really describes, and essentially we dropped it from the recommendations of staff really in order just to simplify the ordinance, and to the extent that those examples exist, then the percentages in Kathy's report would apply.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, one last question. So it's been a little over a year since Measure K was passed. I don't know, Nancy or Jennifer, what's the total number of units in our entitlement pipeline?
You're talking current applications?
Yeah, so since between when we went back to normal planning and prior to adoption of any inclusionary housing ordinance, what's in our pipeline?
I don't know if you have that number, Nancy. I can ballpark some numbers if you don't.
I have 2021 numbers that I can comfortably
Right.
share.
Okay, so I'm going to ballpark based on, we have Hive Live that's become for this council for screening. It's roughly 1,000 units. We have a few urban master plan proposals that generally range between sort of 10 and 30 units. And we also have a few proposals that are in preliminary application stages, but just haven't made it to a formal application yet. So all in all, I would ballpark about 1,500 units in pending applications, and I'm including preliminary applications in that.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Let's open it up to the public. Public hearing starts now. We'll start in the chambers, as is our tradition. Happy New Year, Jay.
Happy New Year, Council. Good evening, Jay Humphrey, Costa Mesa resident. I've only got really one question. I'm trying to figure out how you have first reading of an ordinance that you don't have the in lieu fee established to start it. I can see how you will change it year to year with an in lieu fee study, but we haven't done one yet as far as I know. I could be wrong about that. So I'm trying to figure out how you can actually, because if I was a developer and you open an ordinance with no in lieu fee in it, boy, I could take some real runs at that a couple of ways. So that is one of my questions. And, you know, for my own purposes, my own personal thing, the Planning Commission recommendations is, in my view, a non-fly. But that's just my own personal view. I think that it actually is contrary to making any affordable housing in Costa Mesa. And it all depends on whether we really want the people who work in Costa Mesa, who provide us all of our services in Costa Mesa, the people who do all the things that help us live our lives as well as we can, that they can also live here in Costa Mesa with us. So anyway, having said that, I just had that one question. I would like you guys to ponder on that one. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. Adam Wood with the Building Industry Association. Thanks for the opportunity to comment. Hope you all had the chance to see my letter. A lot of points were raised in there and were discussed earlier. I do think, I'd love to run through all those points, but I think we need to spend some time on this conversation about being incentive-based. It's not. I don't know what else to say about it. I appreciate that a lot of this is contingent on that mindset being brought, but this is a state law issue. RENA has required 13,000 units be brought to the city. You've heard from your residents, we're in the middle of a housing crisis. Providing additional housing units within the city isn't doing a favor to anyone. It's a mandate, it's a requirement. It's something that has to happen. So it's very challenging for us to hear that this is an incentive-based program, when in fact what it is it's going to be an extra hurdle, a barrier, a restriction on housing production. We're gonna see fewer units built in a housing crisis when a policy like this moves forward. So we have some real semantics perhaps, but I think that underpins the rest of the comments, and it's hard to move past that until we can kind of get to the bottom of it. But project threshold size, this is running along with what the staff report had laid out. Well, first off, we want to thank the Planning Commission too. I'd be remiss if I didn't say all the hard work they put in on this. A lot of great work was done there. Project threshold size, I think that's important. We talked a little bit about Irvine today and copying them. I think they're extremely unique. If we had a large military base in the middle of Costa Mesa, we could do an apples to apples comparison. Otherwise, their inclusionary really shouldn't be part of any conversation. In Santa Ana, it's another one we've looked at. I think it's very important to get into the weeds on what has happened in Santa Ana. I'd say a lot of their affordable housing units have been built in spite of their inclusionary program. We saw for over 5 years at $15 a square foot, 0 units entered the pipeline. If you look at the units that were built, I know we've talked about tonight on the staff report, thousands of units. If you pull the numbers on those thousands of units, none of them paid the $15 a square foot fee that was required under the policy that was in place. So I think inclusionary, again, it's a great idea. I understand where we're going with it, but the practical application when you get into the weeds of these details, which is something unfortunately you guys have to do from the dais here tonight, it doesn't pencil out quite the way it's always advertised, which is very challenging. Again, staff resources, would love to know how, talking about the trust fund, all this stuff's gonna be set up when the in lieu fees start coming in. Who's gonna administer that? Where does the financing come from that? Is that a general fund obligation? Staff's gonna be used to do all that. And I think there's also important conversations about the development agreements. I think there's a huge potential for an exemption there that allows for more flexibility at the staff level. If you include that exemption, talked about it in Measure K as well. So lots more to it. Hope you do have a chance to look at the letter, but I am out of time. So thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, sir. Oh, sorry. Didn't see you there, Jen.
Sorry, I'm
you
short.
You have the floor.
All right, thank you. Friedrich Hayek, who is a Nobel Prize-winning economist, once said that the curious task of economics was to demonstrate to men how little they really knew about what they imagined they could design. And I would say that he was right, and I'd maybe put a little gloss on it and say that experience also demonstrates this as well. I'm hearing a lot tonight about math, and I think we're looking around grasping for math to solve these very difficult questions for us. But the math is only going to be as good as its inputs, and the wrong number multiplied by another wrong number will not get you the right answer just because you use math. And Ms. Head's math is really good, to be clear. I think the analysis is excellent, but it will never give you certainty. And that's because at the end of the day, you can't plug in every variable that will go into every landowner's decision to develop a particular property. For example, I looked at a while ago, and I think I mentioned this at another meeting, the West 19th specific plan, which is a wonderful little plan to look at. And if you look at it, there's these amazing, wonderful plans about mixed-use developments up and down 19th Street that I think everyone imagined would happen. But ultimately, very, very few, I think maybe one or two, of those ever got built. And that's after we thought about the feasibility and the rezoning. It just didn't happen. And I think ultimately, the problem is that some landowners, as you heard in the prior item, can just sit on land and wait for the right opportunity. And they're very particular, picky, I think is what he said. And all of these sites, they're going to permit housing, but they don't have to have housing on them. They currently have going businesses, or they can even remain vacant because the landowner is picky. So ultimately, you know, as respect to inputs, it's clear that zoning and the in lieu fees in particular will be critically important to understanding the quantum of surplus that we think we're going to be giving the landowners. And we simply don't have those variables yet. We don't know what the zoning is going to be. We don't know what the parking requirements are going to be, which is critical. We don't know what the in lieu fee level is going to be. So we're guessing about the calculations, about the variables involved. And I'd also quickly point out that I'd remind everyone that all existing housing is exempt from Measure K. So to the extent that we have affordable housing left in Costa Mesa, which is rapidly depleting, you know, we need market rate housing as well to preserve what we have below the 405. I understand that, you know, it sounds like all of this is going to happen above the 405, but below the 405 is where all of our houses are already. And we need to preserve what affordability we have there. And finally, I would note, there's an entire study called Upzoning with Strings Attached about the Seattle example that did do upzoning.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Council. I guess I want to express maybe the more the anxieties of the previous speaker and then the specific policy points, because I want to make distinct points, but I stand by the kind of anxieties that Ms. Tanaka brought up into this conversation, and how generally I don't think an IHO is a way to get what we're trying to achieve in Costa Mesa. What I want to achieve in Costa Mesa is not building the most number of affordable housing units. I would like housing abundance that brings affordability into our city. I think that's the way that it makes sense. You know, Mr. Mayor, I'm a director of state policy at my job. My former co-director just announced his candidacy for Culver City City Council yesterday. I know Culver City very well. It is a city, it's a city that, you know, in many ways similar to Costa Mesa. It's an urban city. It's the city I go to Los Angeles the most. When I go to Los Angeles, I go there the most. It's a city that every single one of their apartment complexes has is probably a much more productive use than its previous use, to your good point. But no one can actually afford the quote unquote market rate units in Culver City. You need to be making a high six figures to actually afford living on the Strip on Main Street in Culver City and any of the other upzone parcels. And that's what I fear for Costa Mesa. Sure, we're gonna get a few affordable units here and there, but then no one else is gonna be able to afford those other units. And we're not actually getting the benefits of true market rate units, which are actually being able to be competitive in the market, competitively low, that is. And I think that's a challenge. I think that's a big challenge there. What I will say though is overall, I do tentatively agree with Planning Commission's recommendations. I think if you're going to do this, it's for a higher DUA, so 60 plus makes sense. I think 10 and 5 makes sense over 11 and 7. If for no other reason than if we're thinking about where developers are going to build as a competition between other cities, is that 10 and 5 brings us in the middle of the pack of other cities in Orange County, compared to 7 and 11 bringing us at the higher end of the pack. And I also think exempting homeownership, it makes sense as well. Just the last few points I just want to add is that, you know, to Jen's comment about productive uses right now, you think of a site like AAA for an example. AAA owns their land that they're on right now. But what if at some point in the future they want to build housing there? They say that for the sake of their purposes, they want to build housing there. They have to realize that that's a profitable endeavor for them. And so anything that gets in the way of then removing their main business, right, and then doing something different is going to stop them from doing that. And I'd rather have a huge amount of housing right there. Lastly, I also want to say that there are other options to consider as well. If we think of this housing crisis as acute for affordability, why not a 20% affordable number for a 5-year covenant if we think this is an acute issue right now?
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening again. I'm a member of the Costa Mesa Affordable Housing Coalition, and we've been working on affordable housing for many years, and I've had a number of conversations with staff, council members, and community members about this ordinance. We gave input in good faith, and I had intended to call in and support this ordinance. Originally, it was too conservative, but it was a start. It was kind of an experiment that could be reviewed in a few years to see how it was working. And then I read this version, and it's been gutted. I won't go through the changes because I still have them in front of me, and you have them too. I think that the very conservative, let's see, I'm going to cut to the chase because it's late. If you approve the ordinance as it's written, you're making it easy to build market rate units, and you're providing little encouragement to create affordability. And quite frankly, I'm appalled and a little heartbroken at the ordinance you have before you. And again, if you support it, you're making a clear choice for market rate developers over the working people that trusted you and elected you. I encourage you to reject this version and refer to Kathy Esfahani's email on what the coalition's recommendations are. Specifically, increase the required set-aside to 15% low or 10% very low for developments of 60 units per acre, and increase the required set-aside to 12% low income or 7% very low income for developments of 50 to 59 units. At least implement the staff's recommendation of 10-unit projects as the cutoff. I just can see us having just a lot of 49 or 59 unit per acre developments. So, I mean, the staff worked really hard on this. They listened to us. They made their recommendations, and I'm really disappointed in what the Planning Commission came up with. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor Stevens. Thank you. City Council, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight, and I appreciate the opportunity to work with staff and provide some input. As a developer in the city of Costa Mesa, trying to buy sites to develop multifamily, and the fact of the matter is, when we introduce an affordable housing requirement, that reduces the residual land value that we can pay for the land. Now, it's not always land, it's an office building. And so many times, as we see it, the affordable policy reduces it below that value of an office building. And Councilmember Marr, it could be a vacant piece of land, but whether it's vacant or whether it's an existing property, there are choices that landowner can make. They can keep the property. They can keep it because they're picky. They can keep it because a distribution developer can pay more. It could be a warehouse, which just brings truck traffic and not really any kind of jobs. There's actually lots of options. A landowner doesn't sit there and say, well, they're giving me 50% or 47 or 43% or 57%. They don't think that way. They think, how much can you pay me and how soon can you pay it to me? What's the surety of closing? That's how we produce apartment units. And so you want to, I encourage caution. I encourage being conservative. I think the Planning Commission recommendation is the highest it should be at this point in time. You can always reconsider it. If it's too low, you'll have a production of units. If it's too high, it will be another 5 years to 7 years of no housing, period. So I think that's the part I really want to focus on, because I think that's the meat of this ordinance. There are some other details that I could get into relative to the policy, relative to the specific language of the ordinance, but those are just minor details. I think the 10%, 5% is the key issue here. Thank you.
Hi, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. I'm George Sakioka, representing the Sakioka Company, members of the City Council, staff. I spoke at some of the earlier meetings and been a participant in many of the study sessions, and I certainly appreciate staff listening to us and taking some of our recommendations. Some of the recommendations that we made to the Planning Commission and staff have been incorporated. However, we do have one lingering concern. I did send in an email with some of our comments about how the ordinance is drafted, and a lot of the speakers brought up some very, very good points. Every property is different. Every development is different. There's no cookie cutter way. We have one lingering concern about how the ordinance is drafted, specifically section 331, use of those methods, which is to the ability to dedicate land to meet the requirements. One of the things that we want to make sure is that the method, the way that the ordinance is drafted says it is limited to circumstances where there is a determination that is, quote, economically infeasible or it would impose an extreme hardship. Land dedication and master planning an affordable housing project that supports the entire community should be allowed as an independent means of satisfying affordability requirements without having to resort to proving infeasibility or hardship. It makes good planning sense. And also, I believe that sometimes this would only pertain to obviously larger projects, larger parcels. It doesn't necessarily apply to smaller parcels or smaller developments. Those developments should be encouraged, larger projects, that they will help the cities meet their housing objectives. So what we're proposing for some language, specifically for 13331, alternative compliance procedures, the following are the alternative options to fulfill the requirements of this chapter if on-site production of affordable units is determined by the director or their designee to be economically infeasible and would impose an extreme hardship, or if it is determined to lead to a better planning result and or additional affordable units. The director or their designee's determination shall be made based upon evidence provided by the applicant. It just gives the applicant more flexibility to have that dedication available to them. And also to reiterate one comment that the BIA mentioned is having the exemption for DAs. It's not an exemption of the requirement, it's just the flexibility because every project is different. I think that's a very good component that could be added. I've got 8 seconds left. Thank you, Jennifer Lee. You're gonna be missed. Thank you, and it's been an honor.
Thanks. Okay. Anybody else in the chambers? I think that's pretty much everybody in the chambers that's spoken. Anybody on Zoom, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Kathy Esfahani, please.
Ms. Esfahani, you have the floor.
Hello, this is Kathy Esfahani with the Affordable Housing Coalition. We think of this ordinance as the incredibly shrinking affordable housing ordinance. It started out pretty strong with a recommendation of 19% low or 12% very low for very dense projects of 60 plus units per acre. And below that, from like 40 to 59 units per acre, it was 11% low or 7% very low. Today, you're looking at an ordinance that is being proposed by the Planning Commission that's it's almost laughable. I'm hoping it is dead on arrival, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time going through it. People have already pointed out that it would apply to only 11% of the opportunity sites. in our housing element because of that 2-acre minimum requirement. And with 60 plus units per acre as the starting point for affordable requirements, it would apply only north of the 405. So what we would like to see is a strong ordinance that would be modeled on what is working well in Santa Ana, our neighboring city. In Santa Ana, for very dense projects, just in Santa Ana, it's 15% low or 10% very low, or 5% extremely low. For us, we would like to see in Costa Mesa for 60 units per acre and above, 15% low or 10% very low. And from 50 to 59 units per acre, we'd like to see 12% low or 7% very low. I'd like to say that the staff report, and the staff has done tremendous work on this, and I appreciate all of that. But the recommendation to drop the requirement down to 11% low or 7% very low for very dense, for 60 plus units per acre, just doesn't jibe with the facts on the ground. In the South Coast metro area, there are a number of large vacant lots which can certainly bear a higher affordable requirement. And so, of course, we're talking about the Sakioka property of 30 acres. We're talking about Home Ranch. We're talking about South Coast Plaza parking lots. We're also talking about over by, I was going to say by Soco, the former law school site, which is 10 acres and it's underdeveloped and has lots of parking. So there are lots of possibilities there where it would certainly be feasible to have the higher inclusionary requirement. I would like to, I guess that's it. Am I off?
Yep. Next speaker is Christine Nolf, please.
Christine Knopf, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Christine Nolf, and I participate also in the Costa Mesa Housing Coalition. And I want to thank the staff and council for all the research and hard work that has gone into this. You know, so many people have worked so hard for many years to have an affordable housing ordinance. Don't we want it to be an ordinance that actually develops a significant amount of affordable housing? I'm deeply concerned that this doesn't go far enough to reach our shared goals as a city. And I'm concerned that a very small portion of the city would be affected. You know, according to the ordinance that was presented tonight, this means that any new developments up to 59 units will be exempt from the inclusionary ordinance. With the housing opportunity sites available, this just won't produce much affordable housing throughout the city. And similarly, the requirement does not apply to developments of under 2 acres. So again, a developer could get right at under 2 acres and not be required to build any affordable units. And perhaps my biggest concern is the low number of units required when the ordinance does apply to a project. I stayed on tonight to ask you to please increase the inclusionary requirements. Please increase the required set aside to 15% low or 10% very low income for developments of 60 plus per acre, and increase the required set aside to 12% low or 7% very low income for developments of 50 to 59 units per acre. Let's not get this far with all this work that has been done and not get maximum affordable housing built. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Cynthia McDonald.
Ms. McDonald, you have the floor.
This is a pathetic attempt to satisfy the requirement in the housing element. It will not result in many affordable units being built despite the need. The Planning Commission made many concessions to developers. It removed the applicability to for sale housing, along with the in lieu fees going to a first-time homebuyers program. The pricing calculation was revised several times, but when comparing it to other cities, there was no evidence of the need for that. In other cities, like Irvine, which requires that 15% of the units in any project be affordable, we see much of the new housing built by demolishing industrial buildings and replacing them with 5 to 6 story apartment buildings. This includes the Legacy Partners project on the corner of Main and Jamboree. That is evidence that the revised pricing to accommodate Costa Mesa's lack of vacant land is faulty. There's no longer a sensible threshold of 10 or more units. The IHO now only applies to projects of 60 dwelling units per acre or more, and anything that is built on less than 2 acres is exempt. Projects like Baker Block, 240 units on 4.17 acres, which is 57.7 units per acre, would be exempt. The in lieu fees will now be used to fulfill the affordable housing requirement for, quote, rental projects with 100 or fewer dwelling units and any fractional number of affordable units required. Who is the developer that receives this gift? Any one of them that claims its project, quote, won't pencil out. Or if one developer has his way, it will just be all of them. With the IHO applying only to projects of more than 60 DU per acre, it will take forever to build up a housing trust fund, and those in lieu fees could just sit there in perpetuity, which won't help anyone. Back to that exemption for projects on less than 2 acres, most of the properties on the Measure K map don't meet the threshold, so those projects will not be required to provide any affordable units. You promised that Measure K would solve the city's affordable housing woes, but not requiring any affordable units and projects on less than 2 acres won't make that happen. Councilmember Marsh stated, quote, "It's our duty to provide an opportunity for current and future generations to find housing in the community they grew up in," unquote. If it is our duty, then make the set-aside percentages closer to the 19%, 12% levels first proposed and return to the original thresholds. Otherwise, this is just promises made, promises broken. Finally, I don't think the HCD is going to appreciate a weak and ineffectual attempt at an IHO. We are already in trouble over our sober living ordinance. Do you want the HCD to put the city under the microscope again? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Caesar, please.
Caesar, you have the floor. Caesar? Who?
Hi, good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Cesar Covarrubias. I'm the executive director of the Kennedy Commission, an organization that works to increase affordable housing opportunities here in Orange County. I want to express our concerns also of the current proposals of for the in lieu fee and also for the requirements of affordable housing. We strongly believe that a strong affordable housing ordinance would allow for 15% of the units to be available at low income, or a minimum 10% at very low income. And that's in comparison to what you're seeing in other cities here in Orange County. Just looking at Santa Ana across the street there from Costa Mesa, they have effectively worked with an affordable housing ordinance with those requirements and been able to successfully have over 6,000 units, 5,000 units of housing in total, with about 1,700 of those units being affordable in the last cycle. In the current cycle, in the pipeline right now, they have over 6,000 units, with about 1,700 of those being affordable at low, very low. And that's with a requirement of 15%, and also an in lieu fee at $15 a square foot, which is significant. So if Santa Ana can do this, Costa Mesa can certainly do this. It's supported by the data. The consultant that's doing your analysis did Santa Ana's analysis and their inclusionary housing ordinance also. It's proven to work. And the other issue that I want to point out is that it's imperative that you get the most affordable housing on these sites, because if you don't, you would have to go back and identify additional sites, since most of these sites have been identified for affordable housing for low and very low. So not producing maximum affordability on these sites will then in turn require the city to have a no net loss on their availability of sites for low, very low, and will have to rezone sites and have to deal with the current restrictions that you have on density at this point. So it is imperative to get the affordability done on these properties, and with the tools that are available to you to be able to do this. Thank you.
Okay.
Roberto, please.
Roberto.
Hi,
Hi, Mayor and City Council. This is Roberto with Resilience Orange County, and I'm calling to express my support for you to take measures that address housing insecurity impacting the Latino and low-income communities in Costa Mesa. To start, please have a stronger preference to mandate on-site production over in lieu fees where possible, and also please increase the affordability percentages for low and very low affordable housing. Affordable housing affordability is out of reach for communities that you represent and that we work with. In 2022, we spoke with 1,200 Latino voters in Costa Mesa who shared that housing insecurity is the most pressing issue they face. Our organization primarily works with Latino tenants, and to think about the money needed to purchase a home in today's market scares many of them. To see the rising rent is even more scary, as you may be priced out to even remain in Costa Mesa. Many of the community members we work with have shared their deep connection and upbringing in a city that they call their home and that they want to remain in. As you consider tonight's proposal, consider addressing the Latino homeownership gap. There's a report from data from 2001 that found that Latinos living in California are falling behind national trends of homeownership, and the Latino community is being priced out of homeownership in Costa Mesa. And that should be addressed. Renters also are being priced out of their homes, and that should be addressed too. As you work to pass policies to stabilize the cost of affordability for homeownership, please also consider policies that address the cost of affordability to rent in Costa Mesa. Thank you so much.
And our last speaker is Priscilla.
Priscilla, you have the floor.
Sacramento requires 12,000 housing units to be built in Costa Mesa, and 40% of that must be low or very low income. Affordable housing is the one thing that Costa Mesa residents agree upon. But you said that the only way to accomplish this was to relinquish our power on development to you. So we voted for Measure K and asked for an inclusionary housing ordinance to ensure affordable housing would be included in each build above 10 units. But you and the Planning Commission knew the outreach and visioning were just so much political theater. The documents are pro forma to satisfy Sacramento, and the inclusive city we were promised is a lie. This IHO is a developer's dream, and it screams redlining from every page. Instead of the 10 to 15% affordable units in projects over 10 units, it's down to as little as 5, and that only applies to projects over 60 units per acre or to parcels of 2 acres or more. To skirt this is child's play. Also, the IHO does not apply to for sale housing, and the in lieu fees that developers pay no longer go to the first-time homebuyers program. The coup de grace is that developers are also allowed to either pay in lieu fees, agree to off-site affordable units, or swap land instead of including affordable units in their luxury complexes. Rarely is this affordable housing ever built. The only plan for affordable housing was restricted to the Fairview Developmental Center near other low-income neighborhoods with minority residents, next to the Emergency Operations Center with its 10-story tower of flashing lights. No luxury homes will be built here. The air pollution is unhealthy and will only worsen when the EOC trucks arrive. And don't expect green space, trees, and parks because developers can avoid those within lieu fees. If you started out to be public servants, you've ended up the worst kind of politicians. You watch from the dais as the working poor beg you for help with housing, but all you hear are the voices of landowners and developers. You designed a city where the working poor are not welcome. Well, I guess beggars can't be choosers, right? The poor should be thankful if they get any housing at all. So north of the 405, the parks and tree-lined streets will invite walking and biking, while at the EOC, the concrete tenement will be dominated by a 10-story flashing telecommunications tower dressed in plastic to look like a tree, our Watts Tower. Thank you.
You're welcome. Anybody else? Okay. Let's close the public comment. Looks like we got a motion already. Motion, let's hear your motion, Mayor Pro Tem.
He did.
Is Dr. Marr gonna
Go ahead.
read my mind? I move that we continue the item to a date uncertain.
I want to know why, so I'm going to second it.
Okay.
I can't second it, but you can second it for me. I want to hear what you have to say.
Second for discussion.
Okay. Well, the main reason is it's 11:36. We've had hours of public comment tonight. I don't think we're close to any sort of consensus on what this needs to look like, at least as far as an ordinance is concerned. I will say, I've been talking about housing for a very long time. I feel like I'm a broken record on some things here. The problem that we have in Costa Mesa is that we don't have a real frame of reference for development over the last decade. And so when we talk about comparing ourselves to other cities, it's never going to be an accurate apples to apples comparison. Even referencing Culver City, which may have had a successful program, that is partly due to the fact that they have an expo right away running through the center part of town. That transportation infrastructure helped spur a lot of development. We certainly don't have that. I look at this from the perspective of what's happened at least in the last year. Measure K was passed. We got back to normal planning in certain geographic areas. And as a result, we have one project, a multi-year phased project with a significant number of units. That's basically about it. If you're talking about what would be a developer's dream, it would be now. It would be before you actually have an inclusionary requirement, which would add more hurdles and obstacles. But what we have is one project. So I am not inclined to make things more difficult. In fact, I operate, I think, from the principle of like the Hippocratic Oath, do no harm. And by that, I mean, do not discourage housing. So I think we have a good structure for that, but I don't think the details are there, at least tonight, to proceed with an ordinance that's going to make any measurable impact on housing, let alone affordable housing.
Okay, I think I seconded it. I verbally seconded it.
I seconded it for discussion.
Okay. Right.
Sure. You can pull
Do you
my
mind
name
if
off
I-
and make it the mayor's if you
Well,
like.
I tried. I just don't have the button to second it.
Okay, well, I'm undoing my second.
Okay. So I will support that. I just have a couple of things that I want us to think about to when we come back. I think it's a really good point because we could talk about this, I'm sure, for a good amount of time. I don't want to vote on this at 1 in the morning or 2 in the morning, and that's where it's kind of angling now. Picking up on Jay Humphrey's question, I forgot to ask that. I would really like it when we come back, and I know I don't need you to comment on it. It's my own thing. I think when we come back, we should have the ordinance and the resolution of the in lieu fee. I'm very uncomfortable with this idea that we vote and then we come back later and we have the in lieu fee discussion. I'd like to have that at the same time. If there are other council members who want to be heard on that, that's fine too. If you disagree with me, that's cool. Not sure I have anything else I need to say.
I'd like to offer a substitute motion.
Okay, let me just make sure that there's nothing else I want to say in response to in support of my second. No, that's all I have to say. Yes, you have a substitute motion.
Yep. I'd like to recommend that we move the ordinance forward with the following provisions. So using the chart, using staff recommendations, set the project threshold at 15 units, 1.5, as opposed to 10, with the production requirement for greater than 50 units, 5.0. I'd like to set the number of affordable units required to be 60 plus dwelling units the acre at 12% low income or 8% very low income. That's a 1% increase over what staff has proposed. Under 60 dwelling units per acre, 6% at low income or 4% at very low income. Maintain the staff recommendation. For ownership, I'd like to suggest we make it in lieu fee only. I'd like to lastly add the recommendation from Mr. Sakioka, whereby we do not require a hardship component of a decision to pay either an in lieu fee or an alternative site.
Okay. You,
I can do you need, does everyone need me to say it again?
she's trying to
Yeah,
second.
I verbally seconded. My button's not working. Someone else's button.
Just says Dr. Barr across the board.
Councilmember Mar, I'm sorry, I missed what you said for the scenario where the density is less than 60 dwelling units per acre. If you could repeat that part.
Maintaining the staff recommendation at 6% low income and 4% very low income.
Thank you.
I have a second. Can I speak to my motion?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, I agree with many of the commenters. I think my name got used as a quote. I guess I don't entirely know where to start. I guess I'm a little bit frustrated by the process. Let me start there. And I say this knowing that many of you in this room are friends of mine, right? Both on the developer side and the affordable housing side. I've worked with many of you for a long time. And nevertheless, we went through this entire Measure K process where myself and a few others on the dais were trying so desperately to revitalize corridors, to bring more housing, to allow for the building of more housing. And because we dared mention the words affordable housing in the ordinance, we did not get the support from some folks in the development community, including the BIA. We've talked about upzoning. We've talked about adding incentives. We've talked about adding more value to property. And that's still not considered an incentive by the definition of some folks. We've talked about adding an inclusionary housing policy, which 91 cities in California have. We are not proposing something unique and different and unheard of before. 30% of the cities in Orange County have an inclusionary housing ordinance. So the notion that we are impeding development to me is just absurd. This council has done more to create housing than certainly the last 3 councils before it who did nothing but hamstring housing. And yet we're still not threading the needle quite right, and maybe we shouldn't use the math that we're using. If I'm frustrated, if I sound frustrated, it's because I am. I think what staff brought forward, based on a recommendation from an expert consultant who has done this in city after city, based on input from the development community, based on finding the sweet spot that the mayor was looking for, whereby we're not hamstringing developments and encouraging a housing at the same time, is everything that we've asked for and meets all of the things that folks on this council have talked about for the last 3 years. So I think staff brought a very good recommendation. I think Planning Commission was swayed by some of the comments. I'd like to go back to what staff recommended. I'm adding 1% because I know there's at least that much in wiggle room in the math. And so, I'm proud to make this motion. Everything I said during Measure K, I continue to believe, and I just hope folks come along with me. Thank you.
Okay, second?
Yeah, I will. I agree. I agree with all of that. I think it's well described in terms of the facts and the feelings. This is not a new conversation. We've been having this conversation for a long time. I think we've been setting this expectation for a long time. We've had 2 study sessions. This has gone through 2 planning commission meetings. I think it was 17 stakeholder meetings to develop a detailed analysis based on quantitative data, qualitative data, and specific to Costa Mesa. We don't usually have that kind of background or analysis supporting a lot of the decisions that we make here. So, you know, I think the analysis is done. We set the expectations. I agree with the comments about, you know, this is exactly what we said we were going to do when we asked people to support Measure K. I share the feelings that if we don't do this, it definitely feels like inconsistent with what we said we were going to do on Measure K. And I think staff designed a policy based on that detailed analysis and exactly what we've asked for through those study sessions and many discussions on housing at this council meeting. So I get the comments about, you know, there's a lot that we don't know. There are some things that are still undefined, but I see this as this inclusionary housing ordinance really as an anchor for affordable housing, which I understand and believe is our highest priority here on this council. So we anchor in our goals for affordable housing, and as we rezone in a way that maintains that feasibility. And I think I've been excited about rezoning because we have a council here that I think is willing to turn a lot of the levers that we need to turn to make sure housing gets built. But we need to anchor this in affordable housing. That's been our promise, that's been our goal, that's what we've asked staff to do.
Okay, so can I ask just a couple questions? So the greater than 50, you said that was your second point, you're greater than 50?
That's right.
Can
So
you say that
between-
again?
Right, so between lower than 15 units, you don't have to do anything.
Lower than 15, I get that.
Okay.
Yeah, and I okay. The
15
next,
units and 50 units, you have the option of an in lieu fee or production.
okay.
Greater than 50 units, you must do production.
Okay.
Currently, as written, staff recommendation is 100 units.
Okay, so we're saying 50 or above, you have to produce.
So we're raising the minimum threshold, but we're lowering the production threshold.
Okay. And then would you be willing to do a friendly amendment that says if there's a we do a development agreement and it, you know, has kind of equivalent benefit, that it would be exempt from the ordinance?
Yes, I'm willing to carve out development agreements.
Okay. Okay. Anybody else want to speak? Councilmember Chavez, you've got your red light on.
I had it for a while. I'm still kind of contemplating.
Well, here, you want me to talk? And you can contemplate, or you want to talk?
No, I want to just see where Councilmember Mar is at. I don't feel comfortable going above what was recommended financially. I'm the only person in this dais that doesn't own a home. I'm the only renter in this dais. I know the only thing that lowers rents is not rent control. It's not affordable housing. It's supply. And my big fear is I don't want to go over even a point just because we can. I also like more time on this item, quite frankly. I appreciate you doing the lower threshold. I'm not comfortable voting for anything above the financial evaluation recommendation. And I think that's where I'm at right now.
Okay. Let's hear from anybody else. Councilmember Gameros.
So, I'm seeing all sides of this. I find myself where Mayor Pro Tem Harlan was earlier with, I'm not sure where I'm going to be until the very last second. So I just want to work some thoughts out in my head, which I don't normally do. I usually have it all figured out, but I know that, and maybe not everybody agrees with this, but I know that if we start raising the percentages of low and very low, we're going to lower the land value costs, and we're going to create more hardships for development in the long run. And I know not everyone's going to agree with that, but I come from a family of developers, and I know what happens. I also know when we start hearing too low of numbers, people start jumping. So that's kind of where I'm stuck in the middle. I also support Council Member Chavez's situation where he said, you know, I don't own a home, I rent. And what's going to help provide me with affordable living is more units. Well, the way we're going to get more units is if we lower the amount of low income, but then the thought is that doesn't give enough opportunity for everyone. So in a nutshell, my fear is if we make the percentages too high, we're not going to get the developments we need. If we make them too low, we're going to get a lot of development. I'm just not really sure how this works for everybody in this one. I think we're going to be 50% yay, 50% nay, unfortunately. But in the end, I'm going to support Councilmember Chavez because he speaks for the renters because he is one. That's all I have.
Okay. So on just one question about it too. On the thing you said, ownership in lieu fee, is that different than how is that different from the financial evaluation of staff has the 8% at moderate? You're just saying get rid of the 8% at moderate and just go with
I'm not requiring a production for ownership.
no requiring of production. Because that said 8% or. So you're just saying they can pay an in lieu fee by right.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Okay.
All right. You know what?
All right. Well, you could, you want to speak? Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna offer two friendly amendments. Would the maker of the motion be willing to just do a flat 10 low income, 5% very low income?
At 60 dwelling units per acre?
At 50.
Sorry?
Well, I just one more time. I don't quite understand exactly what the difference between 50 units produced and the 15 like you mentioned before. I just don't want to be at 12% and 8% if we're going to be the higher end of everyone in Orange County.
Okay, so how about this? What if I were to amend my motion to go back to the staff recommendation? So 60 plus dwelling units per acre would stay at 11%, which is the staff recommendation at low income, and 7% at very low.
I'm cool with that, but I have one more that I want you to hear out before then. So one of the things that's been on my mind, and I haven't really mentioned this before, and I'm not sure if anyone's thought about this yet, is one of the sites that's included in this is South Coast Plaza. They amount to a big part of our budget. I would like to see us exempt them. I'm not sure how we would do it mechanically, but they're such a big part of our budget that I think we should, if they want to build housing down the line, work with them individually.
I'm not prepared to exempt any particular properties. I think the development agreement, as discussed previously, is probably the mechanism for that.
Okay, then I don't think I can put the motion. Sorry.
Then you what? I'm sorry, I didn't. Cannot support the motion. Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, of course.
Regarding South Coast Plaza, I don't know who to direct this to, but do they have some sort of exclusionary agreement already in place? If they do, can someone please explain if they do?
Not that I'm aware of. As we went through the housing element process, we discussed listing that property as a housing opportunity site. The property owner was amenable to listing it as a housing opportunity site and potentially receiving the benefits of rezoning. I'm not aware of any agreement that would affect that one way or another.
So then if South Coast Plaza was to decide they wanted to develop some high-end luxury apartment living in that area, they would be subject to the same housing ordinance that we're developing right now?
They would, except that if they were to propose a development agreement, the way that the motion is crafted currently, it would allow for them to not do on-site production of housing units, and it would allow for them to essentially write the flexibility of how to meet those requirements into the development agreement, whether that be off-site production or some other option. That language provides a lot of flexibility for development agreement sites.
Yeah, and I'll just piggyback on that it allows the flexibility for us to get the value of an equivalent, but not for it to be affordable housing right at the site. They could pay the in lieu fees, they could offer the land or anything else that's of equivalent value. So it's very flexible the way that the motion is written at this time.
Or any
the way that it's being mentioned.
any community benefit, that is, it doesn't necessarily even have to be affordable housing. It could be, improving transportation infrastructure. It can be a park. It can be providing, money to the schools. They certainly need it. That type of stuff. So
Wait, I just
Well,
don't-
that's a policy decision as well. So if
right.
want to
I mean,
make
it's
it
always,
broader,
It's always a
Yeah.
policy decision, but I mean, we or another, who knows? I mean, this is probably most likely not going to be decided by us. It's going to be decided by some other council.
So
About the development agreement, the terms of the of a hypothetical development agreement at South Coast Plaza or anywhere else for that matter.
I understand, but I just want to make sure that we're looking at the fact that we differentiate between developer and stakeholder when we're moving through this, because we have some developers who are also stakeholders in this community, and I don't want to strain a stakeholder relationship that we have that's been a great, friend of the city for many, many years when we go through this. So we just need to find how we negotiate our way through this. So if we're going to try and get this done tonight, I think some people need to maybe be a little more flexible on their numbers, and if we can try and come to an agreement. I'm not disagreeing with what Jeff recommended at all, but I see that there's a few of us that have our feet dug in the ground, and I don't think we're going to get anywhere if we don't bend on this just to get forward.
Yeah, I'll
done.
just go back to what staff just said about, look, the development agreement option sort of gives us the flexibility that you're looking for. I mean, that's what that is, right?
I mean, somewhat, yeah. Well, for one. And then I think that Councilmember Chavez, I think that we should explain where we're at with the below and above 50 and how that affects this agreement moving forward. And we're at 11:59 at this point if you want to make a motion to extend past midnight.
I'll move to extend past midnight.
Okay. And did you get a second? Second by Councilmember Reynolds. Let's call for the question.
Can we just do a voice vote,
Yes.
please? All in favor?
Yes. Aye.
Yes.
Thank you. I
Sorry.
don't have any more room on my motions here.
Yeah. It's
So let's just clearly define where we're at with below and above 50 and how that's going to impact this if we're going to move forward with this. If we're going to try and do this tonight.
Do you want me to restate where I think we're at? Would that be helpful, Mr. Mayor?
Well, sure.
Yeah,
yeah,
that could be helpful. I'm referencing page 7 of the staff report, so if you can just walk through that slowly again so I can get my notes down.
I'm fully digital, so I would need to find it.
Totally analog. Yeah, that's a good way to go.
Could we also bring up the slide that shows the table that summarizes the recommendation?
Yes.
All right. Yeah, looking at the table on page 7 of the PDF, right?
Yep.
Okay, so the first line is project threshold. So rather than 10 units on the right-hand column, I'm suggesting that the project threshold as defined in this table is 15 units, 1-5. So actually raising the project threshold. It's not in this table, but in the ordinance, there is a statement that anything below 100 units can be an in lieu fee or production. And I'm suggesting we lower that threshold from 100 to 50. So that would have the impact of between 15 units and 50 units, you can pay an in lieu fee or you can produce units. Anything over 50 would produce units. So that's the project threshold. On the second line of the table, the number of units / required income, again, in the right-hand column for staff recommendations, at greater than 60 dwelling units per the acre, and making the staff recommendation, which is 11% at low income or 7% at very low income, under 60 dwelling units per the acre, 6% at low income or 4% at very low income. So that is directly the staff recommendation, no changes. On line 3, regarding ownership, I'm striking reference to production completely and suggesting in lieu fee only. And then maintaining the right side of the table for the remainder of the items. And adding a carve out for development agreement exception, and adding a modification to the hardship or economic, sorry, I had that up on my screen. The economic hardship language such that the option to substitute other sites is permitted.
Councilmember Mar, if I could clarify two things.
Yeah.
The 15 unit and 50 unit discussion, that would apply specifically to rental projects?
Correct.
Okay. And the friendly amendment to the DA is inclusive of the language related to equivalent benefit?
Correct.
Thank you.
So, Councilmember Mar, if I may inquire, where does the 15 and 50 number come from?
Some of the previous conversations I had with a consultant regarding this notion of where production versus in lieu fees should come from. Some of the comments I've received offline and discussions with developers who are concerned about the 10 units and the tables both in the KMA report showing the minimum thresholds for other cities around the state and the attachment regarding other cities in Orange County.
Okay. I'll just reiterate a concern that the mayor raised a little while ago about in lieu fees. I don't see how we can make an informed decision without understanding what that is at this point, or even just a suggestion of what that's going to be. I think Jay was absolutely right that this is something we need to have before us, and I am hesitant to really move forward with something so substantive at this late stage in the night, but also because this is the first time council is actually hearing Planning Commission's recommendations. They considered this twice. I think it merits a little more moderated consideration.
Can I defer to staff on the question of how in lieu fees are developed?
Yes, I'll start, and then Kathy, if I miss anything, please. Essentially, it has always been part of the proposal to do an in lieu fee analysis. Essentially, those in lieu fees would be proposed as a fee resolution to the city council, and our intent, if the council moves this ordinance forward, is to bring that fee resolution back essentially concurrently with the ordinance moving forward. What we need to be able to complete that analysis is percentages, to land on percentages. So we really can't do it before then. So my suggestion is to allow us to bring that back separately. But if it has to be concurrently, we need direction on percentages to be able to do that.
So hold on one second. So let me ask a question of the city attorney, and then I have a question of staff. So city attorney, can we do this? Let's say we have this as the motion on the table, okay? And we come back at the next meeting and we start right now with the motion on the table, and then maybe some other information about that we received from staff about the in lieu fee. Is that possible? Can we do that, or do we have to reopen the whole thing? Not that I'm curious. Not that I care about reopening it, but I'm just curious.
Well, you're going to have to take new testimony on the fee resolution separately. So there's an alternative, which is to give this first reading with those changes, and then when it comes back for second reading at the next meeting with the fee study, you can make tweaks to it then and give it a new first reading.
Oh, okay. That's good. Well done. That's a good value add there. Hold on one second. So let me say, but so we have percentages. I mean, we have the percentages that are in the staff report. And was there a reason why we didn't do do that calculation based on the staff recommendation and have a discussion about that tonight?
There's been quite a lot of movement on the percentages. So essentially, we could have done it that way, but we would have also had to run a scenario on the Planning Commission's recommendation and potentially, so it just didn't seem efficient, and that's why we didn't do it. We envisioned it as a two-step process from the start.
Okay, just curious.
Yeah, I'm just gonna speak. I'm well over my comfort level on the floor, and looking back at how we made prior decisions, like including the renter protections, took 2 meetings. I need more time. I don't feel comfortable voting on something. I think I like it. I just think we need more input at an earlier time, and I quite frankly just need time to process what we're voting on.
Okay. So why don't we do this? Does anybody else need to speak? We do the substitute motion, we'll call for the question, we'll go to the original motion. Does anybody need to speak?
I do want to
Yes.
sorry, Jeff, go ahead.
Go.
I just wanted to, I thought I heard Kim say that we'd still have a first reading next time.
If you give it first reading tonight and you decide you want to make changes, you can give it a new first reading at the next meeting. Giving an ordinance first reading does not require you to adopt it.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
I'd also just like to have Nancy share the language that we've put together based on tonight's discussion for the development agreement related provision for the record. Should be on your screens. Is that the intent in the motion?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. Right, and you know that the other one is what was in George Sakioka's letter?
Correct.
I have that, I could read it, but we understand what that is?
Yes, it's part of the record, so we'll use that language.
Okay.
Okay, so the bottom line is we're just off a little bit on percentages. So can someone, whoever it is.
No. There's been no changes to percentages.
Wait, let me finish.
Staff
Hold on,
recommendation.
please. Thank you. Can someone just read through it one more time? I'm trying to get everybody on the same page of what it is that is the intent tonight, so we don't vote on something that we should not have done that because it's so late. I just want to hear this one time through clean, and
Mr.
then.
Mayor, can I do it?
Sure, I was
Right.
going to offer to do it, but you can do it.
All right. Your project threshold for rental units is 15, and between 15 and 50 is either production or payment of in lieu fee at the option of the applicant.
Excuse me, I think you said rental. I think the 15 applies to rental and ownership, right?
Rental.
No? Is there no, is there no threshold for ownership?
The ownership projects is the third one.
Oh,
It's all ownership projects.
all ownership projects, so there's no threshold for,
Right. So this is for rental units.
okay, all right, I wasn't clear about that, thank you.
So between 15 and 50, go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify, the 15 as the minimum threshold would apply to both rental and ownership, but the 50 applies exclusively to rental. That's what I understood.
That's not what I understood.
If I could clarify also.
That makes sense.
Okay, never mind.
Are we ready?
I honestly, like, I can count. Wait, like, this is dumb. I mean, this doesn't have the votes right now, right? So it's fine. We'll continue the item, and then we'll do a first reading, and then we'll probably do another first reading. Like, if that's where the council wants to go, I'm not going to force square peg no round hole right now. It's too late.
My understanding, I mean, I'd like to, I know it's complicated, but I feel like getting the numbers in place, right? Like if we can get a recommendation on the floor approved, it's just a first hearing, it's non-committal, but it gives something for people to respond to and for staff to do the in lieu study. So some of the hesitation here is about right? Like we need extra pieces of information. So let's put an anchor in the ground, get that extra information, and then, you know, maybe it's multiple first readings after that. But I mean, I'd like to encourage us to get an anchor in the ground somewhere that may move.
Okay.
So I'd like to just go back to what I said. Can we just get one clean reading of this through and see if we can at least get a vote tonight? And then we'll go from there. Just a first reading. Someone could read it and we can vote on it, please.
Okay.
Councilmember Mar, can you restate the motion, or?
I thought the city attorney was going to take a stab at it.
So let's let her
Or I
finish.
can take a stab at it
let's let her
too.
finish. Okay.
So, Kim, why don't you give it a try? If not,
All right, I will give it a try. So there is a minimum threshold of 15 dwelling units, whether it's ownership or rental. Before rental, 15 to 50 is either the in lieu fee or production units at the option of the applicant. For the 60 or more, or I guess it would be over 50, it would be now the staff recommendation, are we going back to that, of 11%? 11% at low income or 7% at very low income. And under 60 dwelling units, would be 6% at low income or 4% at very low income as per the staff recommendation. For
Kim, if I can just interrupt you, you meant dwelling units per acre.
Yes, dwelling units per acre. Yes, sorry. The ownership projects would allow for payment of in lieu fees only. There would be no production requirement. For the DAs, we would have the carve-out equivalent of the language you see in front of you, which is any residential project for which the city enters into a development agreement pursuant to California Government Code Section 65964 that provides affordable housing obligations equivalent to this chapter or alternative equivalent community benefits. So in other words, we would be able to negotiate something different from these threshold numbers. And for Section 13-331, it would read now, the following are the alternative options to fulfill the requirements of this chapter if on-site production of affordable units is determined by the director or their designee to be economically infeasible and would impose an extreme hardship, or if it is determined to lead to a better planning result and or additional affordable units, the director or their designee's determination shall be made based upon evidence provided by the applicant. That's the motion.
Right. And then all of the other items that are in the staff recommendation.
Yes.
Right?
Correct.
Everything below, so 55 years below all the way to the end.
Correct.
Got it. Okay. All right. Yeah, I mean, I'll support it. I agree with Councilmember Reynolds in the sense that let's just, get something on the ground. Let's get something that people can react to. And then when we come back for the second reading, my only request is that we agendize it as a business item and not as a consent calendar as we traditionally do. You understand what I mean? Okay?
Yes, it would be a public hearing.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Does any other before we vote on this motion, does any other council member wish to be heard?
I'm still not in love with the percentage. And again, maybe it comes from the fact of where I am in my life as someone that doesn't own a home and who sees supply as the only solution. I'm also cautious about voting for this, even knowing it'll come back, because once you set the precedent, that becomes the argument standpoint. I need more time, quite frankly, and I know it's been talked about a lot, but I don't know, and again, I'm just maybe airing things out loud. I don't know if an inclusionary housing ordinance benefits my residents that came and navigate rental assistance. I don't know if they can navigate the process to win the lottery to get into the system. So I do want to be cautious with this. This is probably going to be the biggest thing we do in this council. I mean, this is going to dictate how much more it costs to buy property to make housing. So I want to be cautious about it. We've all said today at different points that we don't know how we'll vote until we vote, and I'm in a similar light. I guess if everyone's comfortable with the generics of it, it's fine, but I'm not necessarily comfortable with the numbers yet, because I'd rather be cautiously optimistic than go too far. And again, maybe it's because I'm a renter and I know that this is going to impact me the most because I don't have a stable place to live in the city. So I'm a little cautious about that, and for my residents as well. But those are my comments for now. We'll see how I vote.
All right. So, yeah, we should all be cautious. Councilmember Gameros.
Jay, just real quick, and I don't want to keep postponing this. This is just a first reading, right?
It's first reading.
This is just, we're not running with this. This is not going to make or break any sort of a development agreement or change the land value of someone's house or land or anything like that, right?
No, we're just like, it's like when we're not tightening the bolts.
This isn't my question. It's a general question for everyone. So just trying to make this happen.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think we're ready to vote. Let's call for the question on the substitute motion.
Motion carries 5-1 with Mayor Pro Tem Harlan voting no.
Okay. Okay. So, hey, listen, well done, everyone. We'll have another public hearing. Go ahead.
Oh, excuse me? Oh, okay, sorry, there's a
Okay.
change to it.
Sorry.
Motion still carries 4-2.
4-2, carries 4-2.
Yeah.
So, anyway, thank you very much, Jennifer. Jennifer, we're going to miss you. And no, I know.
Why don't you just give you the full experience on your last meeting to like make sure you.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
We can
go
Jennifer.
later if you want.
might need to add an hour.
Jennifer, we tried this meeting to go all the way up until you had to leave, but we
that
only
Friday?
Yeah, no, we're gonna adjourn in honor and memory of Sean Davidson. Thank you, Sean, for your service to the community, and may you rest in peace.